recommend Meetup to a lot of my friends that are looking for different things. Wine tasting, movies, book club, meet a lot of new people, a lot of new friends, and it will make you more social.
What is a chess dynasty? Unceasing dominance, move after move, again and again and again.
We have a resignation, we have history.
He is the 5-time FIDE World Chess Champion.
But a chess dynasty can also be cruel. Set to close. The FIDE World Championship is finally up for grabs. For two chess superstars lying in wait, until next time is now. Jan Nepomniachtchi has methodically done what he needed to do to get another shot at the title. The pressure to seize the moment this time rests heavily upon him.
Jan's in his rest area again. Just feels like he doesn't want to come back to the board when he knows he's in trouble. And he knows he's missed something.
Ding Liren knows firsthand what the end of this dynasty means. An unexpected chance to make history. Can China's best turn his good fortune into eternal fame?
You must be total genius.
A beautiful finish from Ding, and the scores are level. Momentum swinging in this match day after day.
The legacy of this championship spans across centuries. It reads from the names of chess giants. For the first time in a decade, a new name will raise the trophy and be etched into chess history. It's the 2023 FIDE World Championship. Whose name will next be called champion?
We are outside in the city of Astana. The sun is out. It's still pretty cold, but the action is heating up inside the St. Regis Hotel, where chess history is being written. This is the playing arena where Jan Nepomniachtchi and Ding Liren are fighting it out in a 14-game match for the ultimate dream to be crowned world champion. Welcome everyone to our coverage of Game 7. I'm super excited to be your host today. I'm International Master Tanya Sachdev, alongside one and only Grandmaster Daniel Naroditsky and world number 6, former CEO of Chess.com, Anish Giri. Welcome, guys. Such a big day going into the halfway mark. And Anish, you've been with us from the day one, covering the event. How surprised are you to see the way things have turned out in this match?
Oh, yes, indeed. I've been here from the start, and oh, what a treat so far. So many decisive games, so many ups and downs. The plot is... I've lost it. I've long lost the plot. I'm looking forward to see what's coming next.
Yeah, I think if someone had told me at the start of the match that we'll have 4 out of 6 decisive games, I would not have believed it. Daniel, do you believe that we'll have one more going into the second half?
It's been an incredible match, and it's been an honor to be commentating it. And the craziest part is that neither of the players is anywhere near the 7.5 points that they have to reach to claim the World Championship throne. So the best part about this, Tanya, is that the best part of the match is still ahead, and I am so excited to be covering it.
Absolutely agree with that. Usually this is the time, Daniel, that we start talking about how the match is heating up, how the games are getting more interesting and more fighting. But this one has been explosive from the very start. I mean, if we just take a look at the scoreboard, this is the World Championship match. We've had 4 decisive results, and what brilliant play. It was Jan Nepomniachtchi who drew first blood in Game 2. And then we had Ding Liren leveling the score with an equally beautiful game in round 4. Jan once again took the lead in the match with a convincing win in Game 5 and Game 6. What a finish that was. A tactical masterpiece by Ding Liren, equalizing the match. Anish, is that the most beautiful finish you've seen in a World Championship match?
Well, definitely one of them. And no, it was an incredible game. Ding started very slowly with the London defense, a very unassuming start, didn't try anything concrete. Jan started drifting very early on, he was not familiar with the position, and step by step Ding built up his advantage. And maybe Jan has some chances to defend, but in the end, this incredibly beautiful combination, one for the ages, and even Jan gave it a little smile of approval, and he had to extend his hand. What a game.
It was an amazing game indeed. I had a break yesterday, and I was grateful for the extra hours of sleep, but man, oh man, was that an amazing game, and each player in their white games, they've managed to steer the game in exactly the direction that they want to steer it. Tanya, we'll discuss the kind of differences in the players' styles, but when they've got the white pieces, they have taken each of them full command of the game, and Ding Liren managed to do that exact thing in the previous game.
Yeah, they're really going at it every single round. Well, even with the black pieces, we've seen one win in the match. It's been such an exciting World Championship so far. And our man on the ground, Mike Klein, brings us all the insights from Astana. Let's head over to Mike.
Thanks, guys, and what a championship this is turning out to be. No Magnus, no problem, because we've already got our 4th decisive game out of 6. Ding Liren played the first ever London system in the history of the World Championship, and it's turning out to be like that old joke of the Scottish weather. If you don't like the score, just wait a day, because it's bound to change. After the game, Jan Nepomniachtchi had some pretty choice words about his own play. Here's what he had to say.
I guess I played one of my worst games ever. So, I mean, like, nearly every move was, I mean, yeah, it's hard to believe. I think every move was bad.
And what about this guy? In a moment of spontaneity, Ding Liren said he played the London system, deciding on that choice at the last minute. And at the press conference, I told him that Anish Giri called him a total genius on the Chess.com live broadcast. Here was Ding's reaction to Anish's quote.
Yeah, I'd like to thanks to Anish. Actually, yesterday I saw his remark. He believes I will tie the match despite I was lost yesterday. So thanks for his confidence.
So here we are, not even halfway done, and these two titans have already produced seemingly 2 matches worth of wins. What's going to happen in round 7? Can possibly Ding Liren and Jan Nepomniachtchi keep it up and play their 4th straight decisive game? We're going to find out. For Chess.com, this is Mike Klein inside the playing hall in Astana, Kazakhstan.
Thank you so much for that insight, Mike. It's always amazing to hear from Astana, all the action that's happening there. And I've been loving the interviews. The players have been so candid. Anish Giri had a little smile on his face there with the Ding interview. And that's definitely a special moment. It made me smile as well. But of course, the most unique thing about this World Championship has just been the kind of bloodbath that we've seen with 4 decisive games. Anish, how much of a surprise is this? It's been 25 years since this happened last.
Yes, indeed. We are used to these World Championship matches, you know, for them to be very slow. There are decided games here and there, but they are treated as something really special. Mostly players are playing it very safely, very cautiously, lots of draws. And it's not a surprise that we have to go this far in history to find the last time something like this happened. And I'm really wondering, is that for foreshadowing of what's about to come, or will the players finally calm down and will we see some draws from today onwards?
It's crazy, Tanya, that we have to go this far to find a World Championship match this decisive. Unfortunately, I was alive in 1998 and even in 1996. So thank you for making me feel old. But not only is it just a long amount of time, we've had to sit through an entire dynasty without a match like this. The entirety of the Magnus dynasty, all 5 of his World Championship matches didn't feature anything like this. And I'm not blaming Magnus for it. This is because he's the best player in chess history. But for better or for worse, I mean, we have had our money's worth in each and every game this match. Even the draws have been incredible.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more with that, Daniel. We've been treated to more than what we could have ever imagined or asked for. Jan Nepomniachtchi and Ding Liren making a big fight of every single game. They've traded so many punches in the match so far. And as you mentioned, Daniel, that the best is yet to come. And if we take a look at their head-to-head, it is such a reflection of exactly the action that we've been seeing. Anish, these two have been so close in their battles, having been played a bunch of times in the past.
Well, as we had expected, they are so evenly matched, and so the match is indeed extremely close. But since they have such different strengths and such different styles, it is no surprise that they're trading blows. When Ding gets a position that he understands better, it's one-way traffic. The same happens when Jan gets his position on the board. And yeah, the best you can hope for is a match between two players of different styles but same strengths, and we have one now.
We do indeed, and we see Nepo on the right side of your screen, relaxing there, changing his sitting position over in the rest area. And indeed, it's important to emphasize that although the players are evenly matched on paper, they're not really evenly matched in their styles of play. In fact, their styles of play couldn't be more different. And just to reiterate what I said a little bit earlier, the key for these players in their positive, decisive games has been steering the game in the direction that they believe encompasses their greatest strength. For Jan Nepomniachtchi, his black win and his white win, you get a more tactical position with dynamic chances. For Ding Liren, positional affairs, grinded out positions, such as the one that he played in the London system. Who will be able, Tanya, to steer the game in their preferred direction? That's going to be the question, I think, going forward.
Very interesting, Daniel. Very similar strengths, but very different styles. In just a few moments, Ding Liren and Jan Nepomniachtchi will step out of their resting areas and walk into the playing arena at the St. Regis Hotel in Astana for Game 7. Will it be an opening that will suit Ding, or will it be a middle game, an aggressive middle game? Jan Nepomniachtchi, suffering from that Game 6 defeat, did have a rest day. Do you think he got enough sleep? Because I see him taking a little bit of a nap there in his resting area.
Yeah, I remember the last time I saw Jan like this in the resting area, he lost the game, but he played with white pieces then. Maybe he's doing it more often. Maybe we just don't always get a peek into the resting area. And this is just his usual pre-game state. Of course, players are extremely nervous coming into the game. And the last few minutes are the worst because you are not going to prepare any longer, but you also cannot start playing chess and release all the tension. And yeah, it's tough minutes are waiting Jan here.
Is it frustrating, Daniel, that you take a lead every time only to lose it the very next day? That can be really hard for Jan to deal with right now.
Incredibly frustrating, Tanya, and especially because his first win came with the black pieces. And, there were our share of Nostradamuses who, after Jan's convincing win with black, were calling this match and saying, that's it, it's over. Ding, he's emotionally unprepared, he's collapsing. And suddenly those people have receded into the background. And it's got to be frustrating, right? And Jan is telling himself, man, I can't hold a single game with the black pieces. You got to keep coming up with ideas. And you got to keep cycling through your opening preparation. So can Jan pull another one of those types of Roy Lopez type positions out of his pocket? That's going to be the big question. And maybe we'll see a slight divergence. Maybe we'll see an Italian. But Jan has to aim for exactly the kind of position that he got in his previous white win.
This is a very critical Game 7. It's very unique because it's a standalone game. It comes out of a rest day and the players will be going into a rest day tomorrow. So it's a breakaway moment. If a player is able to take the lead going into the second half, that will be a big psychological advantage. There we see the chairs are empty currently, but of course they will be walking in just a few seconds and we will have the first moves of the game. We've been talking about Jan's approach with the white pieces in the World Championship so far. He started with the Queen's Pawn opening. He's also started with the King's Pawn opening. He won his game when he played 1e4. Also in Game 1, it ended in a draw, but Jan was the one pushing with 1e4. Anish, what are we expecting as first moves in this game? Will it be the King's Pawn, the Queen's Pawn, or something completely random?
Well, it's sort of self-suggesting, self-evident that Jan would try to dig something up in the e4 continuation. Indeed, so far, it has been proven to be the most effective in the match, and it would be very strange not to follow the recipe that has brought you success. Of course, you need some ideas, but I believe in the Spanish and in the Italian there is room left to try and find something small, something new, where Ding will be a little bit less familiar, because if Ding is in unfamiliar grounds, as we had seen in the Spanish, he can start drifting a little bit. And I do believe we will see the repeat of the Spanish, because if Jan does something else, that would certainly be a big surprise, but probably a very pleasant one for Ding.
And Ding is the first player to walk into the playing arena. We see him there looking very confident, sitting down, taking his place, doing his usual pre-game check with writing on the score sheet. And we see his antagonist, Jan Nepomniachtchi, there taking his place with the white pieces, also in the background, the director of Tata Steel Vaikanze, Yaron Vandenberg there. Anish, he's a great friend of yours, and of course, a big relationship there with Tata Steel Chess. And right now, the pieces are being adjusted. 1e4, 1d4. We've seen some crazy openings. Ding so far in the match with Black has had a little bit of a tough time equalizing. Daniel, how do you see him combating that today?
Well, I mean, that obviously depends on what Nepo plays. My prediction is 1e4. I think Nepo might try to choose another one of those Rui Lopez sidelines. And I just think Ding might want to take a little bit longer on those early opening decisions, because what set the negative tone for him in his previous loss was that early decision to trade light squared bishops. That gave Nepo the d5 square. It gave him a very comfortable edge. So it's going to be really important for Ding to avoid the type of position where he doesn't have a lot of counterplay and where Jan is really familiar with the typical plans in the early middle game. So, I mean, a lot of that depends on what Jan plays. And I'm so curious, Tanya, to see what Jan is going to bring to the table this game. I think we're going to get some sort of Rui Lopez or maybe an Italian.
Yeah, it all comes down to what is his strategy for today's match. He starts with white. Would he want to create his chances, take those risks to get into chaotic positions, or will he want to just shut the game down going into the next rest day, going into the second half of the match? We will find that very shortly. Jan there taking off his jacket, putting it on the side, and we can just feel the tension right now. Ding not even looking at Jan. Anish, these are the most tensed moments for chess players right before those seconds before move one is played.
Yes, certainly. And these are the minutes that you have to survive. But luckily, at some point, it ends. The time goes so slowly when you're sitting there before the game, but so quickly once the clock begins and you have some problems to solve. And indeed, it's just 2 minutes to go. Jan swinging back and forth on the chair, waiting for the game to start.
Okay, just gonna throw it out there. Some body language reading here. Which player, Daniel, do you think just looks a little more confident coming into this game 7 from what you see with their, just with the way they're sitting, taking off their jackets right now?
Well, Jan with his usual routine, he's always swinging back and forth in that swivel chair. Ding, always taking a more sedentary, motionless pose. I think the players are equally nervous. I think they're equally excited for the clock to read 3 p.m. local time. But Anish is so right. It's also that moment, perhaps people can relate, before an exam starts. You just want to open the test booklet. You want to see what questions you're going to face. And there's Jeroen Vandenberg, the chief organizer of the Tata Steel tournament, shaking the players' hands. Jan, Ding, they want to get through that opening routine, and Ding wants to find out what the heck Jan has prepared for this game.
Oh wow! And Jeroen Vandenberg plays c4, the English, and immediately puts it back. Do you think we might see Jan go for that, Anish, or that's not going to be an option?
No, just to be sure, after he brought the pawn back, Jan readjusted the e-pawn, just to point out to the commentators, guys, don't worry, I got you. It's going to be e4 as you all expect. I'm pretty sure e4 is coming.
It's gonna be e4. I think, yeah, I'm also rooting for 1e4. We've seen Jan have great positions out of the opening, and the ball will be in Ding's court to really prove how he equalizes. He struggled so far in the match to completely equalize in the Spanish, as we've seen. And here we go. Handshakes, clocks have started, and Jan goes with 1e4.
No surprises so far.
Okay, Ding's turn. Will we see a surprise from Ding? I don't think so.
We might, but I don't think it will be on the move for one. I think Ding could pull out a different Spanish, perhaps. I don't think it's likely, but there is a possibility for that. I mean, doing something else than e5, Ding has very little experience playing other openings recently. Of course, he used to play the French, then the Caro-Kann, but it is, these openings, they're considered slightly second rate. And this is not the stuff you usually prepare for World Championship matches. I think taking a moment there.
Yeah. Ding has been mentioning how he's been sort of deciding his opening approach right before the start, and he goes with the French.
Wow.
Oh my God.
Oh,
unbelievable.
That is huge. Oh my God. Wow, the French, so desperate. I mean, I can imagine the Spanish hasn't worked out, and I thought Ding might surprise him within the Spanish, but oh, this is a very big one. 92,
Wow, wow, wow.
very timid response by Jan. There are different approaches. 92 is considered to be the most timid one. Actually, Ding used to play the French as his main weapon. At some point, it was his only. It's basically his sort of a childhood, or rather, the opening he grew up with. I think he used to play the French and the King's Indian at some point exclusively. But then, as he reached the top level, he realized that he has to expand his repertoire, and he slowly went for the more sound systems. Only to, at this important moment, the crucial moment in his career, to go back to where he started with playing the French. And 92, surprising choice by Jan. Jan probably didn't expect the French, so chosen not the most principled continuation. And after c5, he's already taking his time to think.
Indeed. Taking a little sip of tea. And c5 is the more modern continuation. Knight f6 is the chief alternative, which leads to more tactical positions. But recent theory has shown that black is doing completely fine after c5. I mean, I've played knight d2 against the French my whole life, and I've really struggled in recent months and years to show any sort of an advantage after c5. So, I mean, Tanya, I don't know what Nepo has played previously. Anish, maybe you have some insight on that against the French, but I'm a little bit surprised at the speed with which he's chosen knight d2, because knight c3, the main continuation, even the advanced French e5, with some new ideas, has had a bit of a revival. So interesting choice by Jan, and I really hope he has something up his sleeve in these main lines.
I can imagine, because I have prepared this once myself. I've played it in the World Cup against Anulibek Abdusattorov. I know I saw the feature chat there. Asking us if there is a chessable course. Of course, there is a chessable course. There's a chessable course for everything. There's even a chessable course for 1b3. There's certainly a chessable course for French. There are many French courses. I've authored one of them, but there are many others as well. And knight d2 c5, yeah, it is considered to be not the most principled way for white to play, but the most safe one and the most solid one. And I guess, given that Jan didn't expect the French to be a big battleground, he has prepared a small, simple system. Had he anticipated the French for real, he would have invested much more time into something more critical, such as 3 knight c3 or the advanced French. But when you don't consider something likely to happen, why spend a month studying the main lines of the French when you can just prepare one sideline and use it in case you need? And that's probably what's happening here, as we see this popular sideline, where I believe theoretically, from a theoretical point of view, black has multiple ways to get an acceptable position. Overall, I think a choice for Ding that is likely to work out today as this surprise is definitely something that Jan didn't expect.
I'm still in shock seeing 1e6, seeing the French by Ding Liren. I mean, just abandoning the most solid approach with black, starting with e5. It does show that he's struggling a little bit in those Spanish positions, but French, that is definitely not one of the choices that I would have predicted for this one. But we have been seeing Ding come up with these opening ideas, which are completely unexpected.
And
do you feel that Richard Rappo, Daniel, has something to do with that?
I was actually going to say this move, knight f6, is a lot less common than knight c6, but I think it's extremely underrated. I mean, in my analysis, I think knight f6 basically equalizes right out of the gate. Now, it's not an unknown move. It's been played by many top GMs. And I definitely think Richard perhaps didn't tell Ding what to play. I mean, ultimately, the decision lies with the players, but I could definitely see Richard encouraging Ding to sort of change the nature of the game from a very early point, rather than kind of fishing for some, pitiful equality in these Spanish lines. Just change the opening entirely and play something that, if Ding played this as a kid, if he played this when he first became a GM, then he understands the basic ideas. So I'm definitely very, very surprised, but I don't think it's a particularly radical choice if he used to be a French player as his main opening.
And Anish, knight f6 on the board, clear threat, puts a pressure on the center. The e4 pawn is hanging, and Jan needs to take a decision what to do with it. I see two choices. You can either push it forward, attacking the black knight, or liquidate the center further. It feels like this is the moment that will decide how the middle game will turn out, the kind of positions we'll get. What is the choice that you're expecting Jan to go with here?
I think he takes d5. I have a suspicion that I've seen a game by Jan there. I could be wrong, and he could be playing with the black pieces as well. Because Jan, he had a French phase. He played the French at the candidates tournament. Jan actually also played the French in his childhood as well. So both players, they've got the opening in their system. Jan was probably influenced by one of his seconds, Nikita Vitigov, who is a big specialist on the French. Ding, I do think, knowing Ding, this is so uncharacteristic of him to surprise the opponent in this way. This is really not the way he treats the opening usually. This is not the way he treats events. If there is a one word, to describe Ding, I would say predictability is a very big one. This was always something I felt about Ding as one of his main disadvantages, one of his main weaknesses. I think he's always been an incredibly predictable player. I was able to guess in most of my games almost to the dot what he will play. But this comes as a total surprise to everyone, and I am absolutely convinced that Richard had to say it was Richard's idea from the start, and he also convinced Ding, I'm pretty sure. And probably Ding wasn't hard to convince because so far the Spanish wasn't working out well, and I guess Ding, is trying to be more open-minded for this event, seeing that his usual approach might not be the right one. He was also very nervous at the start. I think he relied a lot on the support from his friends, as he said. And when the friends suggest him now to do something, he thinks, they've been helping me very well so far. So let me just lean on them and trust them on this one as well. So I do think it's Richard's idea to play the French. And knowing, it takes d5. I think if Ding is a little bit prepared here, he will get a reasonably safe, comfortable position. Of course, White has a nominal advantage, but I think the opening choice is likely to work out for Ding, and it was definitely a very clever thing to do.
Yeah, extremely clever. And knight takes d5 also, as far as I know, not the most popular move. Queen takes d5 used to be all the rage. But I think knight takes d5 just totally equalizes. Typically, this structure is very easy to understand. Black is ultra solid, and the French bishop on c8 later on can be deployed on the long diagonal with b6 and bishop b7. If memory serves me right, White typically responds with knight 2 to f3, kind of opening up a pathway for his own bishop. And then there's this line where Black develops the bishop to b4 with check and drops it back to c5. But I don't want to delve too deeply into the sort of weeds here. I think we should wait for Jan to make his choice. And Tanya, Jan is taking his time here. This is obviously a position that he's familiar with. This is a well-known theoretical position. But it's very, very clear that he didn't expect the French. And it's very clear to me that he's trying to remember his prep. And I think that the psychological onus is on his side right now. The ball is in his court to demonstrate any sort of an edge in a line which has been considered really problem-free for Black in the last couple of years.
Jan taking his time in the opening is not something we are very used to hearing in this match. So that just means that Ding's the one who did manage to get in at least a little bit of a surprise. But as you're mentioning, it's not too much because Jan definitely is familiar. He is trying to decide where to place his pieces, where to develop the light squad bishop, where to take out that knight. So you can open up the diagonal for that dark squad bishop. And currently, Jan's the one who's just slightly behind on the clock. It, of course, doesn't matter because there's a lot of time. But in this match so far, we've seen these dynamics be a little different. It's always been Ding who's been in the think tank early on, taking the time. Just feels like he's slightly better prepared today, more confident in this offbeat opening that he's chosen. Jan goes for the idea that you mentioned, Daniel, just centralizing that knight, opening up the diagonal for the dark squad bishop, taking the f4 square under control, and you're pointing out the move with the bishop coming out with a check. And that allows White to push the c-pawn, hitting that bishop, gaining a tempo. So I really want to understand what's the point of provoking that move.
So there are some early tactics here. Perhaps we should pull up our first analysis board of the day. And Anish, obviously, please feel free to jump in at any moment. My opening knowledge is shoddy at best, but I did have a recent game here. I played this line with Black. If White plays c3, as far as I remember, Black can actually play knight takes c3, and the tactics work out for Black. After the trade on c3, White blocks with the bishop, and obviously you don't take the rook here because then White gets 2 pieces for a rook. You double back and take the knight, and very importantly, queen a4 check. very common motif, but it doesn't quite work out because knight c6 protects the bishop just in time, and black emerges with 2 extra pawns. But instead, Ding, he takes a more simple approach. He develops his bishop more modestly to e7 right away and accompanies that by getting up from his chair. So, Anish, bishop b7 is on the board.
Yes, a small surprise indeed. I also recollect this bishop before check. I think the line you referred to was bishop before check, bishop d2. Probably black castled first, and after c3, the bishop then draws back to c5. From what I recollect, looking at these positions, there are indeed options for black. Bishop e7 is also one of the moves, and black is, as you mentioned, just very solid. It's just fundamentally very solid. The pawn structure is such that there isn't that much going on. I remember once I had this pawn structure against Ding in a blitz game many years ago, and I lost that blitz game. He played it very convincingly, very quickly, very confidently. I think he's comfortable in this pawn structure, and I think Jan is feeling underwhelmed in general. I think he had something planned. The French came as a surprise. His plan, this of going knight d2, it was never the plan A. It was always the plan B, and I can almost feel how underwhelmed he is. He had big hopes for this game, I'm pretty sure, and now the course it's taking is just not what he was hoping for. One thing I do want to mention, though, the disadvantage of playing the French or a surprise weapon like this at this point in the match is that, okay, even if we assume that today Jan is surprised, he will play something unassuming, and even if Ding will make a draw, the question will come back 2 days later. So when Ding will play the next black game, what is he going to do then? Because if he then repeats the French, it will no longer come as a surprise. Jan will be ready for something in the main line. While if Ding goes back to his regular weapon, Jan already has something prepared for it, and he doesn't need to do extra work. So that is one problem with playing these surprises in the match, and this is why I think they haven't been played so often. Certainly not early on in the match. But maybe Ding's strategy has changed. Maybe he will keep jumping. Maybe the next game will be the Caro-Kann. Maybe something else. We will see. But what I want to say is that the match is long, and just doing this one jump into French defense, it could long term it could also backfire for Ding.
Indeed. Bishop e7, though, on the board. And right now, Ding has to be sitting pretty. I mean, he's not sitting at the board at all. It's Jan Nepomniachtchi who's sitting at the board and kind of looking off into the distance. And oftentimes when we see an opening surprise in a tournament or a match that's this momentous, I think a lot of commentators and players are influenced by the result of the game. But I actually think that regardless of how this game finishes, already we could say tentatively that the opening choice has been very well chosen by Ding Liren, or by Richard Rapport, if he indeed influenced Ding to go for this line, because there's no question in my mind that objectively black has already essentially equalized. The structure is very easy to understand, and if Ding did his homework, then he knows exactly in which order to finish his development. He knows whether to castle next or whether to play b6 next, and if he can solve the problem of his light squared bishop, Tanya, I mean, maybe my understanding of chess is primitive, but I don't see a single reason why black should be any worse here with a nice knight on d5, if, of course, he can find a good parking spot for his light squared bishop, whether it involves b6, bishop b7, or trying to push e5. That, of course, is what Ding would have to check in his pregame preparation.
Traditionally, in the French, we always see black really suffering with that light squared bishop. That is the piece that brings in the nightmares. But right now, it looks like with both these ideas, either on the queen side or advancing the central pawn, the problem of the light squared bishop can be easily solved for Ding. And we once again see Jan taking his time to decide how to finish his development. It's important to bring out his own light squared bishop currently. Does he place it on d3? Does he place it on c4? These are the questions that Jan Nepomniachtchi is currently contemplating. Very interesting points there made by you, Anish, that Ding taking this approach of playing the French, is this a one-game approach, or will we see this again in the match? But one thing's clear, that Ding has been coming out with these small novelties, these small fresh ideas out of the opening, and that just shows that he's ready to take the unpredictable path. Now, I am slightly surprised to see Jan, who does combine his aggressive play with quick moves, take his time, and he decides finally to put the bishop on c4. a slightly more attacking approach there, eyeing that knight on d5? Does he just simply want to go short castle next?
Yeah, I'm thinking of the different possibilities here, and I guess the one of the reason of placing the bishop on c4 is that perhaps in some cases, I'm not sure if it's relevant, but in some cases you could see a tactic after b6, potentially some knight f5 option. Maybe that is one idea. Keeping an eye on that knight on d5, maybe that's one advantage of having the bishop so actively developed. And I certainly expect Ding to keep up the pace and show us his preparation here. I indeed do think he has prepared his bishop e7. He played so quickly, and bishop c4 probably is one of the critical moves. I guess black should probably start by castling. White will also probably castle. And then, as Daniel mentioned, of course, once the bishop gets to the long diagonal, everything gets developed. Black will consolidate and be fine. But maybe the devil is in the details, and maybe while black goes for b6, white will try to do something quick. Maybe it's knight f5, maybe it's knight e5 and queen, I don't know, g4 or something like that. Probably not that, but keep an eye also on knight e5 takes f7 sometimes when the bishop comes out to b7. Keep an eye out for the tactics like that, because indeed, if white doesn't have any tactics, if black gets to develop all the pieces, he's feeling comfortable. And one other point I wanted to briefly make, because we speak about the French. Now, what people say and all the memes about the French are about the different kind of French. They're about the close positions when white plays the most ambitious approach, that is 3 e5 or 3 knight c3 followed by e5 on the next move. And this is the French structure where the bishop is sort of almost eternally dead on c8, and it's really struggling to come out or trade itself. While what we have here, this is not your typical French structure. It's a common structure in chess. It can arise, of course, mainly from the French, but also it happens in various other openings. But this structure is fundamentally less strategically dangerous for black, but it's very safe for white. And yeah, this is not your usual kind of French, the one they talk about on the internet. And knight c6 has been played. This is an interesting idea.
Ooh, that's a spicy move. Not the move that one would expect, and clearly a sign that Ding has done his homework, because you do not allow your pawn structure on the queen side to be damaged like that unless you've looked at it beforehand. Before we proceed to an investigation of this move, though, our amazing team behind the scenes coming up with a crazy stat. The last time that the French has been played in a World Championship game, you will not believe this, was in 1978 in the Karpov-Korchnoi match in Baguio City, that incredibly controversial match. But that's beside the point. 1978 is the last time that we have seen a French in the World Championship match. So Victor Korchnoi, rest in peace. He passed away recently. And it's only Karpov probably sitting by a fireplace thinking, man, I remember the last time I faced a French from Victor the Terrible. And here we go again.
Yeah. Oh my god, that's insane. So long ago, but you know how many times the London was played in a World Championship match? All of 0, Daniel, and we saw Ding do it. So we can definitely expect more of these opening ideas from him in the coming games. But right now, it does look, with the speed that he's playing and the confidence that he's playing, that he's got the kind of position that he wants out of the opening, while Jan Nepomniachtchi goes into a think on every move. Now, to me, it looks like here, short castle would be one of those hand moves that you want to make. You want to complete your development. Is there something wrong with that? Is there an alternative that Jan's already thinking about? Anish, you mentioned these amazing tactical ideas with the knight jumping onto f5, maybe some faraway sacrifice on f7 one day which might appear. Is knight f5 completely crazy in this position? Or is it something Jan's thinking about?
Well, I was particularly excited about knight f5 when the pawn was on b6 and knight was on b8, so that after ef bishop d5, there I would have collected a rook. And now the situation is very different. I also wonder after knight f5 if there are no tactical possibilities there. Maybe a simple move like bishop f6 also to diffuse all the tension. I'm not sure. I like knight f5. Like it was not in this position that I liked the look of it. Now it looks to me a little bit artificial. Big question is, of course, if instead of that, how to assess the knight takes c6 bc continuation. The pawn on c6 is a little weak, but often in these positions, when I bring it to c5 and bring the bishop out to b7, well, I will have a very powerful bishop. The pawns on the queen side, they are weak, you could say, but at the same time, if I potentially maybe I'll go for a5, a4, or I even keep the pawn on a7 and on c5, I do wonder how weak the c5 pawn actually is. Okay, I'll play bishop b7, queen c7. My queen will also eye the f4 square. I'll bring the rook out to d8. Knight f4 will come. There is a lot of potential for black, and all of that for what you call a weakness on c5. But why exactly is it weak? Who is attacking it? I mean, I'm defending it twice. Nobody's ever attacking it. It's a very abstract statement. I know I heard Sergei Tivakov, who plays the structure with white a lot, a famous Dutch grandmaster, originally from Russia. He's a big fan of these structures for white, and he calls this pawn structure better for white, and he calls this pawn a weakness. Well, from my experience and in an early middle game like that, before we get into an end game, before white has a chance to attack this pawn, I think it's very hard to say who benefits from this trade on c6. And Jan, seeing Ding play so quickly and confidently, might defer the trade for a while, because after the trade, black gets a lot of easy moves, while if you keep the status quo, you maybe castle first with white instead of taking, then maybe after castle, maybe you can play c3 or rook e1, just a waiting move. Then you ask black, okay, how do you follow it up? Because it's difficult to make a waiting move at this point, because a move like a6 will be a waste of time, while taking on d4, okay, this keeps the structure alive, and still ask black the question, how do you develop the bishop on c8? So I think knowing Jan and looking at the position and the fact that he's unfamiliar with it, I expect Jan to actually not take on c6, to try and keep more tension and try to confuse Ding with a simple move like castle and rook e1 or c3.
Yeah.
I loved how in chat someone mentioned that Richard Rappo is just making this World Championship so interesting with the opening choices. He's not even playing, but he definitely has a big role in the way we're seeing the games turn out. And that is the beauty of these matches, the kind of influence the team of seconds and the trainers have on the players. We've seen it with their opening approaches. And that's the action that we've seen. Ding playing the French is not a call that anyone would have made. And there we have it, the move that you've been talking about, Anish. He goes for the most direct line. And this is something that we've seen Jan do over and over again, where when faced with something he wasn't expecting on the board, he does tend to play the most direct options there. He picks up the knight on c6 and says that you're going to have this weak pawn for a long time on c6, and you've got to find the time to neutralize that advantage. Ding slowing down once again for an obvious move. We're not surprised by that anymore, are we?
Yeah, especially since he's probably in the bathroom at the moment. I mean, you recapture the knight. There's nothing to think about. I do think he's in the bathroom probably right now, or in the rest area. BC will certainly come, and the next few moves as well. I am surprised by the capture on c6 because I don't think it's a bad move. It's the most principled one indeed. But I do think that black has very easy play for the coming few moves, and I'm curious what Jan will do. Actually, I see some ideas for white. We'll discuss them perhaps later. Maybe queen e2 and bishop a6 is one, trying to trade that potentially active bishop. But what I want to mention is the fact that, okay, we give a lot of credit to Richard, but it is Ding, who gets out of his comfort zone. He has to play these, and he agrees. He could easily shut these kind of talks down. I can easily imagine when Richard says, okay, let's do the French, Ding will be like, no, and that's it. But Ding was like, oh, and that makes a difference. Also, Ding mentioned he is now speaking English, and this brings him different thoughts. Perhaps in Chinese, the French opening is called differently. Maybe it's called like a miserable opening with little space with 3 Chinese characters, and that's why he never liked it. But now that he knows it's called the French, he's like, oh, but the French, it's cool. They have the croissant, they have the Eiffel Tower. It's all good. Maybe I'll play it. So perhaps Ding getting out of his comfort zone, the new Ding buddies with Richard, and now thinking in English, now much more open to the idea of playing the French.
And Ding continues to blitz out his moves. Obviously, he castles, and without any question, this position occurred in his preparation because Nepo has made the most direct moves. Tanya, you mentioned, I think you called it. Nepo tends to resort to the most sort of straightforward developing moves when faced with a surprise weapon. So bishop c4 was direct move number 1. Developing the bishop to the most active post. And direct move number 2, of course, was the principled capture on c6, essentially trying to call black's bluff. But now I think Nepo has a much vaster choice because he has to actually choose his arrangement of pieces. And Anish, I definitely want to hear more about your idea of queen e2 and bishop a6. I would only contribute that another one of those types of ideas involves dropping this bishop back from c4 and actually trying to advance the pawn to c4 in order to chase black's knight away from its central post. But one thing is for certain, if you give black 3 or 4 tempi and you let black get the bishop out and open up the long diagonal, white could actually end up worse. And that is why Nepo, wasting no time, Anish, queen e2 is on the board. Great call by you.
Yeah, I think Jan is also realizing the potential that the bishop has, and now it's a big question for Ding. How will he treat this position? I don't know if he is still in book. Now you could make a case for a way to move like queen c7 or c5. Bishop b7 is the least likely, because then after bishop a6 you would have wasted a move, and I guess bishop a6 could anyway be white's idea at some point. Maybe it's just me, by the way, but I do like this move. Bishop a6 does stare at me, so I think it's an idea. Another way for black to play is to try and stop this. So you could do so by going queen b6. You could also flick in an a5 first. I am not sure how much a5 contributes, but just stopping bishop a6 could already be enough of a reason to play it. Certainly an interesting choice there for Ding. I think practically speaking, it would be harder for white to play if you don't get bishop a6 trade, because once you get that trade, you get the c4 square also for the queen. You can then play it a little bit more simply. But even these positions, even when you trade these bishops, it's not like they are better for white by no means. Black has pressure on the b file. The b2 pawn will be under attack, so the bishop on c1 will be harder to develop. The knight on d5 also controls a lot of squares, and the bishop doesn't have the c1 bishop doesn't have a clear square. Like if it could teleport itself to g3, that would be fantastic, but I don't see that happen. And how does it do so? Often white chooses therefore to go for move like bishop g5 once the queen leaves d8 square to trade that bishop altogether. Fianchetto would not look attractive because of bishop f6 always, so b3 is out of the question usually. So a lot of questions for both sides here, and it looks like Ding already started to think, and I'm not surprised because he had to prepare so many complicated lines in the French, so many challenging lines, and this is a position where you feel pretty safe as black. I believe his prep could end somewhere around here, and I think that he could just feel these positions quite well. A lot of experience there. As I mentioned, that Blitz game I played with him was in a position similar to this. He played it very quickly, very well. So yeah, I'm feeling confident for Ding, but he definitely has to take his time and take a decision this very moment.
All right, I got a little game. I looked this position up as Anish, as you were sharing your excellent insights. It turns out that this position has occurred twice in tournament practice, once in 2020, but one time a lot earlier than that in a game between two very strong grandmasters. And Black was a French expert who unfortunately passed away a couple of years ago, and he was one of Garry Kasparov's first coaches and trusted confidants. Tanya, I'll ask you first. What year do you think this was played for the first time?
Oh, wow. One of Gary's coaches you mentioned, so I'm thinking maybe 60s, late 60s?
Okay, Anish, what's your guess?
Okay, let me. I'm embarrassed. I'm sure when you'll tell me the name, I will know who that is. But since I don't know, I'm not going to start naming coaches of Garry that are alive. Oh, is it Nikitin? Nikitin passed away. Oh,
Dakhayan. Yuri Dakhayan. Grandmaster Yuri Dakhayan, who was a very strong player in his own right, retired pretty early and became a noted chess coach. He reached this position in the year 1987 against Yuri Krupa, another very strong Russian GM, also a French player, by the way, with the black pieces. But Krupa had white in this game, and Dokhayan was a lifelong French player. He played bishop b7, and in that game, for whatever reason, white did not respond with bishop a6.
Yeah, I mean, bishop a6 is it's my instincts. I'm trying to eliminate active pieces. I'm trying to eliminate attacking potential of my opponent. This is my particular style. Of course, many people, they wouldn't even think of that. They would be like, I have such an attacking, wonderful bishop that potentially will help me give a checkmate on h7. Why would I ever trade it? So I could certainly see arguments for not trading it. I was not aware of Dokhoyan's opening repertoire. I know him predominantly as an incredible trainer. He has coached Kasparov. Then he transferred that experience to be a successful trainer in for the Russian national team with women. I believe mainly. Also, he coached many great Russian players, including Yasipenko as well, Karakin when he was at the peak of his career, and yeah, a very legendary chess player. But I didn't know that he was lifelong French player. And that's interesting. I think it never influenced Kasparov, though. I don't think Kasparov ever played the French. I think a lot of Sicilians and some E4, E5. Don't recall any French there. But yeah, Ding is thinking right now. I don't know. I do think the bishop a6 move is quite good. What do you think, Danya? Do you agree that bishop b7, bishop a6 is the right response?
So I've been trying to tease out those complications after bishop b7, bishop a6. Perhaps we could quickly bring up an analysis board. Because to me, for some reason, intuitively, after bishop b7, bishop a6, it seems to me like black could maybe take on a6, as counterintuitive as it seems, and now try to exploit the placement of white's queen for black's benefit. Maybe with knight b4, I was also thinking maybe queen to b6, getting the queen out and putting a little bit of pressure on b2. And Anish, your idea made me think of this, the idea of basically pressuring b2 with bishop to f6. I don't think it makes any sense for white to take on b6 here. I mean, this endgame has got to be, at the very least, comfortable for black, probably even better. So white would presumably drop his queen back. Where? Well, that's a hard question. Maybe queen back to e2. And I was thinking something like bishop f6, followed by rook d8. The position looks pretty lifeless to me, but intuitively, I feel like the activity of black's pieces compensates for the lack of the light squared bishop. But Anish, maybe your intention was to squeeze more out of this position with black, and that's why the 2020 game featured the move queen to b6, even though black lost in that game.
Yeah, I have to say that after bishop b7, bishop a6, yeah, the more I look at that position, the one that you stop the analysis. Again, I think the crucial factor is the fact that this bishop on c1. So after the taking, let's say bishop a6, queen a6. Now, I thought you were gonna go knight b4 to try and make use of that, but then I would just drop the queen back to e2, right? So queen b6 certainly made sense to me. So queen b6, let's say queen e2. Yeah, bishop f6, let's say c3. Now, again, I want to reinstate it. If I had the bishop on g3, where I would control the b8 square, connect my own rooks, and not worry about life, I'd be very happy with white. Here, I am happy about my pawn structure, but I don't know. I could consider even a move like bishop g5, because I need to develop that bishop, and it bugs me strongly that that I cannot do that. Rook a8 is even more natural to me, to be honest. Just put the pressure on the b2 pawn. And I think if I'm not able to develop the bishop, why should it be better? And potentially, white could even be worse, because you need to finish your development at some point. If you never do, then it could be quite a problem. So bishop a6 maybe not too tempting. And if that is not tempting, perhaps black can just play bishop b7 and ignore that idea altogether. Well, also black can try and start with c5, because maybe c5 is the move you anyway want to play. I think that's the likely one as well, the starting position. And now after bishop a6, you could argue that now you can take in one go, and then I don't know how much of a tempo that is, but it's probably nice to have the extra move c5, isn't it?
Definitely.
Wow, so Ding Liren going into a big think here about all these options, whether to take out the queen, stopping the idea of the bishop trade, or just continuing with the bishop coming on to b7, opening up the diagonal with c5. He is currently contemplating these decisions. And meanwhile, of course, it will be about whether Yan wants to trade the bishops next or not. And while Ding has a think about this, we're going to head into a short break. And hopefully by the time we're back, we will have a decision of the development that Ding decides on. We'll be right back. It is move 11 of the World Championship match. Ding Liren still contemplating how he wants to proceed in this position. Coming up with the first surprise of the day was the French by Ding. And right now in a think tank, before we deep dive into a position, we do have some great announcement for our viewers. World Quant is an official partner of the Chess.com broadcast for the FIDE World Championship. They are a global firm that builds complex mathematical models to identify market inefficiencies. Now, World Quant Brain is bringing together its International Quant Championship and the chess community to hunt down the next generation of quant finance specialists. Because nobody knows how to analyze a position better than a chess player, right? If you think you have what it takes, register for the International Quant Championships. Head over to go.chess.com/IQC or use command IQC in chat for more details. And wow, we are back to the game action. Anish, Daniel, it has been an exciting opening, an explosive start with the French, something nobody expected. And now Ding has been in the think tank for quite some time. Does this give Yan that extra confidence out of the opening?
Well, Tanya, I just wanted to point out one thing. It just hit me. Do you remember the opening at the opening press conference? They asked Ding about his favorite players, and he mentioned a bunch of names. And amongst them, so he mentioned, of course, Magnus. I don't remember all the names, but I think they were all world champions, with an exception of Vallejo Pons. And Paco Vallejo is a top player from Spain. And Ding argumentated for why he liked all these players, and he said that he liked Paco Vallejo because back when he was playing the French, he liked a lot of his opening ideas. And he said that in a press conference with Jan present, and I realized at that time he had no idea he was going to play the French, because if he had, that would be such a giveaway. So I think the French is also a big surprise for Ding himself. I think it hadn't occurred to him at the start that he might use it, because then it would be just very strange to give that one away, no?
Yeah. Wow. Daniel, do you think that was a little slip there? Because definitely out of the players that he mentioned, Vallejo, a very strong grandmaster, as you said, stood out a little bit amongst the different names. And that might just have been a bit of a slip there right at the beginning of the match by Ding.
Maybe the opposite. Maybe he actually mentioned it first, and then it got into his head like, oh, French, actually, why not?
Reverse psychology.
I love it. He has been mentioning how he decides what opening to play right before the start of the game. I'm still not believing that bit. I do think that it is premeditated and decided a while ago. But this position, wow, Ding with his head in his hands. Still thinking. So Queen E2, we've been talking about the idea of the bishop trade. Should Black avoid it with the move Queen to B6? What are the possibilities that we are expecting Ding to actually make sure the trade doesn't happen? Or do you think he will just literally not care and advance with the C pawn or with the bishop on B7?
That's a big
old, by the way.
And it does not. And by the way, I mentioned that there were two games in the database here. The second one from 2020, Black was Jiří Huska, Jovanka Huska's brother. So there's a lot of layers to this. And I was also reading during the break about Yuri Dochoyan, who had this in 1987 with Black. It turns out that Dochoyan was one of the main mentors of Vladimir Potkin, who was Nepomniachtchi's main coach and still is one of his closest confidants. So there's a lot of layers to this, to this position. But to get back to the task at hand for Ding, I think it's a major divergence, because keeping the bishop versus allowing the bishop to get traded leads to two fundamentally different types of positions. In a blitz game, I would be very tempted to play a move like a5 or queen b6, because you have this instinct to keep the bishop alive. But I think upon closer inspection, Ding probably begins to realize that his other pieces can pick up the slack, even if this bishop is traded. And as I say that, Anish Giri, bishop b7 is on the board.
Yes, Ding showing, it's early to say if it is deep understanding, but he's definitely showing confidence in the assessment of the position after bishop a6. He doesn't even want a good version of it. He thinks, okay, trading bishops is fine by me. And I can understand that completely. I do agree. I think I also find Black's position reasonably comfortable, especially because the bishop on c1 is not developed. So what we could also see is for Jan to avoid this idea and try to develop his pieces differently and keep that in reserve in case black insists. For example, if black goes for knight b6, targeting the bishop, then you can go bishop a6. Or if perhaps one day later circumstances will be right, then you'll go bishop a6. So this is possible to keep it in reserve, possible also to forget about it completely. It was just a thought that occurred to me. As I mentioned, I was not sure at all if that's a good idea. The other typical moves here, of course, is to bring the rook from f1 onto a file. Usually it heads to e1 somehow, because I guess on d1, well, you have this x-ray, but the queen anyway moves to c7. I think I think the rook on f1 belongs to e1 because the rook from a1 belongs to d1. That's probably the way to go. And often white plays this move c3, controlling a bunch of, a couple of important squares, d4 and b4, and also opening an eye on the b2 pawn from the queen, so that then later you can develop the bishop. The queen will protect the pawn. The bishop from c1, it has to be developed somehow. You could make a case for a potential bishop d2, rook a d1, bishop c1 idea, but I'm not sure you'll be in time because the b2 pawn might get attacked before you manage all that. So a lot to think about here for Jan, and especially the question is with which move to start. What is the most useful move? Just a lot of options really.
Yeah. And the most committal would be to start trading the bishop on a6. And let's say Jan decides that he wants to keep more pieces on the board, keep the game more alive. You were talking about the c pawn advancing to c3. Is there also an idea to start pushing the a pawn? The dream would be to get it all the way a4, a5, a6. I don't believe that Ding would allow all of that to happen. But is that one side of the board that Jan can start thinking about gaining more space with the push of the a pawn?
Interesting idea. I think if you can make a deal with your opponent that, would you be so kind as to allow me to bring my pawn up to a6, then one would consider it. But a4 could be met with a5. I think it would be less advisable for black to wait for white to play a5 himself and then play a6, because then the a6 pawn obviously becomes a serious liability, and white has this battery that is trained at the a6 square. So I think a4 would probably be met with a5. And the only other thing I would add is that the Krupa Dokhayan game actually went knight e5, but knight e5 seems like an impulsive decision. Black quickly got his bishop over to d6 and the queen over to c7. He induced this very, very weakening move f4. And after black played c5, his pieces started breathing, and black got a big advantage pretty quickly thereafter. So as we're saying earlier, this is not a risk-free position for Jan Nepomniachtchi. I think it might look that way if you look superficially, but in fact, if white is not careful, black can absolutely, I think, seize the initiative in the next couple of moves. And I think Jan realizes this, which is why he's investing a serious amount of time on these last couple of moves.
Yes, absolutely. And as I mentioned, this knight x6, it involves a certain risk, indeed. And going back to here, I would expect a castle and a slower move, perhaps, not creating this potential for black pieces to activate. But Jan chose what he has chosen. And now one other point I want to mention in connection to what Tanya mentioned, this move a4, definitely an interesting inclusion, a4, a5. And one idea that might not be so relevant in this position, but is in general quite common, is when the knight is positioned here, and these pawns are positioned here. This was often to the advantage of the side that has the knight here. And the reason is that if white eventually wants to target it with c4, then you create this major hole on b4. So very often, this inclusion a5, a4, it seems like it doesn't impact the rest of the game, the rest of the board, but it actually, in a strange, in a weird way, it creates this outpost for the knight, which wasn't there before. Because here, let's say if we imagine the knight at some point after, let's say, bishop to d3, a3 can be targeted by c4, so the knight doesn't feel as secure here as it does after the inclusion of these two moves. And this is an interesting theme that can also happen in the reverse. White could have the knight there, but it could also happen when the knight is on e5 and the pawns are on h5 and h4 as well. So this is like a theme that I've seen happen in various openings. And so this move a4 is, although possible, it also has potential downsides that you might not immediately spot. But other than that, indeed, as Dania mentioned, this potential for black to activate the pieces here is huge. I mean, if I get everything at some point, even the f pawn can join. The central pawns can join the action. So there's like lots of potential, but it's on Jan to try and diffuse it. And I think probably indeed not rushing with this, and maybe taking care of this bishop. That is what you want to do. But not so simple, because besides preventing bishop a6 with a5, sometimes black can also develop the queen out, bring the rook here, and then bishop a6 can be met by bishop a8. The bishop will stay on this long diagonal forever. Really curious as to see as what Jan has in mind here, because I think this is a pretty difficult position, and I don't know. I think it's easier for black to play. Maybe it's just me, but to me the white's moves, they don't come as naturally, and yeah, I'm a little bit struggling to suggest something really good.
Yeah, and I think it would be so different if only white's dark squared bishop could be developed easily. If only you could find a nice square for the bishop. Imagine it on the h2 b8 diagonal, and we'll be talking about completely different dynamics in the position. But the f4 square isn't vacant. d2 is the only square you can develop it to, but it just feels like it's coming in the way of your own pieces, the d line, for example, and just not a very nice spot for the bishop to come out to. So some development problems. Now, if Jan does decide to trade with the bishop to a6, is that a sign that he just wants to shut off the game and go like, I'm okay with an equality in this one, and we'll see what happens?
I think it would be a sign that he is okay with the equality, but I think Ding would say, wait a second. Before we call it a day, let me try to squeeze the juice out of this position. And Jan, in the meantime, he does make a bishop move, but he makes a retreating move with the light squared bishop, dropping it back to d3 and training it at the h7 pawn. And this is an idea that we had mentioned in passing earlier. Is he preparing c2, c4 in order to chase the black knight away from its active post in the center? Or is his idea more aggressively aimed at black's king?
Yeah. Manish, you looked a little surprised with that.
Yeah, I mean, I mentioned at some point, jokingly, that bishop a6, some players, they might find it ridiculous because this bishop could contribute to checkmate, and it seems that Jan, he's got this very simple idea of going queen e4. c4, by the way, c4 could be an option, of course, but you have to be very careful about that, because after c4, your d4 square is weak, and I see potential for my knight, let's say knight b4, c5, knight c6, to reroute itself to d4, and then you'll strongly regret this move c4. So c4 is a very double-edged sword. Of course, if you get, let's say, hypothetically, c4, a3, b4, and c5, and you clamp down my bishop on b7, okay, I give you that. But in the real world, it's not so simple. And I'm thinking here, so one question that comes to mind, just to establish that as an option, is knight b4. That is the first question that comes to mind, because you immediately target the bishop. After bishop e4, which is probably white's idea, I don't see any other sensible move. After bishop e4, I could gain the bishop pair with f5, but I guess the idea is that then you retreat the bishop to d3. Yeah, perhaps you can move
the moves on the board.
Yeah, make some moves on the board, perhaps. Then yes, after f5, bishop d3, you will see that the bishop pair is not worth, perhaps not worth the weakening of the e5 square. So this is not something, or even taking, yes, even of course taking en passant. Sorry, not en passant. What's the word?
Intermezzo.
Intermezzo, yes. Intermezzo, yes. Not forgetting everything is en passant now for me. But even a move like CD, I would wonder like how would that be? Because the e5 square is quite significantly weakened. But that said, knight b4 is the first thought, but probably not the best thought. The other thought that I had upon thinking a little longer is queen c7. Maybe I want this move knight f4. And then the big question is how to deal with the move queen e4. Because if you go knight f6, I can swing the queen across to h4 and have some very primitive ideas. Perhaps the move g6 is instead a better way to play. I guess g6 is the more likely, but then after g6, at least the bishop gets that h6 square. And this is probably Jan's idea. He is not, so naive as to try and checkmate the opponent. This would be a little too primitive and simple. Jan's idea is to perhaps, by creating this battery, perhaps try and get that h6 square for the bishop.
I have a question here in this position, because it's heating up, and clearly Jan is looking to create some provocation. on the king side, create some weaknesses for black on the king side by threatening a mate on h7, pushing black to make the move g6 to stop that. Anish, you were looking at the line of what happens after, let's say, queen c7, which is a natural move. And if we can just have that on the analysis board, and queen e4 you're pointing out. Now, if Ding decides not to create the dark squared weaknesses on the king side with a move like g6 and falls back with the knight to f6, you've been talking about keeping the queens on the board with queen h4 in attack. Is bishop f4 completely crazy instead of queen h4? And let's say after bishop f4, how do you evaluate queen trades? Let's say knight e4, bishop c7. If the queens were to come off in this pawn structure, who would stand better?
I don't know. I think it would favor white typically, right? Because of the pawn structure. And in the meantime, a move called queen c7 has been played. But Anish,
let's see this.
Go ahead.
No, I was indeed hoping that you would take it over because it's extremely difficult to say. I think the traditional knowledge suggests that indeed a queen trade would benefit white because the pawn structure is better for white. And why is the pawn structure better? A big way to a reason for that is to count these pawn islands. So when you count the pawn islands and black would have 3, the a7 is an island, c6 is an island, and this kingside chain is another island, and white has 2. So using that metric, the one that, I first read when I saw annotation to Karpov's game. I don't know who introduced that metric. I suspect it must have been before Karpov, but I don't know. Anyway, now it's an important metric. That said, I've had some games in this pawn structure in an endgame as well where somehow these weaknesses, they were never exploited. So I'm not sure the white's pawn structure advantage can be exploited very often, because also you have to realize the activity of pieces is a big factor. And often when you have more weaknesses or you have one weakness, it is not the end of the world. You can just defend that weakness and just hold. So it's not like you have a weakness, you have to lose. Famously, you have to have 2 weaknesses to lose, yeah? One weakness of, let's say, a king or a bad piece, but you need more than one weakness to win. So yeah, nice intermezzo bishop f4. I didn't see that. I in general don't like knight f6, even because of queen h4. When my bishop on c1 has so many different squares available, it can now go to g5. It can go to f4 as well. Lots of and of course I'm all about
Sorry, I had to.
yeah. Sacrificing a knight g5 and all that. So very appealing for white. I guess g6 must be the move instead, because maybe you can make a move here and after bishop g5 go h6 and prepare for the sack. But g6 is more likely. But then bishop h6, at least Jan secures a position for a bishop, which is nice.
Wow. And currently the players are not seated, but they will be back soon. And now it will be Jan's turn to decide whether he wants to place the queen on that central square, provoking some weaknesses. It has been a very interesting opening choice by Ding. His creativity has been on full display in this match so far. We had the London on Sunday. We get the French today. What more could we have asked for? And this is what Ding had to say after his win in Game 6.
Actually, today I was very. I'm not sure which opening to play, and the last time I decided to go for this London system. So the line occurred in the game. He played bishop f5 was out of my preparation, so I just tried to keep the position as not so forced and keep some possibility to play for a win. And I think it turned out to be quite well.
And of course, Ding has been a beast on the board and a total gentleman off it. We see there a tweet by Mike Kleins, wins the World Championship game and then holds the door open for his mom. I have to say, it has also, we've seen this very emotional side of the players so far in the tournament, Anish, with the hugs between Richard and Ding opening the door. We've seen him in the interviews. This is also a very new aspect, which makes this World Championship so emotion evoking.
Yeah, no, I think Ding gets a little too much credit. He didn't really hold the door. It's an elevator. You just keep the hand like that. It's really easy. If he held the real door, which was like heavy, then it would be a different story. But other than that, no, certainly a very likable personality, and just a sweet guy at the same time, so ambitious and such a fighter, making all these aggressive moves and showing strength of character. I believe that the fact that he was confessing to his worries at the start of the match, it doesn't show a weakness at all. Everybody has these worries, but the fact that you are confident to share them, that is more the sign of strength, sign of confidence. You're not afraid to share what you feel, because I'm absolutely sure Jan feels the same way, and people, we all have our insecurities. So I think a strong character and a great personality there by our champion from China. And I just looked up at the base as well in the break, like to see what happened in the opening. I am surprised, actually. I indeed remembered the game of Jan, but Jan has actually had many games in this line. So I think he didn't prepare for the French at all, to be honest, for the match. Like, he didn't even look at it a little bit. He just played what he played before, which is timid, but also doesn't have a surprise value either. So I think his team just hadn't thought about it at all. Or, well, they thought it was so unlikely that they just told him, just play what you normally play, this 92 thing, and just you'll be fine. But yeah, no, not a good outcome from the opening. Ding, already comfortably equalized according to the computer here. A very comfortable position. Queen e4, g6. The computer, finds black's position very, very fine. Rook comes to d8, pawn to c5. So a big opening success there by Ding, and a reminder, for the future players who are gonna play in the World Championship match. So all of you watching, prepare for all the scenarios, even the French.
And the one certainty you mentioned, Ding's predictability. This is the one thing that you think you can hang your hat on. Okay, we can safely expect e4, e5. Ding has been trying to push the envelope all match long. And yes, 4h3 was not quite a novelty, but an opening surprise that didn't ultimately turn out that well. But I think what's lost in our over-reliance on the results is the fact that even 4h3 actually gave Ding quite a good position. Right? That game didn't go south because of h3. It went south because he decided to take the knight on f6 instead of taking on c5, which would have yielded a very pleasant position. So thus far, Ding's decision to essentially fight his essential his predictability and become unpredictable has turned out successfully almost every time he's done that. And this comes back to the point I made earlier about not over-relying on the results, right? We have to evaluate an opening choice based on the position that you get in the early middle game, not necessarily the results of the game overall. And of course, the time situation as well. And yet again, just like yesterday, he's got a good time advantage at this point, which is unusual. And he's got a position where he feels comfortable structurally and where Jan might just not be quite as familiar as he'd like to be with the typical plans and ideas, Tanya.
Yeah. That's an interesting point you make there, Daniel, about how you play an opening, and regardless of how it ends, you judge it based on the position that you get, the middle game that you get out of it, rather than the absolute result of the game. But psychologically, that is so difficult to overcome, especially when it's a match situation, because you also know that your opponent is preparing against that surprise. I would be shocked to see Ding employ h3, or for that matter, Jan Nepomniachtchi with the white pieces in the future to employ the bishop c6, the exchange variation of the Spanish, which also he got a good position out of the opening. But definitely there, it's important to keep in mind that you can't just discard an opening based on a result. We've seen great players like Maxime Vacher-Lagrave stick to his knight off regardless of sometimes having bad streaks with the opening. And now finally, Jan Nepomniachtchi decides to step out of the restroom. He's come back to the board. He's having a think on how to proceed. In this one, Queen e4 is the move that we're looking at. Anish, you were talking about the players and their vulnerabilities that we've seen in the press conference, and how that's a sign of strength to be able to talk about that. Jan's been very different in press conferences. He's been very guarded about his emotion. He's been dismissive a lot about the game as well. Sometimes we've seen him shut down to certain questions. Do you think that comes from his experience in 2021 on how to handle the press conferences?
This is the more indeed standard approach. What Jan does is nothing new. I think this is what his predecessors have done as well. I remember the press conferences in the past. Players have always been hiding a lot. There wasn't usually, there wasn't sort of a gentleman agreement that you would share your entire team. So back in the days when Vishy was playing all the matches, at the opening press conference, everybody would announce the team of seconds until suddenly Magnus ended up playing Vishy, and he broke that unwritten rule. And after Vishy told about the entire team, Magnus just said, "No, I'd like to keep my team a secret." And everybody was like, "Oh, is that possible to do that?" And so the bar was set even lower as to how open you're going to be at the press conferences. Also, the team of Magnus have always been extremely secretive about everything, even when it's obvious that something has gone wrong or something has gone right. They would always, keep, pretend that everything is all a big secret and nothing is known. But of course, we can still deduce. We have so many tools. We have the engines. We have our eyes and whatnot to see how the players feel, where the preparation ended, and so we can of course see that also Jan is struggling with the human struggles. He also feels the tension. He also makes mistakes, just like Ding and everybody else. And here he is thinking, because there's a lot to think about. I do expect him to play Queen E4 and Bishop H6, because at least it solves the problem of the C1 bishop. But yeah, definitely a big surprise for Jan. A surprise for everybody as well. I watched different experts, and I also respect very much Daniel Dubov's opinion on these topics. He is one of the best prepared players in the world and very experienced also in the World Championship match situations, being a second of Carlsen. And Dubov himself also said, before the match, when they asked what openings you predict, he said, "I predict Jan to be a bit more clever and Ding to be more direct." And from my experience against Ding, as I mentioned earlier, predictability was one thing you could rely on. You could really rely on Ding to play what he plays. You could rely on him following a very clear-cut logic, very simple logic. And it worked for him. That was the thing. It worked for him before. He's achieved all his results being predictable. So nobody suspected that he would change, but it seems that in this tournament, it's been such an emotional roller coaster for him, and he's been forced out of his comfort zone, and he's a changed man by now, stepping out of his comfort zone more and more until just playing the French in this game, which is almost the extreme. I mean, there's no player in the recent chess history has done something this out of the comfort zone, this unpredictable. So he's completely overstepped the mark, and set a new gold standard for surprise value.
Yeah, and Daniel, that's got so much to do with the uniqueness of playing a World Championship match. It's a match like no other tournament that the players play. And being predictable or having a specific opening approach in other elite events, you can completely change up that strategy for a match. And that's what Ding has shown with his approach against Yan. We're also seeing a very different Ding than what we saw in the first 2 days of the match. He looked a lot more shaky, a lot less confident. And of course, that's got a lot to do with the kind of wins that he's been having to equalize after trailing Yan. Now, Jan Nepomniachtchi yesterday mentioned that it was his worst game in the match. And today we see him slowing down a little bit. He did make a lot of critical bad decisions in game 6, which were played super fast. Some of the fastest moves were the worst ones played, which got him in a lot of trouble. So do you think that is a learning that he's taken and we will be seeing a slower, calmer Jan going forward?
Well, I think Jan has made, the conscious decision to slow down a bit. I mean, he's played slower than usual. He spent about 40 minutes in the first 13 moves. But I think we talked about this a couple of rounds earlier with Anish, the double-sided sword of Jan's fast play. Jan has basically always been a relatively fast player. Really, the only other comparable player, I think, is Vishy Anand, who particularly in the earlier stages of his chess career was very well known for essentially blitzing out entire classical games. He slowed down a little bit later, but he never really had problems with time management. So when this works, it works to perfection. We saw this in Jan's victory with the black pieces. He made some of the most difficult and most critical moves almost instantly, such as the exchange sacrifice and knight c6. Boom, it works to perfection. But of course, when it doesn't work, it looks kind of bad. It looks like he's making critical decisions without putting sufficient thought into them. So it's a really, really tricky situation. And, you just got to trust your gut instinct if you're Jan. But I do agree with the idea that he has consciously slowed down just a smidge in some of these critical moments, such as the move Bishop D3, which maybe earlier in the match he would have played a little bit more quickly. Or maybe he would have blitzed out Bishop A6, and by thinking a little bit longer, he's uncovered a slightly more hidden, but perhaps a little bit more venomous idea of building the battery. Anish, do you think that Jan is, before the game, consciously trying to decide what his time management is going to be, or is he just basically trying to play it by ear?
Yeah, Daniel, it's a very good question you are asking, and I was also wondering about the same thing when you mentioned it. I think some players try to do that. Given what I know about Jan, I think he's the type of player who does not do that. I think his time spending is entirely on a subconscious. I don't think he thinks about it beforehand. You should also realize, as you probably know very well, as well as an experienced player that you are, and Tanya as well, you're surely aware. Sometimes you try to play faster or slower, but by no means do you follow that. More often than not, it's because it's one thing to say, okay, I'll play fast, but then you are like, okay, but G6, Bishop H6, Rook D8, and then and the moves are coming at you, and you're like, okay, I'll play fast, but there is a problem I have to solve here. Like, I want to play fast, but I can't. There's a move. I'm thinking about something. Then so it's really hard to artificially change your time spending. Also, the process of playing chess, that is such a natural process for a top player or for any experienced player for that matter. This is something you've been doing for so long. Of course, you know everything. You've learned lots of lessons. You thought about it all, consciously. But the process of playing, that is something you do automatically. That is, there's not something you double or triple check during the game. You're not thinking, am I thinking enough? Am I double checking, triple checking? The moment you start doing that, this means something is wrong. The moment you are double guessing, triple guessing, and doubting yourself, that means that something is gone. So I don't think Jan has taken a conscious decision to slow down. Probably the position just provoked him to think. It's a new position for him, and for certain things were worth his attention. And maybe also it's a sign of a little bit lowered confidence. Maybe he is a bit slower because he lost some confidence. Oh, Ding plays Knight F6 though. That is a surprise for me.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, some really nice insights there by you, Anish, on just the kind of approach players have while playing. And it doesn't matter what you come to the board thinking before, it's often the position on the board that dictates the path. And this was a path that we were not expecting. After the checkmate in one threat by Jan Nepomniachtchi, we were talking about the G pawn advancing forward to G6, blocking that a battery. And instead, he falls back with the knight. So defending the pawn, also attacking the queen. We've been looking at two options. With Jan Nepomniachtchi, could sidestep, go to h4, definitely a more aggressive one, keep the queens on the board, build up the pressure, or maybe the move bishop f4, hitting the queen, offering a queen trade going into the endgame. And look at Jan. He's also slightly surprised by the move that Ding chose right now.
Yeah. I mean, I'm actually very curious what exactly Ding has in his pocket against Queen H4, because the way we were looking at these lines and the speed with which White's pieces come out and create threats against Black's king, the biggest question for me is why? Like, what exactly is appealing to Ding in the position after Queen H4? He must have something specific in mind. Maybe he's tried to find a way to make C5 work. But unless he has a tactical and dynamic response prepared after Queen H4, then I'd be very surprised. And I think Jan is as well. You can see it by the way that he's contorting his face, and he's already pushed the queen to the side. Jan is calling Ding's bluff, and we're about to find out what he has in store for us.
Anish, this is a big moment in the match. Knight f6 takes everyone by surprise, Jan as well, and he immediately, barely in about a minute or minute and a half, makes the move queen h4, keeps the queens on the board, keeps the pressure on. h7 is loose, it is a target. And now, what was in Ding's mind with this knight retreat when he could have just blocked it out with a battery? To me, it looks like this is the start of a very, very fascinating middle game that we're about to see.
Yes, indeed. I think I understand what he wants to play. I think he wants to play rook fd8, and after bishop g5, h6, bishop h6, he can take on d3 and on or first on h6 and then on d3. So I don't think the attack will be dangerous for white. But after rook d8, I think white can start with bishop f4, just developing the bishop.
Make the moves.
Yeah, no, I guess rook f8. I'm not sure. Oh, the bar didn't like it, but I thought that was the idea. Yeah, but I don't find the position comfortable at all. I don't. Yeah, I honestly don't understand what purpose knight f6 serves. Of course, Jan plays queen h4 quickly. He senses the opportunity. He wants to put the pressure. Bishop f4. You mentioned. I think it hasn't occurred to him. This was a very creative idea. I don't think that was that occurred to him. I think his idea was to swing the queen across. And yeah, I mean, maybe okay. c5 is the most natural move. So maybe c5, bishop g5, h6. Bishop h6 is not working here because maybe something here is strong for black. Maybe you just take, and after queen h6 you have knight e4 comes to mind. What else comes to mind? Bishop e4 comes. Bishop will probably lose some material somewhere.
Maybe now you could try rook fd8
and then sack. Yeah,
but I like your move knight e4 as well.
Yeah, maybe the sacrifice is not dangerous, simply. That's maybe not dangerous. But even if the sack is not dangerous, well, I have options with white, so don't I? Some bishop f4, perhaps.
Do you want to induce h6 and then drop back to f4, or are you thinking immediately go bishop f4?
I assumed immediately is a better move order. Because I can always go bishop g5, h6, and then take if I want that. Well, I think probably Ding is hoping that this works out, but the stuff is a little suspect. I just don't see why, because I thought g6 was sort of a lot more safe in that sense. And after g6, also the queen on e4 would be misplaced significantly, and after c5 it would have come under attack. Now the queen found a very nice position on h4. It's sitting there very nicely. But again, from a long-term perspective, black is doing okay because the bishop is on b7 is very pretty. And if there are no direct bishop takes h6 tactics, I could easily see black having a fine position. If black gets, for example, the move h6, already there is there's idea of knight d5 chasing the queen, and white's sort of only sensible way to make something of it is bishop h6. Well, the problem is that the bishop h6 could also be great. So yeah, it's a very concrete position. But I wouldn't, with black, I wouldn't dare take all these risks where you can just play g6. I wouldn't dare simply. I just wouldn't dare. I don't see why.
Wow. Yeah. It does feel like a little something for Jan, and surprisingly, after making the move knight f6, queen h4 is definitely something you have to take into account, and then Ding goes into another thing. Perhaps feeling a little uncomfortable with what he's allowed. It may not be much, but it does give Jan that push, that edge that Nepo loves. He loves it, right? He loves to try to be the one who will be creating an attack on the king side. The line that I really want to check and deep dive into is the sacrifice that you both have been talking about. After the move h6, stopping a piece arriving from g5, because it's clear. Jan has one idea. He will either put the bishop first to f4, hit that queen, but eventually that bishop will land on g5. And then that can be a lot of trouble for black on the king's side. Now, after h6, exactly how dangerous is the sacrifice on h6? Daniel, it was your instinct to go for it immediately. So take over this attack. How would you finish this off in a bullet game?
Oh, man, these types of sacks bring a smile to my face. I would say it would be a great crime against humanity not to take on h6 here. But the main idea is that you're going to bring the knight in, as far as I understand, into g5. And to show how dangerous this is, let's make a random move. For black, let's say black plays c5. You contribute to the attack with knight g5, and the game is simply over because white threatens bishop h7. That's a quick checkmate. And if black tries to open up an escape square for the king, well, that just doesn't help. Here, bishop h7 leads to forced mate. If black takes, then, of course, queen takes h7 and f7 is mate. And if the king slides over to h8, then knight takes f7 immediately as checkmate. So white only has 3 pieces involved in the attack. The rooks are not playing a role, and yet the combination of the queen, the knight, and the bishop in this particular set of circumstances is sufficient. If black is able to eliminate even one of these minor pieces, and that harkens back to the line that we were looking at. If it was black to move here, Tanya, that crucial extra tempo would have allowed Black to snap the bishop off the board, and the queen and knight alone are just not able to break Black's defenses. So it's tempo for tempo, but I think the tactics after bishop takes h6 work out in White's favor. Anish, I don't think that Ding is going to touch this with a 10-foot pole.
Yeah, I think the lines we looked at, that they were a little too cooperative. I think Black is even in danger if they win a tempo. So starting with h6 is well, it's too provocative. You should probably make a move, and then after bishop g5, go for h6, and then once you get an extra tempo, it will be less clear. I think the reason Ding is thinking, because obviously he expected queen h4. I think these Jan's facial expressions, they are so aggressive that they made him second guess and doubt himself. Because indeed, now he's much more concerned about the second h6, because he thinks that, well, I thought they're not dangerous. I imagine Ding just planned c5, bishop g5, h6, take everything. Thought, okay, what's the big deal? And then when he saw Jan's face, he was like, okay, did I miss something? Jan realizes the importance of the moment, that the score and all that in the back of his mind, and he has some time, so he is trying to take the time and think, well, why was Jan so excited about it? I didn't think this was dangerous. But Jan's face, and I have to say, Jan's face, Jan is always surprised with your move, but I can tell you, the moment I realized when you should not worry about them is the one time I played Jan in a classical game, and he blundered. He blundered the piece, and so he blundered the piece, and he didn't see my follow-up. I made the follow-up, and then he made that face. And then I realized, oh, he just makes that face when he's surprised. It doesn't mean that it's a pleasant surprise. He was like this, but actually it was his blunder, not mine. And so that's when I realized that, okay, Jan always makes that face when he's surprised. It could be a pleasant surprise, could be an unpleasant surprise. He will make the face, and you just have to play your game. And so Ding is thinking and trying to find the right continuation. For me, I think yes, I also wanted to mention, you can still try to back down and make the move g6 still, anticipating bishop g5 and intending knight d5, but that would be really very, very inconsistent, and I don't recommend it at all. So I'd expect mainly c5 or perhaps rook fd8. In both cases, the idea being that after bishop g5, h6, bishop h6, I gain the tempo, and then I will do something. Especially this move c5 perhaps is the most contributing one to the cause. So after c5, bishop g6, h6, at least then after you take everything, I can play knight e4, perhaps using the fact that my bishop on b7 is now open. Also I have c4. Don't I have c4? Just force c4, just forcing it, dislodging the bishop.
In which position?
So c5, bishop g5, h6, bishop h6, gh, queen h6, and then c4.
White has that perpetual there with queen g5 and queen h6,
always,
and maybe the game ends like that, right? Maybe we have that sort of perpetual. But right now, I mean, it's a big choice for Ding, so it's worth waiting to see what he ends up choosing. But Tanya, move 14, and he's through 45 minutes of thinking time.
Yeah, this is such a critical moment, and Anish, you were talking about Jan's expression. We saw it there, and in the chess world, there are definitely certain players who can be difficult to face like that, especially OTB, especially over the board, because you can see these changes in them, these reactions in them. Hikaru comes to mind. It can sometimes be so overwhelming to play against them across the board, simply because you tend to lose faith in your position, in your own moves. You start doubting stuff. Is that something that Anish, you've ever faced playing these top players, or now you know how and what to believe when?
Well, that was definitely an issue for me, and it remains an issue. But that's why you have to become a better chess player. You have to understand positions better and have the confidence that even though Hikaru made a face, it's him who doesn't understand what's going on and not you. And as you get more experience, these facial expressions, it can also give you more confidence, because if you see Hikaru made a surprised face, and you are absolutely sure in your assessment, then this only benefits you, and you are aware of the fact that Hikaru himself didn't understand what's going on. So it's a double-edged sword. Also, the faces, they can backfire very easily, you have to realize. So you have to imagine a scenario, you make a face, for a couple of moves, you're trying to put up psychological pressure, but 4 moves later, you are going into an endgame pawn down where you have to defend, then it's crystal clear that you are worse. And then the opponent will feel the momentum is changing, and the faces you are making, in hindsight, you just look quite miserable. And the immediate question that both players will have is like, then okay, so you are making all these faces and now you are pawn down in this endgame. What's your point? And you feel quite stupid if you are the one making the faces. So you have to be very careful. As an experienced face maker, I can say you have to be very careful and time your faces very well, because before you know it can backfire. So you better make the face at the right moment. You better make a face when you got something on the board. Otherwise, it will backfire.
Yeah, I always feel the nerves when that happens during the game. But as Anish said it, chat, all we gotta do is become better chess players. Easy task ahead. But right now, of course, it is a tough task ahead for Ding Liren, as he has a big think in this critical moment. An attack is brewing. I'm gonna tell you guys to get your brew, because we're gonna go into a short break and be right back.
International Master Danny Wrench, Chief Chess Officer, back again with more chess terms here for you today. We're going to talk about the passed pawn. The passed pawn must be pushed. You hear it said often, and that's because just about every endgame you see that isn't a blowout often comes down to maybe someone's up one pawn, or maybe even just the first person to create a passed pawn is the person who goes on to win that game. We're going to talk about what the passed pawn is and define it for you in today's video. Let's do it. What is a passed pawn? A passed pawn is a pawn that has no enemy pawns stopping it from moving forward. That means pawns either on the file in which it resides or on the adjacent files that would therefore capture the pawn should it advance. So if a pawn has none of those things stopping its way, then it's time to push them, baby, as our boy Yasser would say, and as you hear mentioned on many broadcasts that you would watch on Chess TV. And on that note, as we look at our game examples we like to do, this is taken from Tomaszewski versus Rajabov. Here, White plays the move b5 exclam, which highlights again, it's not how many pawns you have, but who's going to be threatening to get a queen first. After Black takes it, White pushes forward with gusto, and because the rook can't blockade the pawn due to the light square bishop, this game is already over. Black is going to have to sacrifice the bishop for the pawn on b6, and White would simply be up a minor piece. Note that after the first move b5, should a takes b5 have been played, White would have pushed this pawn and then trapped the rook on a7, showing the power of the passed pawn. As with it protecting the bishop, this rook is completely out of the game, and White would easily go on to win, picking up pawns and just flexing the rook's muscles over the bishop for the rest of the game. So here we see a passed pawn being used as a weapon to just cramp down and trap all of your enemy pieces. So this has been another Chess Terms video. Hope you enjoyed it. Hope you're enjoying all of them. And with that, I will sign off, hoping that you learned something about what a passed pawn is, and we'll see you around on chess.com.
This is the 14th move of Game 7 in the World Championship match between Jan Nepomniachtchi and Ding Liren. Ding is in a think at a very critical moment. After the last few moves, Jan Nepomniachtchi has managed to create some threats, some pressure. And definitely we can see there Ding feeling the heat. He needs to be critical at the moment. He has decided to start Game 7 with the French. We've seen some very fascinating opening ideas and approach by Ding in the match. And of course, that has a lot to do with the players' teams, their team of seconds, their trainers who influence them to decide the kind of opening approach that they have. Well, there is another very special player who is currently in Astana. It is the 4-time women's world champion Hou Yifan. And Mike Klein got up with Yifan to find out what she's doing in Astana.
Thanks, guys. We are here with 4-time women's world champion Grandmaster Hou Yifan. And the first thing we have to know is, were you one of the friends that Ding Liren called after round 2 when he wanted to improve his mentality?
I believe this is the secret of his team. So, it's during the match. So I thought it would be good if I do not reveal anything.
But I have to ask, are you on his team? I know you won't say yes even if you are, but I'm asking anyway.
If you're talking about the series of preparation, no.
Okay, fair enough. Now, he has actually been very open about his mentality and other things. Are you surprised at the press conferences that you've seen from him?
Well, to be honest, a little bit, because in my impression, I thought he's a player with fair emotions somehow. But I can understand, imagine such a player to play a very important tournament the first time and also actually in China we have a lot of chess fans who are supporting him, so I could feel that he might have such a pressure, to deal with.
All right, so there we go. We've got a lot of women's world champions, but we're here with the number 1 4-time women's world champion Grandmaster Hou Yifan. Now back to you guys in the studio.
Thanks, Mike. Wow, that was a fantastic interview there. Really shows the kind of atmosphere that is going on. And we've been talking about teams for the players, the secrecy that's important. What stood out for me was how Yifan said, well, if you mean preparation, then no. Anish, what did you make of that and this whole secrecy surrounding the team of players?
Yeah, no, that's one of the traditions of the World Championship matches, to have a big team of supporters, seconds, cook or particular food, because sometimes I can imagine, for example, for Ding, Chinese food, at least the ones that I've the restaurants I've been to in China when I was there, it's very different from the food you expect in many countries. I guess Kazakhstan, they could have something to offer as well, since they're not too far. Maybe there is some Chinese influence there as well. But the food, the massage, like all sorts of psychological support as well. You could have friends, relatives. You could also have professionals. There are some professional psychologists, sport psychologists. They could guide you sometimes. So both players, at a match like that, always have some teams. You in history, you had cases. In Korchnoi cases, they also had, he had this match with Karpov. There was a lots of intrigue there. They also had some political tensions, and I think at some point there was this stories of they were bringing these mentalists, the guys who are sitting there hypnotizing each other. Korchnoi was wearing this famous picture of Korchnoi with glasses, trying to not get influenced by this hypnosis. So lots of things to talk about when it comes to teams. I think it's also a treat that we had Hou Yifan show up at the broadcast. These days she's not visiting chess events this often. At some point she has gone into the university life, and now she seems to be back to chess, and that's really a treat. She's a legendary player herself, a women's world champion, and I've played a lot of games with her in the top tournaments. It was always challenging. I've lost some. She's a great player, and really happy to see her here. But okay, she is not taking part in Ding's team. I think she was never I don't recall her being very passionate about opening preparation. Of course, she did the due diligence as a player. She was reasonably well prepared, but from what I recollect, it was never her favorite aspect. So I'm not surprised that she doesn't join. You know, the well, the also I assume she's quite busy. I guess her life is filled with all sorts of challenges, and well, I'm not sure. Yes, that I would consider her to be a likely candidate for Ding's team, but good to see her there for sure.
Yeah, 100%. She's such a legend, four-time women world champion. And she said that if you're talking about preparation, no, for me, it also implied, Anish, that it's so important to have friends and a support system around when you are in this very high tension pressure situation. And who you. Ding mentioned it himself, right? He's had his friends calm him down after game one, game two to regain his confidence back. And we see the Ding that we're used to seeing. I remember in the Dubai World Championship match with Magnus and Jan, there were such different approaches in the kind of the team that the two had at the venue. Jan's team was smaller. It comprised of his trainer, Potkin was there, as well as, a few people who were close to him in his personal life. But it was a very small team. Meanwhile, for Magnus, his whole family was present. There was only Peter Heine Nielsen who was there as a coach, but he had such a big group of people around him which who are not chess players, and for him that seems to work really, really well. Daniel, what do you think, how important, we speak about the group of trainers and seconds who decide the opening moves, who decide the moves on the board, but how important is it to also have this emotional support around in such a big moment with so much pressure on?
Oh, extremely important. C5 has been played. Nepo responds with bishop f4. We'll get to the move in just one moment as the queen is attacked. But I just wanted to quickly add that there is a rich tradition of having an assistant or having at least a team of seconds really since the first days of the World Championship, because it really takes a village to be able to suffer through this level of emotional stress. Even Wilhelm Steinitz, the first world champion, he had an assistant named Potter, who was one of the strongest players in England, who was basically traveling with Steinitz. Paul Morphy, when he traveled to Europe in order to challenge the strongest European players of his day, he went with a guy named Frederick Edge, who handled all of his correspondence, basically cooked his meals, tied his shoes, and did other things that chess players are early known to do. So, you always need at least somebody. Some players, they take a whole village with them. Others, they take one person or one confidant, but you really can't do it alone. And on that note, let's get back to the game. Bishop f4, an instant response, Anish, by Nepo, who is now fully in his element. Is he feeling more confident than ever this game?
Yeah, Jan likes to put the pressure on the clock, of course, especially when he worked out the move or when the move is obvious to him. I think this bishop f4 move indeed is relatively, an easy one, a low-hanging fruit there for Jan, because bishop g5, h6 didn't seem too appealing. I guess that was a draw in best case for white. So bishop f4 first, and now it's on Ding. I think b6 is the most natural square, of course, but you could also make an argument for c6, trying to pin the knight for now, although in the long run, of course, even a move like queen h3 becomes an option. Knight f5 would come with the tempo, so I think queen b6 is the move to make. But then will be a more interesting moment. I think Jan will have to choose between different options. Bishop e5 comes to mind, but then once the bishop is on e5, h6 will feel much more safe. And instead of bishop e5 or bishop g5, there's also a well, bishop takes h7 is a tactic, but I don't think it's a very good one, because after you win that pawn, you will allow bishop takes f3 in the end and queen b2. And well, there's some knight moves: knight e5, knight g5, knight d2. Knight g5 probably met by h6, so probably knight e5 or knight d2 are the ones that make sense. Knight e5 is of course the more natural route forward, but knight d2 keeps the e5 square available for the bishop still, so both have something to say for it. You have to realize the b2 pawn is not hanging because of rook b1, so white can afford to ignore this threat. Oh, now indeed knight d7 is indeed a juicy threat there.
Ugh. This is nasty. This is nasty. Are we sure that queen b6 is the most prudent option? Maybe the queen should stay closer to home base with queen d8.
C8,
Obviously
yeah.
not a good sign, but queen c8, queen d8, I'm not sure what the difference is. But if you do play queen to d8, the one perk of this is that knight e5 could potentially, I thought, be met with a move like queen to d5. And if you can induce the move f3, well, that's a serious weakening move that opens up further possibilities for black. Tanya, what does your intuition say? Where should the queen go?
Well, one thing's for sure, that you don't want to block the attack on the queen with the bishop. Because let's say you were instead to play bishop d6, you'd love a trade of the dark squad bishop, but I think bishop g5 would be super dangerous in this position. Now you're hitting the 8-7 pawn and the f6 knight with a lot of power. So you're asking me a tough question, where should black move the queen? You were talking about the queen d8 retreat. It's not the first move that came to mind, simply because I also felt that this allows white to put a rook on the open D line and start targeting that queen on d8. And you might start feeling a little uncomfortable. Also, it's just so unpleasant to make a retreating move with the queen to d8 where it started from. So I'm going to be surprised if Ding chooses this option. The move queen b6, for me, just felt so much more natural. Yes, these lines with the knight jumping in look very dangerous, but I just still feel that queen b6 is somehow the move that, at least if I was playing blitz, Daniel, that would be the hand move for me in this position. Queen d8, very high class stuff.
We have a gambit suggestion there in chat. They're asking why not take the knight and double the pawns. Nice idea, but I think not at the cost of a queen, because currently the queen is still hanging. So you probably want to take care of that. And of course, once you do, white will no longer allow it. So there was no real time for doubling the pawns, because if you could, you certainly would. But as the queen moves, the knight will also move away. And I think Ding might have underestimated something here.
Queen b6 on the board.
Yeah, the maximalistic approach, sort of the best square for the queen. But after 95, you do have to find a good response. I think I can deal with the threat, Dania, of 97 with the rook coming to d8. But the question I have is whether that's enough. There are also some other threats. There's the bishop takes h7 threat, which is quite looming.
Wow.
Oh, gosh.
And if you're mentioning bishop 8-7, I have to ask you guys, if bishop 8-7 immediately, this is a line you touched upon briefly in your analysis, does black simply capture on 8-7, and then when white picks up the bishop on e7, are you going to destroy the king side? Is that what you're counting on with bishop f3?
Yeah. And then indeed the feature chat suggestion of bishop takes f3 gf will come in very handy. Jan doesn't want to waste his time. He's on our time. Yeah, okay, 95.
Oh, wow, 95 on the board.
Already on the board.
97 is a big threat.
Wow. Huge threat.
Are you seeing, Danya or Tanya, are you guys... you guys are a good team, you know, the Danya or Tanya, a good team there. You guys seeing defense for black? Because I see the bar, also I trust Ding. But the position looks extremely unpleasant to me, and I don't even see how to defend from the basic threats.
I have a crazy idea, and it probably doesn't work, but I'm going to throw it to you guys to refute it. So if I was to make a move like g6, okay, stopping that mating threat, and if my only thing is that if you go knight d7, I'm counting on queen c6. Is that a tactical resource that black can count on, that after knight d7, there is the option to go queen c6? You have to take care of the 8-7 point before.
Yeah, I had that thought as well, but I was worried about other things, like bishop g5 was very, very disturbing. And you don't have a natural way of unpinning. So I was really struggling for a move, but given the fact that the bar is still saying that it's okay, there's probably a move here. But yes, you have to dig deep. So rook d8.
So if you go with this rook,
then
the problem is that I think there's bishop h7, and just to show, the point is that f7 is now hanging. So not only you're down a pawn, but checkmate in 2 is being threatened. This is out of the question. So maybe you go with the other rook to d8 so that the other rook protects f7 in the event of bishop h7. But still, I dislike the look of bishop h7. But maybe there is something here. Anish, knight h7, queen e7, and maybe in this position a move can be found. Maybe queen takes b2, actually.
Yeah, but queen b2 there's rook b1. I'm not a fan of queen b2. I'm thinking maybe something keeping more harmony, maybe knight f6 back, threading knight d5, keeping the threat, threat being stronger than execution, keeping queen b2 in mind. Also, knight f6 threatens rook d to e8, trapping the queen actually.
Yeah, I was thinking like g5 or something like that in order to set up rook to e8, but I couldn't quite put my finger on it. But I like the look of knight f6. It's a very calm move, and it sets up a bunch of different threats.
Can you start attacking the c5 pawn now? I don't want to go knight c4 again because of queen c6, but maybe just fall back with the bishop and start hitting the c5 pawn.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's sensible. That's sensible. But well, one good thing for black is that at least the immediate dangers have been averted. The damage has been limited. We lost a pawn, but with black to move here, there might be resources. The queen is okay. It's unpleasant, annoying on e7, but it's also almost trapped. So that's there. Bishop, I have a strong bishop, and knight d5 is always a move. So I feel like there is a potential here for black to have tricks, even in the move like knight d5. And yeah, it's not clear, but queen c5 probably. But is rook a8 the only way? Just to rule out, is h6 out of the question entirely? Just to rule it out in the position we have at the board. Yeah, just is h6 losing on the spot?
Ooh.
Bishop h6, yeah.
Bishop h6. And
just
we get a version. Well, GH, we should just finish the line. I think now you just play queen takes h6 probably. And again, knight d7, knight g4, just too many threats on the king side. This is like the ideal setup. And the queen on b6 is just so misplaced here. It's just not contributing to the defense at all. So I actually think rook d8 might be the only move. And man, 55 minutes now for Ding. Another thing we haven't been talking about. Wait a second. He doesn't have a second. He's got 55 minutes. He's used over half his time, and he's got the most committal and most difficult decision awaiting him right now.
Yeah, and after rook a8, just to be sure, that doesn't white have something even more dangerous than bishop h7? Something more bishop g5, knight g4 related, let's say?
So let's try knight g4 first. It feels like black has to have a defense. Maybe, no, bishop e4 doesn't work because the bishop hangs in the end. Huh.
Can you take on d3 and try and make something out of a jump with the knight?
I was thinking about the sack as well, but I was not sure after cd3 if you have enough compensation. But I was indeed looking at the sack also.
Same. Maybe queen c6 there? No, then queen h3.
I mean, you should not dismiss the move h6 always, because maybe at some point it's not going to be a checkmate after you sack on h6. But yeah, it could be a checkmate here as well, of course. Knight h6 and bishop h6.
Yeah, good luck finding a move here.
No, there's probably some move, because the bar is also not like saying it's all over. But these are serious questions that you have to answer in a practical game. It's really not easy. I mean, it's not obvious, and you don't know if there is a solution here. I am really puzzled by the decision to go knight f6, and I wonder what exactly did Ding miss, because this feels like danger. It felt dangerous, and this bishop d3, queen h4, bishop g5 kind of theme is so basic. But I guess maybe Ding missed bishop f4 knight e5 idea from afar. I guess he was actually counting on bishop g5 when he can then just go h6. The bishop f4 knight e5, that's probably something he missed. So it is really strange that he didn't get alarm bells going earlier. And maybe he has seen the defense all the way through and he knows that this is okay, but I really doubt so. I think there are so many difficulties here for black. You don't really end up here on purpose. You're not even sure you're okay here. And Ding is indeed, his hands wrapped around his head. He's in deep thought because he has to solve some serious problems here.
Wow. And it's almost a 7-minute think that Ding is on. A very critical moment. And it looks like rook d8 might be the only move to keep the balance in the position. And then you have to try to navigate all these variations with the knight jumping back, hitting on h7. How do you counter it? Not an easy moment for Ding. We saw Jan Nepomniachtchi there around his restroom, taking a bit of walk. Anish, you probably know these two players. the best here. What do you think is going on in Yan's mind right now? Can he smell the blood? Can he feel that there can be real chances in this game right now?
Yan is a very optimistic player in general. Even when he was giving comments about his last game, you remember he thought that he was all right all the way until he played bishop c2, and then he suggested bishop d3, which is a move that we also looked at with David. And I can tell you that move was an option, but the position was actually close to lost for black. So he is in general always very optimistic, which is good, because in chess I am absolutely certain that it is better to be more optimistic than pessimistic. So this is a huge strength, because when you are optimistic, you are in a better mindset to exploit chances, and chess is all about exploiting chances, both in the offense and in the defense. So Yan, with his optimistic mindset, he's definitely happy here. Even if you are not optimistic, you still see all sorts of threats. Even I would be quite thrilled here, potentially with white. Oh, I would, of course, being a more pessimistic player, I would, still believe that maybe there is something I'm missing, and would not be surprised if there is something. But even I would start getting optimistic. But a player is optimistic by default as Yan. Of course, he's thinking the game is almost over. but he's thinking, okay, I don't know this guy, why he allowed me queen h4. I already made the phase there after queen h4, and now it's knight 95. He probably missed, and now probably he's getting crushed because knight d7 and knight g4 is coming. And he's also thinking, so Yan is thrilled, but Ding should come up with a defense if there is one, and I believe there is one. So if you guys, I do want to still take a look, because I think this is what's going through Ding's mind, and it's very important. We had seen that Ding, by the way, is an incredibly resourceful player. His depth of calculation is remarkable. So if there is a defense, he will likely find it. But let's try and think along with him after rook ad8, which you guys say is the best move. And okay, I assume it is the best move. I'm not sure I see a better one. So let's okay, bishop h7. Let's say, okay, I will have there something. I have some compensation. This I trust. But let's see this knight to g4 move. Let's see knight g4, because here you have to show me the money. You understand?
Okay, I'm gonna try showing you the money. I want to sacrifice the rook on d3. I feel like that has to be the first line we check.
Sack me the rook. Okay, I take it. I take it. And now
this is the critical position. Yeah.
This is now the money move, please.
Where is
Daniel? I was going to go for a knight jump, but please help me here fight Anish's attack. I was thinking about knight d5, hitting the queen, hitting the bishop. Is there something better that you see?
Knight d5 is very logical, I think, from a conceptual standpoint. I would add one thing, which is that we shouldn't assume that black necessarily has to win the material back. I think one type of sequence that can be very hard to find is one that involves essentially garnering full compensation for the sacrificed exchange, whereas a human might assume that, okay, this has to be something where we win the exchange back. Here, white has two moves. There's bishop to g5, blocking the attack. Apparently, there's something mortally wrong with this move.
Just f6, f5. Just
f6 and
f5.
f5.
Yeah.
Very, very nice. The bishop drops back, and bang! Bishop is defended. The knight is going to be lost, which means that after knight d5, white has to drop the queen back and protect the bishop, and we need another money move here.
Daniel, that was a beautiful line that you and Anish just said, with refuting bishop g5, because in my head, that was the big problem, but f6, f5 actually just turns the table around immediately. So queen g3 is the only move here.
And I want to add...
Go ahead.
No, I just wanted to mention that I no longer have any pretensions for attack. Attack is of course gone once you capture the bishop. Now I'm just hoping to sit it out, being up in exchange. So at this point, I don't like white's position in a sense that my pieces are no longer active. Without light square bishop, I have zero attack. But at the same time, I am up in exchange. You don't have a pawn just yet. So I do think that black still has to find a couple of good moves here. Even just capturing the bishop, okay, you will get a bishop pair. Bishop pair is huge. But still, you need some moves, and I think Danya, you were finding something with queen f6, weren't you?
Man, I'm tempted by this idea that I'm trying to work out, but I just realized there's a little flaw. I was trying to make f5 work in this position, and my idea was that after f5,
95.
Okay, the bar does not hate it. Yeah, 95 is the problem, because if white drops back to e3 here, I think after the trade, black has this move g5, and suddenly The queen runs into some problems, but now I realize the queen also has the lateral escape square. So I feel like these types of positions, black has some compensation, but it's clearly insufficient. So perhaps there is a more concrete way to develop compensation in this position. And probably this is what Ding has in his head as he grabs a pawn and starts fiddling with it. What could it be?
He should. This is a secondary question. I believe once we get there, we get there. But first, in the starting position that we have, I think this is Ding's only option anyway. At least there is some activity here for the exchange. Maybe there is some compensation. Maybe not enough. But I don't think that there is a better option. So I think Ding should go rook d8. He should go rook d3 and knight d5. And then after queen g3, if we get the position on the board, he should think later. Right now, I think he should make a move.
Anish, how critical is it for Ding to find rook d8? You're saying it's the best defensive move, but is it the only defensive move here? Will Ding be just in big trouble if he makes any other move apart from rook d8?
He cannot make another move. There is just no other move that you can possibly make. So he will make rook a8. I mean, I just don't see how to say. You cannot convince yourself to play a move other than rook d8. All other moves, they also look bad, like very quickly. So Ding is basically essentially wasting his time right now, trying to oversee the consequences of what's about to come. He's been doing it before. He likes to see a little further ahead. He likes to be prepared for what's about to come before he makes his move. This is something that is fundamentally different between him and Jan. Jan, if he likes a move, he sort of makes it. He feels it's the right move, and he thinks, okay, we'll see what happens. So he didn't see everything after 95 to the end, not at all. But he saw that this is the direction I want to take, and afterwards we'll see. And Ding is very different. He understands, of course, that he already seen all the moves. I mean, there are two moves here: rook d8 and rook fd8, and rook a8, and rook fd8 is bishop h7. So there's nothing to see. But he already sees rook a8 is what he'll play. But he's trying to still see ahead to have no surprises, because it's very unpleasant. You make a move, you miss the opponent's response. It's very unpleasant. And he wants to avoid these shocks. He wants to be prepared mentally for what's about to come. And he's taking his time. But essentially, maybe there is an alternative, but I just right now don't see one. I just don't see a candidate move that makes sense.
Nope.
And Daniel, as you were pointing out, so some of the moves that might come into our mind, g6 runs into bishop g5. Quite a deadly move, hitting the knight, hitting that bishop. You pointed out the drawback of moving the f rook to the d line. It weakens the f7 pawn. The f7 pawn will be super tender once the bishop on e7 is grabbed. Ding there, he's kind of reaching out for a move, but then he holds back. It's like he's double checking. He's double checking the sacrifices and the answering attack that we're seeing. But this feels like a very long thing, especially because big critical questions will come on later on in the game.
Yeah, and something about... go ahead, Anish.
No, sorry, I want just to point out that, of course, it is not the right approach to waste your time in this way, because as you mentioned, Tanya, it will come in handy. And I think that this is... you can get away with it, and Ding has been getting away with it in multiple games. But in general, there's no need to waste the time. So Ding should just trust himself a little more and just make the move a little bit faster.
Yeah, you can see that that hesitation in him. It's like he wants to make the move, but then he withdraws his hand every time. That's happened a couple of times now. But it is a critical moment. It is a difficult decision from him. We've seen this narrative over and over again in the match in moves that seem to be the obvious defense. Ding taking a little bit of extra time, that little bit too much time. And will he make a move this time, Daniel? Will we see rook d8? It has to be the A-rook.
I think it has to be that move. And I was just going to quickly add that something about his move knight f6 reminds me of the move in his previous loss where he grabbed Nepo's knight on f5, which was a very logical move on the surface, just as knight f6 is here. Hey, let me avoid weaknesses and let me make a tempo move. But the problem is that it opens up Pandora's box, just as it did in the previous game. But Ding, he uncorks the only way to keep the objective balance. Rook 88 is on the board, but it comes with a major price tag. He's got 43 minutes on the clock. And if Nepo comes to the board and just blitzes out knight to g4, I mean, the biggest trial for Ding is still ahead. He's going to have to uncork the exchange sack, and then he's going to have to find a move in that critical position after queen to g3. And remember, we're sitting in the comfort of our rooms. We can set our temperature what we want it. Ding is sitting there at the board. He knows that tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of eyes are on him, and he's got to find a critical move, potentially down an exchange. This is going to be real tough.
Yeah, and we know Ding watches it when Anish is commentating, so he definitely knows he's got the eyes of the world on him right now, but he does dodge a big bullet with that move rook to d8, but he's definitely used up the clock a lot more than he should have, and now it comes back to Jan Nepomniachtchi. Will he come back and blitz out a move? Anish, what are you expecting? Jan's definitely been calculating and thinking about these lines, while Ding was the one who was on the board. Are you expecting a fast response from Jan here, and will he choose the move knight to g4?
Jan is capable of that for sure. That being said, most other top players would tank here for a while, because it's in a very important moment, and you have to oversee the consequences of the exchange sack. Now, Black is under tremendous pressure. That said, if Black will navigate the complications well, it is a 3-result game. Because if Black finds all the right moves, I mean, I see the bar is there in the middle saying that, okay, it's more or less okay for Black, and it could go either way. But the thing is that at this very moment, it's Black that has to find a bunch of sequences. In both bishop h7, Black has to prove compensation. In knight g4, Black has to prove compensation. And also the move bishop g5, we didn't have a chance to look at it yet. Just want to point it out that move bishop g5 looks playable to me as well, or at least looks like an option to me. So we should also make sure rule out that move. That is not a possibility. Yeah, big moment for Jan. But knowing Jan, he could have already made up his mind, and he could just play quite quickly. Who knows?
Yeah, we've seen him do that time and time again. And I just put so much psychological pressure on Ding to respond. We've seen Ding go into a big think tank on every move after that knight retreat, defending that 8-7 square. So still waiting for Jan Nepomniachtchi to come back to the board. Anish, you mentioned a really interesting possibility. We've been looking at knight g4, but let's do a deep dive, Daniel, in this position after bishop g5. A huge threat, capture the knight, mate in one. How do you see this going forward?
I was initially worried about rook to d4 here, but upon closer inspection, I realized that the queen can drop back to h3. So if we play the move rook d4, I'm trying to induce f4. Then maybe c4 opens up a line of fire to white's king, but after queen h3, I was trying to calculate bishop e4, but there might be some sort of knight fork on d7 at the end of the line. So the line I was looking at is bishop e4, and you can see it loses because bishop takes e4. This is really pretty geometry. All of a sudden, you don't think anything's going to happen in the center. You think, I can breathe a sigh of relief. I'm safe. No, whoop, knight d7. And goodbye. See you later, rook on f8. And okay, that did not roll off the tongue.
No, it was
You're a hater.
Yeah, exactly. So bishop e4 is not going to cut it. Anish, Evalbard liked rook d4. Do we see a defensive move here?
You know, Dania, I keep coming back to the move h6 because your attacking instincts always tell you that bishop takes h6 is checkmate. But for me, it's never obvious. I think that after h6, bishop h6, sometimes it can very well be not a checkmate because you don't even have a clear-cut threat other than perpetual. And I think you will need to lift your rook via e1 to e3 to actually do some damage. And that takes some time. So in the meantime, maybe I have some defensive possibilities. So I do easily imagine here that after h6, bishop h6, gh, queen h6, Black has a defense. I have lots of options. I can maybe, this move c4 comes to mind always. Okay, sacking also, of course, possibility, and some other move bringing the queen closer to action. Lots of options I feel for Black here. Of course, very, very dangerous, but by no means lost. And, as we know from many such examples, these kind of positions, just because you are attacking, just because you sack, doesn't mean that you win. Sometimes it means that, it's only enough for preparation. Sometimes not even that. It doesn't mean that the side attacking necessarily has to win the game. It means the side attacking, it has temporarily more fun. But if you defend well, things can turn around. And if you've given up some material, you're also risking to lose the game if the side, defending will be able to defend. So not sure about all that. And Jan is thinking, I suspect he's thinking in his resting area. He likes to think there as well, because actually he does indeed have a very, very important choice to make here. And it's a very difficult choice because all of these moves look interesting, and it's very hard to oversee the consequences here. Knight g4 is the greediest approach, but after knight g4 takes knight d5, queen g3, it's clear that you lost the harmony. You won an exchange, but you lost a lot of harmony. And players who want to keep the initiative more prone to go bishop g5. Bishop h7 is sort of a middle way. It's also grabbing some material. Yeah, it's an extremely important moment here, and right now we'll be watching crucial moments of this match, as anything is possible here.
Yeah, and I would just add, Tanya, I want to know your opinion, but we don't have to analyze. I would add that White doesn't necessarily have to make either of those moves either. White could make a general accumulating move like rook f to e1, preparing a rook lift, because I asked myself, well, what is Black's next move in this position? And Black has no direct threat, right? You can't move the knight because you either drop the bishop or blunder checkmate. You can't take on b2 because of rook a b1. So a move like rook fe1 or rook a d1 is also in the mix. Particularly, these kinds of moves can be effective when the opponent doesn't have a lot of time, because they're what I would call open-ended moves, right? They toss the ball right back into Black's court. Tanya, what do you think we're going to see as Nepo sits back down at the board?
Yeah, I love it. I love the idea of just bringing all your pieces into the attack, keeping all these threats exactly as they are, and just forcing Ding to have another long thing. A move like rook to d1, keeping the ideas of the knight jumping back or the sack on h7 will be big pressure. What I'm most interested to see is how quickly Nepo does take a decision here, because that will also tell us exactly how much time he's been spending thinking about this moment, while Ding was the one having the long think. Right now, Nepo back, and it's so fascinating how these games just quickly turn around. It started with the French. Looked like Ding was doing absolutely fine out of the opening. Bishop b7, queen b6, doing everything right. And then suddenly here we are in this extremely critical moment where there are big threats, big questions to be answered. Ding also low on the clock. And suddenly we've got a game on our hands, and it could go either way right now. I like the idea of bringing the rook onto the attack, as you mentioned, rook d1. But if it was my game, I'm going to be honest, I would go for bishop h7, pick up that pawn.
Yeah, I think it's a fascinating position, Tanya. I think if you show this position to like 10 different strong players, they would all have a different opinion, because this is so stylistic here. The greedy players would go knight g4 because this is where you win an exchange. Players, who are not so much into exchange sacks but prefer to take pawns like you, they would take on h7. The attacking guys will go for bishop g5 because it's the most direct move where you can sacrifice something. Those who are more cunning and devious, like Danya, they even came up with bringing the rooks. And I believe there's not one move that's better, but this is a fascinating stylistic choice. Yeah. And it's also a big question whether you think about all these moves forever, like I could totally see myself doing, or whether you are going to take a snappy decision like Jan. And Jan is about to take a decision, judging from his body language. Really, very, very fascinating position in itself.
Big moment. And Anish, where are you on this spectrum? Which decision would you make with white here?
Well, I'm definitely on the spectrum. The question is where I am, and that's a good one. So I think I'm. It's hard. Like the
rookie one.
The bar has influenced me. The bar has influenced me. If I didn't have the bar, I think I could not trust you on knight g4. Like this was the first move that came to mind. I might not trust you on that compensation for the exchange, because after knight g4 takes knight d5, queen g3. I mean, I understand you have options, but it is a full exchange. I don't know. The greedy in me likes knight g4. I'm not a particularly greedy player, but when it's an exchange for nothing, I don't know. It's an exchange for nothing. So knight g4 maybe, because after bishop h7, I do feel compensation. Knight h7, knight f6 back. I don't like the queen there. I see all sorts of knight d5 jumps. I trust that a little bit less. I would be okay to take on h7, of course. But the thing is that I guess if I was playing this game, I would start by asking myself, what is Black playing after knight g4? Because if I don't find the answer, then that for me is the money move.
Knight g4. Wow. And we're struggling to find a response other than the exchange sack there, no, Daniel? Rook d3 looks like the most natural response.
And weirdly, it is, and we were focused at first on the position after, rook d3. I'll make the moves on the board really quickly because this is one of the critical positions that we started with. And the question that we posed ourselves, we refuted bishop g5. We thought queen g3 is forced. Does black have a concrete way to generate clear compensation? And we didn't find anything too satisfactory, but just my intuition somehow seems to say that black is doing fine here. The idea of h5 came to my mind. We don't have to investigate it deeply, but I just wanted to add, maybe I'm pushing my agenda too intensely, but the more I look at the position after rook a d8, the more I'm reminded of these like old positions that I used to get from my coach, where, there's like 3 or 4 attacking options, but the solution is always to make this nonchalant, slow move like rook e1 and basically build up the attack. And it would always be a trick question because I would spend so much time calculating the tactical moves. And, Dvoretsky in particular, which is a name that breathes a lot of terror into the hearts and minds of grandmasters. He loves these types of positions where the move is like the ultimate anti-climax, especially once again, passing the torch back to Ding and forcing him to burn more clock to figure out a defensive approach. So if I had to vote for a move, I'd vote rook fe1 with knight g4 a very close second, because as Abraham Lincoln famously said, an extra exchange is an extra exchange.
And we've seen so many of these exchange sacrifices in this match with some big results. So there's no doubt if knight g4 happens, Ding will sack that exchange on d3. And very deviously pointed out, as you mentioned, Anish, by Daniel, that you can just make a move like rook e1, a small little move in this position, in a blitz, that's a guaranteed flag, right? Because your opponent now suddenly has to recalculate, has to rethink each of these tactical sacrifices, but your rook is also joining the attack. Scary stuff.
Yeah, I certainly like this idea. I wonder how long it would take me to come to eventually get around that, because indeed all these tempting options, they somehow lure you. They lure you into the directions where they're heading, and somehow you might just not realize while you're busy investigating all these options. But Jan is a tremendous player. My hand. I also had the instinct to take the a rook rather than the f rook, because especially after queen b2, like you don't want the rook to hang on a1, and you also want to protect the f2 square just somehow in case. I like that rook a1, especially as I do the rook lift rook e3. Then queen b2 is no longer gonna come with the tempo. So rook a1 I like. A cool decision by Jan, also played obviously reasonably quickly, and it's nice. Now Ding has a really difficult task cut out for him, because he was just calculating all these concrete moves. Because I know Ding, he's a very concrete player. He was worried about bishop h7 and knight g4 and bishop g5. He was thinking about all these moves, and he probably convinced himself that everything is fine. But now came rook e1, and well, I would be surprised if Ding had anticipated that.
There's a clear threat, right? You want to also have a rook left. Rook can come to e3 and join the attack on the king side, and things can start getting super tricky for black here. Expecting another long think by Ding there. Very interesting how Nepo chose the path that Danya, you pointed out, just keeping things super tricky and super complicated.
Yeah, and I now that I look at rook a1, it does look a lot more natural to me than rook fe1. Even though I understand that, again, the engine apparently doesn't quite agree, but keeping the rook on f1 just ensures that your king's going to be a little bit safer. F2 is going to be protected. And as Anish pointed out, queen takes b2 is just as impossible as it would be after rook fe1, because simply the rook travels back to b1 and skewers the bishop. But this is Jan in his element. He has still played this move so much faster than I think most top GMs. I could see somebody spending 45 minutes there easily on a move for white, but Jan trusts his instincts. And we talked about the double-sided nature of his fast play. I think this is the positive, right? This is where his fast play is what has made him a world champion contender and someone who is essentially unplayable when he's in good form. Anish, am I exaggerating, or do you think the black is in fact, practically speaking, in serious trouble here on the clock and on the board?
Well, yeah, and we have the luxury of having the evaluation here. So again, I can only say that if Ding finds the right move, it will be a 3-result game. But if we are to, to judge position by a glance, well, all the same threats have been kept. My instinct is to somehow calculate the move rook d4. This move rook d4 screams at me, but I'm wondering after c3 whether I can follow up with something good. I could second exchange there on d3 and hope for bishop a6 and try to somehow regain that stuff. But I am not sure if that works. There's just one very concrete idea, and if it doesn't work, it doesn't work. But well, if it does, it does though. Maybe you'll go rook d1 and queen h3. You'll just defend it twice, maybe. And if not rook d4, then I'm kind of slightly struggling for a reply here. I guess g6 becomes more of an option now that after bishop g5 we have rook d4 again, because before we didn't have this move. And after f4 we have some ideas of c4, opening up the diagonal and setting up tricks. So maybe g6 is a possibility now. Certainly more than a move earlier, but I don't know still if it's good, because after g4 g6 you also have a move like knight g4, more quiet, but no less challenging. Just going for that bishop, yeah. Maybe I have knight d5. Oh, knight d5. You have some bishop e5. Maybe some flashy tactics there.
We gotta show that.
Oh yeah.
Just
rock 'em cowboy. Bishop h4, knight h6 is checkmate. But of course, black does not have to cooperate. F6 is possible.
Or whatever. Yeah, but it's just a pretty idea. It's not just giving ideas, as they say. But
no, absolutely.
But well, g6 is certainly a move now. Well, what else comes to mind? What else? That's the question. I wish the move like c4 would work. It would trying to generate some tricks, but I'm not sure it does. You just take the pawn with the knight, and I guess you will eventually come back with the knight, and you just have gained the pawn. Not sure that does a lot. And other than that, well, it's not easy to suggest a move. Rook fe8 perhaps is an option sometimes. I don't know.
I was thinking about that.
Yeah, but I don't know. Still, some move like knight g4 is still a question.
Or rook e3 maybe.
Yeah, a lot of moves. Or bishop g5. Again, all the same moves are there. All the same moves that's on the move earlier. They're still there. So, well, difficult choice for Ding, and his time situation is not good. And okay, if we to be honest, if we remove the bar from the picture, we have a nice overlay there. We have three of our pretty faces. We have a board, we have Ding, we have the clock, we've got everything there. But if we only remove the bar, situation would look extremely worrying for Ding, if you ask me personally.
Yeah, and as the clock runs low, he's definitely feeling the pressure right now. Some critical moments, critical moves to come up with there. Rook e1, a sneaky move by Yan, keeping everything under control, all the attacking possibilities. What a match this is turning out to be, and what a game 7 this is turning out to be. The players are going for it every single game, maximizing their chances at every opportunity. And chat, if you have been inspired by the play of these two and want a chance to play against them, do you dream of playing in the FIDE Championship? Well, Chess.com is making your dreams come true, kind of. You can now challenge both World Championship contenders in bot form. Ding Liren and Nepomniachtchi bots are available to play right now at chess.com/play/computer. So head over there and let us know if you can beat the bots. Use the command in chat for more info and have a go at these players. Currently, Ding Liren is having a go at this position, trying to defend, and this could determine the result of the game. A big critical moment. We will be right back with the live action from Astana.
I do recommend Meetup to a lot of my friends that are looking for different things. Wine tasting, movies, book club, meet a lot of new people, a lot of new friends, and it will make you more social.
What is a chess dynasty? Unceasing dominance, move after move, again and again and again.
We have a resignation, we have history.
He is the 5-time FIDE World Chess Champion.
But a chess dynasty can also be cruel. It forces most to defer their dreams until next time. If there is a next time.
It's losing.
Oh my god, did he just blow?
Yeah, he did.
I'm blown away. The game is over.
As the chess world turns to Kazakhstan, the Magnus Carlsen dynasty is set to close. The FIDE World Championship is finally up for grabs. For two chess superstars lying in wait, until next time is now. Jan Nepomniachtchi has methodically done what he needed to do to get another shot at the title. The pressure to seize the moment this time rests heavily upon him.
Jan's in his rest area again. Just feels like he doesn't want to come back to the board when he knows he's in trouble. And he knows he's missed something.
Ding Liren knows firsthand what the end of this dynasty means. An unexpected chance to make history. Can China's best turn his good fortune into eternal fame?
You must be total genius.
A beautiful finish from Ding, and the scores are level. Momentum swinging in this match day after day.
The legacy of this championship spans across centuries. It reads from the names of chess giants. For the first time in a decade, a new name will raise the trophy and be etched into chess history. It's the 2023 FIDE World Championship. Whose name will next be called champion?
Ding Liren has to make 22 moves in 35 minutes on the clock. Now 34, a big task ahead of him. This is the halfway mark at the World Championship. This is the Game 7. History is being written in Astana. We see the players at the St. Regis Hotel right now at a very critical moment of Game 7, and to call on the action, I'm your host Tanya Sachdev, alongside everyone's favorite, including his own, Anish Giri, and of course also the one and only Daniel Naroditsky. Anish slightly surprised there.
You mean I'm my own favorite? Is that what you said?
Are you not?
Did you just say I'm my own favorite? No, I just never heard this
I was
sentence.
hoping that you were concentrating on the position, and you just completely missed that.
No, but it is true. I am my own favorite. I just never heard anyone ever say that about anyone, but it's all good. No, I was just looking here. I was looking actually at the position order myself for a change, and I was just trying to understand what is the big deal. Why is Jan so happy? What is the threat, and why did he play Bishop G5 and Queen H3? Like, what's the why?
Yeah. But Anish, I think we've had a couple of moves, and I think we should just back up because this was a line that we were looking at. But let's get up to date on how we got here, because the players did play the exact line that you were calling out with Bishop G5.
Yes, and I thought that the G6 stops Bishop G5 because of the Bishop G5 I have Rook D4. And I felt that, for example, Knight G4 looked much more threatening than Bishop G5. But maybe Jan is hoping for a second wave of his attack here. Currently, I am struggling somewhat to see the... Well, I guess Rook E3 is perhaps his idea. Okay, Black has to make a move as well, so that's the thing. Black has to make a move.
And if you play Rook FD8, I think there might be Knight F7 related tactics, and then Bishop takes F6, so...
Rook FD8 is... Rook of D8, I want to just mention that Rook of D8, of course, is very shaky with the Knight on E5 eyeing the F7 pawn. No, but something much more solid, or something along the lines of Queen C7 or Queen D8, trying to get closer to the king side, protect the bishop, and tend Knight D5. I mean, Knight D5 is really what you want to play, but right now it's is met by Knight D7.
Although so I was looking at that. Sorry, I'm so sorry to cut you off. There is Knight F4 after Knight D7, which should be factored in, but please continue.
Yeah, I didn't see that, obviously. And that makes Knight D5 actually a good candidate move, because then you sort of force simplifications. I was thinking, yeah, the Queen 7, Queen D8 also didn't look too bad, because I didn't see the urgency either. I don't see what white's threat is, as I already said about 10 times. I don't quite see it, so I don't know. What do you think he wants to play here? What is the c3 maybe for now? Maybe c3, kicking the rook back to begin with.
Rook d5 or rook d8. Black has to make
Yeah.
another decision.
Queen h4 is sometimes queen h4 back sometimes is an idea in case of rook d8. I guess rook d5 is most tempting.
Maybe f4.
Yeah, and now f4, and then you still hope for queen h4, but I have options. I have knight h5 move. I some other knight move perhaps also to offer the trade of bishops.
Although knight h5, I think white already has to consider like the double sack on g6. I mean, I feel like it's getting out of control for black, and he's got 30 minutes now, which is why I thought maybe the immediate knight d5 is an attempt to solve black's problems. But the problem is, and Anish, I think I agree with you, if you play knight d5 here, knight d7, knight f4. The point is, if white takes black's queen, black takes white's queen with check and then recaptures the knight. The problem is, after bishop takes f4, rook takes d7, I thought white could just drive the bishop down to e5. And I'll show this one idea and then I'll let you guys continue in the analysis. If black proceeds normally, white, of course, has this beautiful mating construction, which never gets old. Let me just make a random move to show this idea. Of course, queen takes h7, rook h3, and then rook h8 is going to be a very pretty mate. And it sounds like we're just writing a tactics book, but it's actually not that easy for black to stop this idea, just because you don't have sufficient defenders on the king side to do all that much about it. So, Anish, I agree that knight d5 is perhaps a little bit too dangerous, but given the time situation, maybe any clarity in the position, maybe any sort of trade or relief is what Ding desperately needs here. I don't know.
Yeah, and I saw Tanya smile after queen h7, rook h3, but I have to tell you, Tanya, that I'm exposed to this on daily basis. Tanya continuously showing a tactic after tactic. Even when there isn't one, he sets up one. So it's extremely disturbing, but I have to endure it already for many days, so I got used to it by now. But it's your first day, so enjoy. Yeah, the tactic.
He literally made that happen and appear out of nowhere.
Absurd. Absolutely absurd.
It was absolutely crazy. And suddenly there's a rook on h8 checkmating black. But it's really interesting how these ideas do exist. And Anish, I'm going to point out that it was back in move 9 that you had mentioned a potential sacrifice on f7 with a knight on e5, with the e6 being tender. And we're also seeing these kind of tactical ideas appear on the board. So black has to watch out for these tricks. And now I agree with what both of you have been saying, that more trades, the more easier it becomes for black to actually handle the pressure on the king side. So knight d5 looks like a really nice move if there's no immediate repetition to it. Is that what you're expecting Ding to go for? Knight d5, offer the bishop trade, dark squares are weak, just ease out the pressure there.
Well, I have to say, Dania keeps mentioning it, and it indeed is the most relevant factor very soon. The time situation is really dangerous. And now I understand why Jan played bishop g5, queen h3. I don't think that's a particularly threatening continuation. But Jan quite cleverly realized the momentum and the fact that the clock is what's going to matter. He didn't see good follow-up after g6. I don't think he made knight g4, knight d5 work, because I think it maybe didn't. So tricky Jan, he just made a move quickly. And he sent the ball back to Ding's court, feeling his opponent, who really likes to think today, in general as well, but today in particular, Ding really likes to think. I think it's a little disturbing how much time he spent so far, and now again he keeps tanking, and the clock. I mean, 26 minutes in a complicated position with over 20 moves to go. That is likely going to be a main factor. And even if you simplify somewhat with the move knight d5, that position that we were talking about, still lots of tricks, lots of danger to avert. A very, very uncomfortable situation for Ding because of the time.
Yes.
It's going to be a big factor. And we can see our eval bar saying that it's pretty level, but with just 26 minutes and so many moves to be made, this could turn very tricky. Still some critical decisions to be left for black here. Ding, the more he thinks, the more I ask myself, what are the alternatives that he's looking at? Knight d5 is one that we're talking about. Is there something else that holds his attention? Because it's really time to speed up now, to start taking those decisions and making the moves faster, because it's going to get very tricky in just a few moments.
Well, I really don't know if Ding can avoid the temptation of knight d5. If, of course, I mean, we take these things for granted, but it's very easy to just refute knight d5 and then not return to it because knight d7 looks like it's winning. So first of all, you have to see knight f4. But then that resulting position after bishop e5 looks incredibly scary with those dark squares just melting down on the king side. So let's say you refute that. I just want to echo Anisha's point at the start of the game. You know, the 25 minutes before the start of the game seemed like the longest 25 minutes in history. Nepo's sitting in the rest area and he's looking at his watch, and every second is ticking by with agonizing slowness. Right now, these 25 minutes, Ding is looking at the board, looking at his clock. Poof, another 5 minutes. Bang, another 5 minutes disappear off his clock. And a lot of players can relate to this feeling because there's so much to calculate and there's no end in sight. And finally, a move is made, and it is queen c7.
Wow.
Which is apparently the best move. Ding holding the fort for now, but this is just the start.
You know, it's the best move only based on a very difficult follow-up. After c3, rook d5, f4, had a chance to look at the position in more detail. Because after c3, rook d5, f4, it was very difficult for black to come up with a move. And the right response there is pawn sacrifice with c4, which is a really difficult one. And if Ding has that figured out, I'll be very impressed. Because if he isn't, then he'll probably regret this decision. Because knight d5 would at least simplify the position somewhat, and indeed clarity would be most welcome at this point in time. Because now, yes, c3, rook d5, f4 will come, and the tension around the black king is very serious, and you know the pressure, and Ding doesn't know the evaluation of the position. Ding only sees all the dangers. He sees the clock. Of course, if things work out, especially once white has played f4, it could also backfire because you weakened yourself a lot already. You've banked everything on the king side attack, which might not work out. The clock situation is highly relevant in this type of unbalanced positions. And so, yes, I mean, c4, I don't even know. Like bishop c4, I guess rook d2, yeah, is the point.
Rook d2.
Because
and
it's
even
not rook
like
e5.
knight c4 has to be considered, because knight c4 and then try to come back to e5 and stare black in the face and say, thank you for the pawn. What's your follow-up? There's these additional checks, but if you just randomly give a check on c5, that's really bad because now the knight's going to hang and white's king is perfectly happy to tuck itself away on h1. So when I say there's no end in sight, there's really no end in sight to the amount of computer moves that Ding apparently has to find to stay afloat. And Anish, if he doesn't find c4, I think this is the pivotal question.
Knight
How
h5,
bad
yeah?
is it? Knight h5, trying to trade the bishops.
Yeah. That is the move that that was the move that I mentioned. That's the one that Ding likely banks his hopes on. But I'd be worried about everything, starting from bishop h6. When now removing the rook is really welcoming knight f7. So probably you have to play knight g7. But white has a free hand there and might try to build up more pressure.
Yeah, knight g7. Now, a Nepo-like move would be rook e3 or rook f3. I just want to show what happens if black, in fact, moves the rook away to d8. Does white already have a second f7? At least that has to be calculated. Probably not in this exact
D3, yeah.
version.
Rook d3 for now.
Oh, and this is funny because after queen takes e6, this darn bishop on h6 covers the knight's escape square, which would be a double check. So here white would have to be very careful, but white has an abundance of options that Ding would have to calculate. Even a slow move like rook e3, knight g6. I mean, Tanya, Ding might just have to go for something like this and just say, you know what? I'm throwing caution to the wind. Whatever happens, happens. I don't have the time to consider this in any amount of detail.
But right now it's Jan's move, right? And Ding is definitely using this time as well to navigate all these calculations and these lines that we're looking at. But queen c7, that's a very brave move. And we saw the eval bar approve it, say that it keeps everything under control. Not an easy move to make in already a very difficult position. And I just wonder if it's because he perhaps missed this tactical trick of the response to knight d5, knight d7. Because you're really dreaming of trading the pieces. And it's kind of easy to miss that. it's easy to miss the resource that knight could have jumped to f4, taking care of that fork. And instead, we've got queen c7 now on the board. So things getting tougher. Yan currently not on the board, not on his chair, having a think in the restroom. And once again, it will be about how quickly he makes the move, because knowing Yan, he's going to use the clock as a huge tool in this game. Guys.
No, I mean, I think the silence represents how complicated this position is.
Yes.
I just don't have much to say.
Exactly that.
All I have to say is that I really think that Nepo, it would be very consistent with his style to quickly blitz out c3 and f4, because the price of each move for white is not all that high. White's got everything defended, and this might be the most depressing thing about handling the black pieces here, which is that you aren't actually suffering for anything. You're not even up a pawn. With that being said, I don't want to overstate the case, because obviously, yeah, Jan's back. Let's see if he makes a move quickly. It's not like White is playing with a carte blanche. I mean, White's pieces are also suspended in midair. The bishop on b7, which has been an ever-present force since the start of the game, that can be a very strong piece. So it is a double-edged position. Do not get me wrong. And it's easy for Jan to burn a lot of clock here as well. He's under an hour too, and he hasn't even made move 20. But if he finds c3 and f4, he really pushes Ding, I think, to the brink.
With all these moves that you're mentioning, it just feels like for White, these moves are sort of easier to find, while Ding has to find moves like queen c7, calculate tactical resources of saving that. And that's always a way more difficult task to do than what Yan has at hand. Is that fair to say, Anish?
Yeah, and it always feels almost unfair that Ding has less time on the clock, but at the same time, this is not unfair. This is the consequence of how much time you spend so far, and this is the consequence of facing Yan. And you said that Yan can also easily tank, but he won't, and we know that. He won't. He will play quickly. c3, f4 is screaming to be played. Even if he notices c4 and the consequences are unclear, he will nonetheless go for this, leave it to Ding to follow it up. And I am really wondering, in a case like that, given the situation, clock situation, I really want that at some point AI-based software will come out that will give an estimate of how likely the game will end, and that will be our future bar and not the bar we have right now, because I think taking all the factors into account, the complexity of the position, the narrowness of the path Ding has to follow, and the time situation, I would really feel that even though, of course, Ding could potentially win this game, the bar of this game, the bar that represents the likelihood of Jan's winning, it should be on the white side right now, because I think that things are looking good for him, and the fact that the black has so many resources, yeah, it could mean that Ding takes over the initiative, but I find it all very vague and very hard, and yes, I wish, as a Ding's fan, you'd wish for Ding to have much more time and for this to be a more fair fight. But of course, it was fair because Jan was just playing much faster. But now Ding is definitely the one on the defensive.
And it all seems to come down to that knight retreat to f6, right? All this pressure that we're seeing on the board could have completely been avoided had Ding chosen another path to defend with the g-pawn moving forward, which eventually he did, but in worse circumstances. And now here he is having to deal with this. We've been talking about the line with pushing that pawn to c3, hitting that rook. The rook falls back, hits the knight, and then the move f4. And Black has to deal with ideas of the rook coming into attack with bishop c4, e6 being tender, the clock situation. Anish, you made a really nice point how if the AI was a little more practical and more human, we would see the eval bar actually tilt towards Yan, just simply because how difficult the position is from a human perspective to keep under control. But Yan here still having a think. What do you make of that, Daniel? Do you think we're going to see c3, or is there another attacking idea that keeps things under control but keeps Ding from again forces Ding to go into a think and use the clock more, or will he go for a direct line with c3?
Our star producer Bick suggested bishop c4, which I think absolutely has to be considered with ideas like knight f7 and bishop takes c6. So that is definitely circling around Nepo's mind. If I had to make a prediction, I would say c3. And to jump on the AI bandwagon, what would be one way to quantify the difficulty of playing a position where, well, already now you can run a search on Megabase, the largest collection of games assembled. You can run a search based on piece location. So you could basically say, I want all games where white had a bishop on d3, a knight on e5, and a queen on h3, and black had a king on g8. So, this AI could run a search for similar positions or positions as similar as possible. And this is not an uncommon structure. Like, I've seen attacks exactly like this, and then it could measure the results of the players on the defensive side. Let's say white scores 80% against an average rating of 2,600 in similar positions. So it takes Ding's time into account. So I really think there is a future in terms of this quote idea. And
yeah, Daniel, let's co-found this, because I think the approach to build it would be quite simple. You would need to just feed all the games in the base with the timestamps, and that's the beauty of the deep learning, is that it would, by scanning all these games and seeing the outcomes, it would essentially figure out all these patterns on its own. And it would take the clock into account, and it would find out all these patterns on its own. That's the beauty of it. You don't even need to feed it this particular pattern. It would itself know that, because essentially what it does now, it shows it is built to play. What we have is an engine evaluation of an engine that is built to play and to win. But this is not a commentator. This is not a chess commentator. And if you want to ever replace us, you need to build the software that's predicts the outcome of the human game, and that's an entirely different task than building a computer that is built like building a killer machine that is just built to destroy everything that it sees. So the bar should definitely be taken with a grain of salt here. And Jan indeed has all these tempting options. C3 f4 is screaming to be played, but indeed the move you mentioned, this bishop c4 move, that is also potentially one move Jan can make. And okay, there are probably others. You can probably make a slower move if you want. Wait, isn't bishop h6 also a very tempting idea in knight xf7? Isn't that actually obvious?
Oh, I like
it
that.
is.
I think we have to do a deep dive into that
screaming
one.
actually. Bishop h6 is screaming to be played. In fact, this is the most obvious move.
To close the AI type of Anish, we must build that type of AI. Okay, now let's get to bishop h6.
A new business idea, co-founded by Anish Guri and Daniel Naroditsky. I might be a shareholder in that company, but I love it. A way to quantify exactly how difficult a position is to play from the human perspective, not being able to find the best line, the one line that keeps everything under balance. But right now, Nepo needs to find a line that keeps the pressure up. Bishop h6, let's do a deep dive. It's a very direct approach. Starts threatening that f7 tender pawn. How does black counter the attack on the rook?
c4 is a move that exists. Maybe that is a problem.
And if bishop takes f8?
Just bishop f8. I can just take.
F8?
Yeah.
Oh, and you're going to give up the rook for 2 more minor pieces if I play bishop c4?
And I have three light pieces. Yeah, this is wonderful for black, isn't it? The king is now so much safer that I collected all your light pieces. Your rooks are useless.
Amazing position. And queen for 3 pieces is a very common sacrifice. You see 2 rooks for 3 pieces a lot more rarely, but black's king is the happiest it's been all game here. c4 is a great find. And easy to miss, by the way, especially in a blitz game.
But it's kind of it's the kind of move that turns everything around, and it might just be the only one, right? Because if you go for the alternative of trying to save your rook, you might lose on the spot after knight f7 and queen e6 coming in.
Yes, and it's something that Ding had to see when he played queen c7. It's something that Jan discovered now as well. So these are the kind of lines that players calculate that don't even surface, they come to the surface when you analyze with the computer, because the computer already sees that it doesn't work for white. But these are the kind of lines that the players think about. There's a lot more to the position very often than what meets the eye if you follow the AI. But of course, lots of hidden tactics here, lots of things to think about for Jan, because especially Jan, he doesn't like to waste his time. He never does. So if Jan is thinking, it means there is really something to think about.
Yeah, the tension is just at an all-time high. Now, I mentioned that it's easy for Jan to tank, and, not saying he is tanking, but he spent 14 minutes on this move. He's got 48 minutes. I think he's close to making a decision. I can just kind of feel it. But Black's king is just breathing heavily and saying, white pieces, could you please already leave me Elon? All right, I'm done. You guys can take it away now.
So bad. So bad.
Wow.
For 7
Okay,
a.m.,
but Nepomniachtchi-
cut me a little
Oh,
slack,
God.
Tanya.
Oh, God.
You're on my
No,
team,
I loved
right?
it. It was great, Daniel. Okay, so Jan
Forever alone,
Nepomniachtchi,
Daniel,
he's having
forever
a
alone.
think right now. Yeah, he's deciding which path to take. And of course, we've been talking about the clock situation and how tricky that is, and how there are some critical decisions still to be made by Ding, which can be very costly. So he needs to keep control on that. Now, Jan Nepomniachtchi is a player who's so dangerous, not just with his style of play, but also how he handles the clock in pretty much all formats. And not too long ago, Daniel, you spoke to Jan about the difference between classical and rapid play. Let's take a look at what he had to say.
I mean, of course, it's more entertaining to look, I don't know, some 3+0 and flagging each other. But I mean, okay, I think I used to be quite good at this as well, yeah, but back then. And maybe I can also, get back to some of my esports skills, but
Your priorities have shifted.
yeah, absolutely. So, I mean, in terms of enjoyment for me, yeah. So I really find a good classical game, which you not necessarily win, but you have like a big clash. So you like spend, a few hours thinking about something really, really interesting. You try to also get into your opponent's head. So how is he thinking? What is he planning? And when it just happens, everything happens, and in 3 minutes you have the result. Okay, that's quite favorable for our time overall, but I think it, leaves most of the beauty behind the scenes.
Yeah. And then Levon Aronian echoing those thoughts with, I hope the intensity and beauty of this Chess World Championship will remind people that classical chess is quite often far more watchable and exciting than blitz or rapid chess. A chess boom combined with the lack of classical events does not make sense. And guys, I have to say, I completely agree. And I saw Anish's tweet as well on that. He also completely agrees with this sentiment. We've been talking so much about how rapid and blitz is here to stay, and it's sort of becoming this big mainstay in the chess world. But the one thing that this World Championship match has shown us is just how beautiful, how intense, and how watchable a classical match can be. The audience, our viewers, are just glued to this World Championship because of the decisive games, the kind of action that we are seeing here. And classical chess isn't going anywhere, Anish.
Yeah, and the beauty is that when you're watching a classical chess, you can talk about the beauty of classical chess while at the same time talking about the game. Because when you're looking at a rapid game, you can only talk about the rapid game because of the pace it is. It's so fast. So here we can take more time, and philosophize while give the players a chance to go deeper and beyond of what they would usually play. And I wanted to suggest move b3, but I was very shy. Because sometimes there are moves that come to my mind, but I feel like they could be very bad, and I don't want to give away how bad a player I actually am. So I'm like keeping these moves to myself. I'm like, okay, it's probably a horrible move, but just. But yeah, b3 is very slow. It's a preparatory move. Now you prepared bishop h6, but indeed, I was actually thinking of knight d5. Possibly knight h5 is better if Ding played that. But either way, it looks like the direct danger has been averted, and unless there is a strong follow-up, I start thinking that I see black taking over already.
Ooh. What if bishop h6, guys? This is what I was struggling to figure out. I thought maybe knight f4 is this idea, maybe an exchange sack, but I don't know which one exactly.
Knight f4, yeah. What after knight f4?
Let's make the moves on the board for a moment. Bishop h6. If knight f4... Yeah, what is Jan planning here? Because suddenly it looks like black has the initiative.
G3, knight g6.
Queen.
Oh.
G3, knight g2, knight g6.
Oh my goodness, what a
beautiful
tactic.
It's
classical chess at its best, guys.
Bang, and then you recapture the queen with an extra piece. But, not to spoil the party, that was an incredible idea. In this position, can black find some sort of alternative that keeps the status
h4,
quo?
yeah, maybe.
Bishop, yeah. Bishop h4.
Yeah, this starts looking very bad for white.
Bang.
H4, 92.
This is incredible.
You know, Daniel, this is exactly why classical chess is so fascinating, right? We get to look at these depths and these lines, and it reminds me of a tweet that I had earlier on. I think it was today that someone mentioned that classical chess is like it's like a chocolate mousse that you've got the time to really enjoy and take in everything and not just gobble it up really quickly, like is often the case with rapid and blitz. The adrenaline is so high and we all love it, and the action is fast paced. But when it comes to classical, you can truly enjoy the high level chess, the high level moves that the very best in the world play.
And the buildup in games like this is incredible. I honestly think we got jaded from World Championship matches, not assigning any blame here. But I think we're now collectively as a chess community, commentators, spectators, beginners, grandmasters, we're rediscovering what makes a World Championship match absolutely amazing. It's the buildup of tension. It's the multi-layered storylines. You know, the fact that they're playing a World Championship, you know, the buildup as the time dwindles, the fact that there's no increment. Love this time control. So there is a possibility of a time scramble. It's not like time is taken out of the equation. People also have to understand that. And Ding, 23 minutes on the clock for 20 moves. You know, don't tell me that he's not going to feel the burn on the clock. So this is honestly incredible. And I think a lot of people are rediscovering the beauty of classical chess with every move that's being played. I don't think Jan Nepomniachtchi, though, is rediscovering the beauty of his position. He's discovering that Black has a lot more tactical ideas on the king side than he anticipated. Ding says, hey, you thought the king side belongs to you? No, all of the squares belong to me. Anish, is it possible that Jan either missed or very, very seriously underestimated simply the idea of the trade of the dark squared bishops?
Frankly, he's a little drifting at this point. So he was planning something more direct, like c3, f4, probably, or bishop h6, knight f7. Then he discovered that he missed c4, probably. As he discovered that he missed c4, he reacted to it and played b3. And now he realized that he missed a bunch of other things. So this kind of his control of this game is slipping away from him. And well, I think I start liking Black's position more and more. But that said, Jan still has got the time advantage. The position is still even. And my last 2 cents on the topic of classical chess is, I think one other big advantage of a classical chess over the rapid. Not to say that you know it's better, but an advantage that you have as a player in a classical tournament is that it's much more interesting and tempting now to analyze openings much more deeply and follow, you know, come up with some crazy, dangerous, exciting ideas. Because very often in a rapid or blitz game, if you prepare some idea and then your opponent will, you know, will somehow make a mistake or fall into your or into the trap that, you know, you set with the computer preparation, you often need time to realize what it is that you've actually prepared, because, you know, a lot of prep is done with the computer and often you don't even know yourself what is your own point. And so a lot of prep can go to waste. And what you see is that many players, they choose not to prepare. Also, besides having to find the follow-up, often players don't have the time to remember, because often you have so many lines to remember, and sometimes you need to take a 10-minute thought to recollect what you wanted to play. And in the classical game, it's possible. That's why you see, for example, some incredibly deep opening ideas played. For example, in games of Fabiano Caruana, you know, he had, in this match, you didn't see so many deep ones because the players were taking a different approach. But for example, in the games of Fabi, like you can recall that game Fabi against Maxima Shilagra from the candidates, where, you know, he followed some crazy neither of poison pawn variation, where he played some wicked novelty, and then he was able to make sense of that idea and convert it beautifully, just thanks to the fact that he had so much more time. So you can kind of build on the prep, and that's why you see in rapid chess top players they don't do this. They don't show any deep computer prep. Instead, they just play some line and just get some position and play, which on one hand is more creative. On the other hand, you don't get to see the full beauty of the computer generated prep, which is actually in itself, well, it might sound like a negative thing to you, computer generated prep, but for many players it is a, you know, you could also see some beauty there. So that's the last thing I want to say on that topic. But other than that, I think we'll have plenty to talk about in this very position, because lots of variations could happen, and Jan is taking his time because it's really hard to understand what's going on after bishop e3 or bishop h6. and bishop takes e7 would be an admission of you know, of a local defeat, because then you definitely don't have the attacking potential and you'll have to start defending.
Yeah, a big moment. But before we jump to the chess action, Anish, you were talking about prep, so I'm just going to ask you one question around it. Hikaru recently mentioned that he thinks that you are the player currently with the best prep, with the best opening understanding in the world. Would you agree? And then we'll quickly jump over to the move that we're just seeing.
It's a cool move.
It is a cool move.
I watched the video. Yeah, I think Hikaru thought it was me, right? He thought it was. What did he think it was me?
Yes.
Or he thought it was me, right? Yeah,
Yes,
thought
he said
it was
earlier
me.
he would say Fabi, but now he thinks it's you.
He thinks it's me. Yeah. Okay, so he thought it was me. Oh, okay,
Yes.
I don't know. Did you think it was me or? He thought it was me. Okay, no,
see
no.
what
Yeah, I
you're
saw the
doing.
video.
I
No, he
see
said
what
it was
you're
me.
doing.
Yeah, yeah. No, I'm pretty sure. He thought it was me. Yeah. No, I'm a big
Okay,
fan of
so
Hikaru. Big fan. Yesterday, you know, we had a call with you guys just to, you know, to get ready for the broadcast, and we were watching Hikaru's stream. You know, it is hard to resist. He's such a tremendous streamer, and we should value his opinion on various topics, especially when the opinions are positive about me. So I'm very grateful. But I have to say that, you know, opening preparation is a very fleeting. It's a very fleeting factor. It's like you can be well prepared, you know, but then a few months go by and you're no longer well prepared. It's in the moment. It's like, you know, being a good player. You have to always prove it, and you have to continuously keep it up. So, well, I in my last tournaments I've showed some good prep, but it's a continuous process. You have to keep working, and all the top players are working really, really hard, including the players playing in the match. Sometimes players also don't show the full breadth of their knowledge. They choose to go for something offbeat on purpose. For example, Ding against Jan, the previous game, he went for something simple. He wanted to take for the game to take this course. He surely could have played something more concrete, something more preparation based. But sometimes, you know, simply the approach of going for a slow game, it gives you a better winning chance than throwing out a novelty on move 35. So sometimes you maybe have that novelty on move 35, but you choose not to do it. So it's often a question, you know, how much prep can improve your. And okay, we have to discuss the stuff, because f4 was a cool move. And bishop d6 was really not an obvious choice, and a lot of action on the board as 21 minutes on move 22. It's quite something.
Yeah, wow. Big move there, f4, bishop d6. My first question, where's the rook going after c3? I'm looking at all these ideas of trying to get to that rook, because after rook d5, you don't have another move. I could continue putting pressure, perhaps, with bishop c4.
There's also an exchange sock with knight takes f4 and rook takes f4 that he might be banking on. Now Nepo might blitz out c3.
Wow.
Knight f4, rook f4, bishop e5.
Let's make the moves on the board.
Rook d3.
So here,
Okay, that's
knight
crazy.
takes f4, hits the queen, so you have to take. Rook takes.
I don't have
rook
to
takes,
take with the bishop down. Yeah, sorry. I don't have to
you mean
take
in
with
this
bishop.
position?
Take with the rook, yeah.
You could take with a rook. But now
Yeah,
I
so
thought
that
bishop takes e5.
Yeah, then I have to take, I have some, rook e5, you have even queen e5, queen g5.
Oh my gosh, this is crazy. Wait, in this position, does white have some insane tactic? What a position. I'm flummoxed. There's even you have to consider the move bishop takes g6, by the way. And after hg, I think
CD,
you might have
bishop f6.
CD, bishop f4, bishop f6.
Bishop f6.
Oh
Yeah,
my
there's
god, you're right,
unstoppable
yeah,
mate.
Daniel.
Jeez.
Now, if you play bishop g6 threatens mate on h7. If you play fg, then there's queen takes g6. Maybe black has to play f5. I don't know. But this gets even crazier.
Oh, that's not. No, but
No,
it is,
probably not.
Ding blundered this bishop g6. This is incredible. Ding blundered it, by the way. It's quite clear that he missed this, because it's
But apparently,
really hard.
Evo bar doesn't go down.
Yeah.
Why not?
It's okay. FG, I guess. What else? F5, you said, yeah? Maybe this.
No,
that
f5
wasn't-
doesn't work. I think just c
It's
takes
ridiculous,
d4.
right? Yeah, no, F5 is
Yep.
ridiculous. So FG, I even take rook f8 CD. So HG, what did you say after HG? You said CD? But I
And
can
this is
play
a
after
critical
CD. Maybe I
moment.
can go like CD. Can I go CD?
And then I thought rook
Yeah, queen
oh!
e5.
Bishop f6, queen e1, queen e3.
Queen e1 and queen e3, and then you go back, but then I have rook c8, and no, it's not so simple. Yeah, not so simple.
Unbelievable lines here. White threatens mate, but black can force a queen trade. First, you drag the rook away, then you force the queen trade, and apparently it's a drawn endgame because chess is a draw, and we live happily ever after. And very simple lines here. Easy to follow.
And Daniel, it's really important to make sure that white falls back with the rook, because if you trade first, then the line that you showed us about an hour ago would become a reality. Let's say you go queen e3 instead of giving a check. Then that checkmate with the rook and the bishop combining to come on h8. This would be game over. These are some incredible tactics that we're seeing. A big moment after bishop d6. I have one question. Before we go deeper into these crazy lines, are we sure that after c3, black can't fall back simply with the rook to d5? My first instinct was attack that rook with bishop c4, but then I realized that you got rook d2 creating your own counterplay. But perhaps bishop to e4 might just be very dangerous for black. Rook d2 is the only square. I can at least trade on b7 and maybe even push f5, and it looks like things are going completely out of control for black there.
Rook d5 allows all sorts of possibilities. I am absolutely convinced that knight takes f4 is the idea. It's also a very beautiful one. And the only reason it's not immediately great is because there is this crazy bishop g6, which he missed, of course. Because although you do see the possibility of rook f4, rook f4 was tempting. But after bishop e5, it would still take you some time to figure out bishop g6 being the point. Well, I think this is what we are about to see. Jan is also a very sharp tactician. This is Jan's bread and butter, and he has enough time. So I am absolutely convinced that Jan will find this rook f4 bishop g6 idea. But the position that's going to ensue, this AG CD position, that is that is a lot of fun, and we have to still see what happens, because you don't have to return the exchange there. You could still try to be greedy and play on. The game,
if I may interject,
floated. Yeah.
Just for newer players, if I may interject really quickly, bishop takes f4. The idea for black is rook takes f4, and a lot of people might say, but isn't white up in exchange? Yes, white is up in exchange, but first of all, black has a pawn. Black will have another one after he grabs c3, and black has complete control over the dark squares. Basically, this pawn shell guarantees king safety, and black's bishop, coupled with the two pawns, guarantee full compensation at the least. For the exchange. So Jan will not go for this with 100% certainty. That is why we are looking for alternatives. And that is why rook takes f4 is juicier. Here, if black takes, then white is up an entire minor piece. That's why black has to take on e5 first.
Oh, and both players, they're so good at calculation. I mean, we were making a case for Ding to being a good positional player, but in fact, he is also a tremendous calculator. And here, both of them, they have the showdown of this is really like this kind of stuff. It is your typical calculation slash tactical battle, and this is really cool. I expect both players to go very deep here, because this position is possible to calculate, to enormous depth, and I expect them to play, find all these best moves, it's a very interesting time scramble incoming here with tactics happening one after the other.
Yeah, and the clocks are getting pretty level as well. Jan Nepomniachtchi is spending quite a bit of time. He's down to 33 minutes. Ding Liren about 21 minutes on the clock. A big moment here. We're expecting an exchange sacrifice after Jan decides to pursue that rook on d4 with the move c3. And even if the players do calculate the lines, which we're sure that they will, it's all about evaluating and understanding what the position at the end of the line will be. And while Jan goes into a think tank, it is a critical moment. He will take his time here. We're going to take this time to go into a short break, and we'll be right back.
We're here in Toronto for the Global Championship. I got Fabiano Caruana with me. You don't need to talk yet. I got James Canty. We're going to see who recognizes these guys out of the random passerbys, and we're going to ask them some fun questions about chess. For $5, do you know who this is? No? Okay.
Actor.
An actor. When you see this guy, any idea who he is?
Somebody very famous.
He is.
Rabba.
This is actually 50 Cent's brother. His name is Daryl.
That's right.
Goes by 75. You want to play chess? Okay.
So what, is he a player or something of chess?
He is a chess player. I'm not, but he is.
I play on the side.
Yeah.
I've been taking some coaching lessons from
Yeah.
Grandmaster Canty over here recently.
Guy over here.
Calculation over everything.
What's your name again, sir?
My name is Jamie.
What's your name? I already know it.
It's Daniel.
Yeah. Daniel Naroditsky. Okay. There it is.
Come on.
On the attack, baby. On the attack. If he wins, I know the guys at chess.com. We'll get him a diamond membership.
Okay.
Do you know what that is?
Yes.
Okay. Is that something you want?
Yes.
Yeah? Okay. Look at you. Is this a London?
He playing a
Yo, we got a pro here with the London.
full on London.
How'd it go?
I won.
Won the
You
game.
won. Okay.
That's
you won.
great.
Hey, good game. All right. I should have said youtube.com/CSQ pod. What is the URL? Just YouTube.
I actually don't remember.
Okay. look at the pod. Use gifts from the biggest chess stars on all of your favorite platforms. Just search chess.com and your favorite chess star on Discord, Twitter, WhatsApp, and more to find hundreds of gifts from chess.com's biggest broadcasts and events. Hikaru, Magnus, Botez, Hess, and even me, Danny. Try it today.
Welcome to Check with Mates, the only podcast by chess pieces for chess pieces. I'm a rook, and I'm a pawn. Let me ask you this. You ever feel like you're undervalued? Absolutely. Everyone's like, oh, pawns, they can only move one square, they can't go backwards. Maybe we don't want to go backwards, you know? Maybe we're focused on the future. Yeah, I feel that. Sometimes I wonder why we're even protecting a king. He wasn't elected through a democratic process. Maybe I want to be king. Dude, I think about that every day. Yeah. Okay, real quick, shout out to our sponsor, HelloFresh. I don't use them because I'm a chess piece, but I'm sure they're great.
Big moment in game 7, as we have been calling it out. Your move, Anish, on the board. C3 was played, and we're seeing a sacrifice. Knight F4, the only move, as you said, to keep the game alive, and the complications that are about to happen. This is heating up, and both players are down to about 25 minutes on the clock. The clocks are level. The position's going absolutely crazy. Knight F4 on the board. The line that we saw, we have to show our chat one more time. And what is the ultimate evaluation after the complications?
Go, take it away, Danya. You are the prophet. You are the prophet. What's going to happen?
So to reiterate, bishop f4 is the obvious move, but there black sacks the exchange, and black has full compensation. We think that Nepo will play rook takes f4. Now Ding will recapture on e5. And this is the critical moment. Now, you might look at this and say, well, I don't get it. White can just take the rook with a pawn. No, but then black recaptures on f4. White's attack fizzles out. Black is up 2 pawns. So we found an incredible idea here with the move bishop takes g6, a desperado kamikaze sacrifice. There's only one idea: to open the h file. You're also threatening mate on h7. If black takes with the h pawn, only now do you take the rook on d4. What's the critical difference? Why is the h file important? Well, it's because of the move bishop f6. If you add a black pawn to h7, there is nothing. If you remove it, there is a mate threat on h8, which is completely unstoppable. Black can try to throw some pieces at white, but white is just going to sidestep the checks and checkmate. But that is still not the end of the story, because after h takes g6, c takes d4, we think that this position will likely be reached, and we think that Ding will refrain from capturing on f4. I've already forgotten, Anish or Tanya, what move we came up with here.
CD, I think. It was, I think, CD, rook e5, but after CD, it's also possible to not go rook f6. You could just go bishop f6, bishop f6, rook f6, and you can claim an exchange, but you have to be very careful with white, because if you diffuse the attack, the E and D pawns, they can just storm down the board, and it'll be very, very dangerous. And after a rook h4, this is a very, very famous situation. When you try to checkmate on the h file, there is this famous classical game. It's embarrassing that I don't remember the names of the players. I think it was in the time of Keres. Might have been Smyslov. Might have been Keres Smyslov.
He played bishop takes f4.
What?
Whoa.
Oh dear, oh dear. This is so ugly. Oh, but yeah, it's so ugly for white, because these two bishops and the 2 pawns. Oh, it's even better, because now I can demonstrate my point even more. This is really resembling that classical game. And that is really famous. So in that game, black had like 3 heavy pieces on the h file, and white had 3 heavy pieces on the h file, and black had a bishop and the queen on the long diagonal. And there was nothing white could do. It's a very, very famous classical game that Jan surely remembers as well. It's a big Soviet chess school kind of thing. So it's a very, very dangerous position for white here, because the attack on the king side, without dark square bishop, with black having the entire control of the diagonal, it's doomed to fail, and he knows it.
Yeah, but it's still there are some tricky moments here, right? We're surprised with bishop f4, but this last move, rook h4, there's a clear threat. You're hitting the h7 pawn. If it advances, then there are all these sacrifices on g6, which makes the e6 pawn super weak. And I think that would be actually a very bad position for black. Let's say h5 here. You go bishop g6, fg6, queen e6, and it looks busted for black in that position, actually. So you can't allow this to happen. The e5 bishop is hanging, everything looking good for white. But if h5 is not a move, after rook h4, there's a direct threat. How are you countering it? Will you push the f pawn, getting the queen to defend h7? Is that the idea?
But that was what I was trying to suggest. I don't think the rook h7 is a threat, in fact.
Yep.
Although Ding with the move rook d8 counters that as well. It's not a massive threat, but now after rook h7, rook takes d3 is probably the follow-up.
Nice.
So you cannot even take the pawn. And I think, I mean, I love this this kind of exchange sacrifices. I love the fact that black got rid of all the pieces around the king, the knights and the bishops, all the stuff is gone. And only the rooks and the queen. I think this attack is doomed to fail. And in the long term, these 2 pawns, E and F pawns, combined with the bishop, they are worth more than the rook. And I think we see a takeover here in this game. And I'm curious as to what Jan missed, because I don't think he went for this on purpose. I think he must have missed bishop takes g6 shot, simply. I think he must have missed it, because
he must
that one was safe. That one was safe for white. If you And this is far from that, and this is definitely not promising for white. It's a plan B, a plan C, or a plan D, in fact. It's really not what you want.
Now, if I were to take the devil's advocate approach here, I think bishop e4 might be an option to consider for white, trying to at least disarm the coordination of black's bishops. And the depressing thing, Anish, and I'm totally with you here, is that even in the event of a trade, okay, even if black has one bishop left, the dark squared bishop is so strong, it dominates over the whole board. White's got these tender pawns on the queen side. Black's coordination is great. I think dynamically the position is probably equal, closer to equal than to anything else. So in the time pressure, absolutely anything can happen. Tanya, who are you leaning toward here?
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely a turnaround here that we're seeing, right? With Ding being under pressure for the most part of the game, and now he's sacrificed the exchange. He's got these central pawns. He can be looking at getting an initiative. But I like Jan's approach here. He's made the move bishop e4, trying to trade off the light squad bishop. Now, if the bishops were to be traded off, I think I quite like white. You can jump in with the rook from h4, recapture, put pressure on e5. I don't see the pawns advancing very easily. To make the most of those extra pawns, I would prefer white. If Ding was to decide to actually avoid the trade, let's say a bishop move, it's kind of hard to imagine that because h7 is still weak. Let's say bishop a6, rook h7, and I'm still trying to think, where is the initiative? How do the pawns go forward? So even though it looks, and I see the eval bar says Ding is doing great, I still feel I would prefer white. There are still some questions to be answered for Ding. And the clock situation getting tricky as well. Well, it's always been tricky, but now super tricky because both players down to 20 minutes. I prefer white here. What about you, Anish?
Well, I think it's a little bit concrete. I think I have to diffuse the initiative that you have. So, well, the most ambitious approach here is to keep the bishops. Of course, that's what I was kind of hoping to do. I'm thinking bishop a6, maybe even bishop c8, because after bishop c8, let's say you take on h7, and this is definitely something that Ding is contemplating.
Let's make the moves on the board.
I can play. I should prevent bishop takes g6, so I can play bishop g7, and now I opened up the idea of e5, which is why I like the bishop c8 move. And here, okay, if you return the exchange with rook g7, you'll probably be worse, so this is not a way to bail out. But if you don't, the point I was making before, I think still holds. With the bishop alone, I control your two heavy pieces, and if you try to bring more fuel to the fire, there's no fuel left pretty much here. So I think that this is looking pretty promising for black. But again, maybe I'm too influenced by the classical game. I mean, this is just it was such a, for me it was such a big example, because as a kid I was always into these attacks on the king side. I was obsessed with trying to checkmate on the h file, and for me it was so remarkable to see that game. Unfortunately, I have bad memory for names, so I recall the games but not the names and the years. But I think it was something along the lines of Keres Smyslov or their contemporaries, and it was left such an impression on me, the fact that this bishop alone can control the rook and the queen. And when white spent like a bunch of moves bringing the other rook across, black just had to put the second queen. So like, let's say bishop g7 queen e5. Once I say bishop g7 queen e5, there's nothing you can ever do. And that left such an impression on me that I kind of am biased to liking this position for black. But of course, indeed, the material is in white's favor, so it could still go either way, especially as the h7 pawn is hanging. But Ding decided to just trade the bishops and keep the h pawn intact.
Yeah, I was going to say that Ding has sort of an affinity for, and has shown an affinity for, simplicity, especially in time pressure, for keeping things clarified, especially in regards to his king safety. So bishop takes e4 might not be the top engine move, but I think it makes his resulting position easier to play. And even if it's a little bit less glamorous with only one bishop, and maybe just a minuscule, tiny objective edge for white, I really think that in the time pressure, in a blitz game, I would probably choose black here, because white's rooks just don't have any purchase in the center. There's no weaknesses to attack. You drop the bishop back to g7, you're also controlling the only open file. What's ironic is that black has only one rook, and yet it's doing arguably more than both of white's rooks combined at the time being. I think Ding is kind of chilling here with his king perfectly safe. This can go either way. It could end in a draw. I absolutely have no idea what's going to happen. The next 5 or 6 moves are going to be really important.
Yeah, Wow, I love it. Ding is chilling here, but look at the clock situation. He's down to 15 minutes, and looking at him, he doesn't look like he's having a great time chilling right now. But
Nope.
definitely, he's managed to neutralize all that attack and this position. Daniel, you're mentioning that it's hard to put pressure on Black's weaknesses. But the one thing that comes to mind is that C pawn, which was a long way back created in the opening as a weakness, a long-term weakness. Let's say right now, you've got to do something about your bishop. You have to fall back with the bishop. Bishop G7 is a move that comes to mind. Maybe there is a more active square. Yes, Anish.
Sorry, I'd like just to point out, just so we don't jump over this, I think it's a huge deal that we traded bishops. It's a huge deal we traded the bishops, because it's one thing to be exchanged down having the bishop pair, and it's a completely different story being exchanged down without the bishop pair. So I really want to point out that, we don't change the topic here. We don't talk about AI and, our favorite streamers. We really pause here for a second, because I feel very disturbed that the other bishop has left the board, because now I sense a huge long-term danger for Black. Because if I ever get to trade your rook somehow with queen f3, rook d1 or something like this, I will be up in exchange, and I think trading the light square bishops for Black was a very responsible decision, and it better works out, because if it won't, Ding will only have himself to blame, because I think it's really a very big deal. When you have the bishop pair, you're down in exchange, you really want to hang on to it. It's a very important asset.
It was such a difficult decision, right? Because you keep the bishops on the board, but you lose that 8-7 pawn. And then to evaluate the consequences of having the bishop pair, but losing a very important pawn in your position is a very difficult decision to make, especially with the time situation that Ding is in. He did decide to forego the bishop pair, keeps that 8-7 pawn alive, and no retreat with the bishop, as was something that I was looking at, but instead a more active approach makes the move rook d5, taking advantage of the fact that c4 doesn't work, because after c4 you will have an intermediate check with the bishop on d4 and everything is still under control, so c4 would be a bad idea. But Anish, you're pointing out further attack on the f file targeting that f7 weakness. So is rook f1 a move with perhaps the idea of maybe even dropping back with the other rook to e3 to f3, trying to provoke more weaknesses by Black?
Yeah, I think White has to consolidate. I think White's issue right now is that indeed there is a little, like if I had queen f3 and g3, let's say, I would already be chilling. But I think the problem is that I'm a little bit clumsy with the white pieces right now. The queen is out of play. If I go g3, the queen has to guard the h2 pawn. If I go g3, the queen will be even more out of play. So I have to try and regroup my pieces. So that's why Ding keeps the bishop on e5. That's why it was crucial to keep the bishop there on the diagonal, bishop f4 or rook d5, where the moves that were the better ones than the one like bishop g7 or bishop f6. So Ding is doing the right thing, keeping the bishop on e5. And Jan should indeed very carefully try to regroup without blundering any pawn in the process, because with the material as is, you don't want to lose one more pawn with white, because if you have a rook for a bishop on the pawn, you are up in material in an endgame. If it's two pawns in an endgame already, it's not the case. So you have to be very careful. Don't blunder the h2 pawn or the c3 pawn, and try to regroup. Perhaps rook f1 serves that purpose. Other moves that come to mind, maybe like rook 4 e2, but you should also be aware of a move like c4 somewhere. So lots of things to consider. But if Jan manages to carefully regroup, there is a lot of potential in his position, because long term, if everything gets consolidated, like the position is only balanced because of the dynamic factors. Like if we make rook f1 and you play, let's say, bishop g7, you'll just see the bar just go all the way up. But even without, okay, let's say rook f1, you go bishop g7, and I make let's say queen f3. We should still see the bar really liking white, because I still think that it's positioned like this. Okay, the bar doesn't like queen f3 probably because it's because of rook e6, of course. But in general, I still think that Black should be very careful here, because if I get my rook e to e1 and rook to d1, let's make these moves like rook e1, h5, and rook d1, for example.
Mm-hmm.
Rook h5, I'm blundering.
Here, there's rook h5.
Yeah. Okay, but let's not blunder.
But let me do h5. Sorry, I did not do that
Yeah, yeah.
deliberately. h5 actually stops that idea. So here rook d1 looks a whole lot better.
Yeah. No, I think if we get a position like this and then I get to trade the rook, I should be much better with white. Although the bar actually is bar keeps finding. Of course, white is so uncoordinated that bar keeps finding all kinds of moves like queen a5, queen e5, all sorts of jumps. Of course, are there. But I do think that of course if you trade the rooks, then and you bring the queen back to the center, black will be in big trouble. That said, Ding realizes that as well, and so he will try to cause as many problems to white as possible, and try to keep all these white's pawn weaknesses, keep them in check. The c3 pawn, especially the c3 pawn, it's always a weakness. And if you lose that pawn, the bishop gets the d4 square. If you push it forward, the bishop also gets the d4 square. So that's a small issue white has.
Wow.
Rook.
And Jan makes a move that I wasn't expecting. He comes back with the rook to the h file. So once again, renewing the threat of rook h7. And to just point out, obvious that the time advantage is now completely gone. Well, just more or less gone. The clocks are pretty level, but still a lot of moves to be made. Rook h4 played. Rook h7 is a real threat. Do you parry it with h5?
I don't see why not. And I'm seriously wondering what Nepo's follow-up is after h5. Now, Anish pointed out very astutely earlier that rook takes h7 is a lot less of a threat than it seems, because you have the Kara-Smyslov scenario where you play rook h7, congratulations, we want a medal for capturing the h-pawn. What's your follow-up? In fact, the queen's overextended, so black can seize control of the d-file perhaps and start some tactical shenanigans with rook d1. In fact, I mean, if white's not careful, white could lose this in like 3 moves. But Ding, again, he likes clarity. He likes to play with an abundance of caution, especially in time pressure. So I wouldn't blame him for playing h5 quickly. But the fact that he's not moved yet, the fact that he's taking now a minute on his move means that he's at least aware of the possibility of leaving the pawn on h7. Anish, what's he about to do?
Okay, queen d6 is just concrete. I mean, it's also rook h7, rook d1. There's a concrete issue for white, and black is very safe. So Jan missed this move. Jan's idea was he thought h5 is forced. And then he is hoping to bring the queen back. He wants to bring the queen, as I told you, he wants to bring the queen to f3 somehow. So he tries to replace the one defender by the other one. So rook a little bit lower ranked. So he's like, okay, I'm the queen. I'm calling the rook. So please watch this dog of mine on h2. I will bring the queen out. But Jan, sometimes he has that. I noticed it also in our last tournament I played with him in WR Rapid. Sometimes he does this. He had the same with Gukesh. He thinks when he attacks something, the opponent has to defend. And there he missed the same kind of thing, that rook h4 is actually not a big threat, and Ding is excited because queen d6 is very, very juicy. Queen d6, rook h7, rook d1. Queen is indeed overextended. And rook h4 only further uncoordinates white's pieces, and it starts looking really good for white.
I think he's going to go for it, Anish. Queen
d6
he's excited. That you're pointing at. Yeah,
he's excited. We can make a bet now.
You can almost feel it.
Yeah, queen d6 is. I'm ready to, I'm ready to bet on queen d6. Excited. If I, when I see an exciting Ding, you know it. Yeah, you know when you see an excited Ding. Yeah,
and he goes for it. Great call, Anish. Queen d6 on the board. Doesn't care about rook h7. Rook d1 perhaps just wins on the spot, in fact, after rook h7. There's some big problems there. You can't really pick up the pawn. Does it win on the spot, or is perpetual the best that you'll have in that case?
There must be more. There must be more. The king is so exposed. I have still a move, because you don't have a threat, so I can collect on c3 with the bishop and then bring the bishop to d4 and set up a slow checkmate. And Jan, I have to say, this position, it starts looking extremely unpleasant for white. I think we are entering a territory of like the position already is advantage for black. Slowly taking shape, and I think we can definitely speak of Ding completely taking over the initiative at this point.
Absolutely, and I think it's worth. I think it's worth showing rook takes h7, rook d1, how bad that is, because Jan completely just ignored the fact that rook h7. Again, this is the critical insight. White has no follow-up move because the bishop dominates the rook. Rook d1, and suddenly White's king is all alone. White's queen can't come to the rescue. You drop h7. If you take d1. This doesn't even need to be calculated, and the sort of Russian schoolboy approach probably not the best move, is bishop takes c3. I know the eval bar drops, but already this is enough to make white rule this line out because white is losing in the queen endgame. There's probably some way to mate here, some sort of
Check and take.
construction.
Yeah, first check and
Check
take. So
and-
you don't have a
check
chance
on
to queen
D2.
for queen endgame. Yeah, this is game
Oh,
over.
and
Queen e1 is
goodbye.
threat. Yeah.
Rip. Gaga. And Jan has to shift his queen over to e3, abandoning the idea set up by his last move. Big shout out, by the way, to Fabi, who will be commentating the subsequent rounds and is in the chat. We're all on the edge of our seats here. Jan is losing the thread of the game. How bad is this?
Queen e3 is good though. He's trying to bring the queen back. And again, it's sort of fleeting, somewhat in the moment. The black has a lot of coordination now, and he should try to utilize it somehow. And if white magically is able to play g3, bring the rook back from h4, but it's getting harder and harder. Rook on h4 is really misplaced. Rook d3 is at some point an idea. Now bishop on e5 is hanging, but you can you can retract it to f6. You can start with king g7, bishop f6 after g3, and then rook d3. So black has lots of counterplay here, but long term it's still unclear what is happening here. So it's all up to concrete moves here. That Ding is excited. Maybe what is he so excited about? Let's see. He has to make a move.
Maybe because queen
Yeah, I was
h6 is
thinking.
also somewhat in the air.
Yeah. Okay.
h5. Good move. Just shutting the rook down completely and saying, in your face, rook on h4. And Nepo now can't even bring it back to e4 because it drops h2. There's just a sense in which white is failing to consolidate. And Anish, your earlier move, g3,
yeah.
maybe it's worth throwing that move in just because you need the services of your rook. The rook can't just chill on h4. It can't be a passive spectator. You need it back in the center to protect the king in the d file.
And the reason I like h5 is that after g3, potentially bishop f6, rook going away, at some point I can throw in the move h4 when I'll be the one attacking. And that will be the crucial opening of white's king side, crucial weakening of white's king side. The bishop, black's dark squared bishop, is a tremendous piece here in this position. It was serving a defensive purpose, also can serve an attacking purpose. Yeah, really liking black's coordination here, and the move h5 as well. I think yeah, Ding is in a very good shape right now. The clock situation is also fixing itself, and for the first time, Ding has an opportunity to actually finally take control of the match and perhaps think about taking the lead for a change.
That would be huge going into the second half, winning a game with black, but it's still quite far away. But we can also sense it in Jan. He does look a little bit worried about the way things have turned out after the complications that we just saw in the last few moves. G3 on the board, and now it's time for Ding to be in driving seat. He's the one who can be looking at attack. Bishop f6, h4. The rook can jump to d3, hitting that queen. That pawn on g3 can suddenly become a big target. Well, the first big question is going to be for Jan to decide where do you move your rook. And it might be critical because after bishop f6, you might have to start putting pressure on the c5 pawn, not allowing black's rook into activity. Bishop f6, rook c4 might be the way to go.
Yeah, but the problem with that, and that might very well be, that looks to me indeed like the only move probably, but the problem with the rook on c4 is that, well, it's very constrained. You know, it is looking at stuff laterally, but on the c file it has no squares. It's staring at its black pawn in the front and its own pawn in the back. So rook on c4 is a very clumsy. Well, it sits there firmly, but very inactively. Meanwhile, black's control of the d file, and especially the difference between the king safety. Now, look, black has got 4 pawns on the king side, and the king on g7 potentially. It's just untouchable. Whereas white is missing some of the pawns from the king's shelter. The f pawn is gone, and so the king safety becomes a factor. Rook's activity is also a factor. I really like Ding's position, but white's position is still reasonably robust. So converting this will not be easy.
And bishop f6 is
it.
played. Bishop f6
That's
is
it.
played. I would add really quickly for newer players, rook f4 might seem very tempting. Let's hit the bishop, but notice the alignment of the queen and the bishop. Bishop slides over to g5. This is called a pin. If the rook moves, you lose your queen. So you're going to end up having to give away your exchange. Remember that black currently has 1 pawn for the exchange. And if white goes rook e4, Tanya, this is what you were implying. After rook d3, black's idea works to perfection because you drop c3. When you drop c3, you also drop your control over the d4 square, which would be a perfect perfect parking spot, 24-hour parking for the black bishop, and this is where the position starts to crumble. So Nepo, you can sense it. He knows he's losing the thread. He has to tread carefully. He is walking on hot coals right now. Even if objectively the position is closer to equality than it is to a black advantage, practically these next 10 moves are going to be brutally difficult for Jan.
24/7, 365 a year is what that bishop on d4 will be, but he can't allow that. He can't let loose of the control of that d4 central square. He does move the rook to c4, so eyeing that c5 pawn, still tying down that black rook on d5. Now, guys, big moment. Is it time to start pushing that h pawn? Does he try to seize the initiative now with h4?
Well, I think
Anish.
I'm not sure. It's a big question here at this moment. Is it the time? Is it the time to start opening up White's position and go active, or is it still the time to slowly and slightly improve your position? Because I'm wondering what is White's next move here. With the rook stuck on c4, I'm considering moves like king g7, reinforcing the bishop on f6. King g7. Always good idea to move one file up the board with the king from g8 to g7. It's always guarding a little bit more squares. It avoids a check on the back rank. So king g7 is a move comes to mind. Also, at some point, maybe now, maybe after king g7, maybe the move a5, just in case, preventing b4 also comes to mind. So maybe you want to first improve the position, see what happens, how White reacts, because I'm not sure White has many useful moves. For example, king g2, well, it's barely useful. If anything, the king can also get checked from d2 with the rook, from d5 with the queen. Maybe not immediately, but somewhere. So I'm not sure king g2 improves the position. So I don't think rushing it with h4 is needed, though h4 is probably not a bad move. And certainly, as an idea, it's one of Black's main ideas in this position. But the question is how to execute it. And intuitively, I would go for king g7, but there is a choice here.
Bishop g5 also a move. And I should mention 7.5 minutes. Ding has 10 moves to make. Nepo is 9. No increment. You get an hour on move 40. This is move 31. So Ding has less than a minute per move, Tanya.
Yeah. 7 minutes on the clock, no increment. A big decision. Will he go all out with h4? Is this the moment that Ding really tries to break open Jan's king position? Or will he keep all the threats on the board, as Anish you're pointing out? Make a slow move, make a calm move, just improve your position slowly. Simply ask Jan the question, what's your next move? And it's not a question that's going to be easy for Jan to answer as well, with just 12 minutes on the clock. And it just feels like deja vu, but we're talking about different colors, because this was exactly Jan when he played the move rook to e1 a few moves back, keeping the pressure, keeping the attack going, and asking Ding the questions. But now the tables have turned. And I see Ding, he's about to reach out. He's about to make a move. He's got to do it quick. I want to see h4 on the board.
Oh my goodness.
I don't expect that to happen. I'm not sure after h4, g takes h4, let's say, if you have a concrete follow-up here. And I would certainly also queen f4 is a theme as well. And I would wonder, would in general wonder after h4 gh, always what exactly the follow-up is. I assume that there is some. You could also just say it's a weakening of White's king and not need a follow-up. But even h4, it also doesn't change the nature of the position very much. It's not like after h4 you're immediately fireworks begin. It's all pretty slow, and I have to say, Ding taking more and more time. His position is extremely easy to play. You have a lot of safe moves.
But it's on the board.
Wow,
it's done. It's on the board. h4, he goes for it. And now, of course, the eternal question, what happens if Jan actually captures it? Jan sits back. He knows it's a big moment. He needs to decide what to do. Well, you can't leave the g3 pawn right there, right? Because Ding has a clear threat.
Queen f4 is a little intermezzo that could be strong. Other than that, of course, you don't want to allow hg and rook d3. That would be a collapse. But I think you're either taking an h4 right away, or you're going for a queen f4. Knowing Jan, he's going to go for queen f4. Oh, he just goes gh4.
He goes gh4. And I was going to ask you a question. What happens if Black continues the pressure with a move like bishop e5? Get that bishop back on the diagonal and now start threatening h2. Is that a move that Ding can be considering here?
Well, certainly. Every active move at this point becomes a consideration. You could also, as I mentioned earlier, play it slow. Rook h5 is also an idea. Try to regain the h-pawn. Queen e7, doing it this way is also possible. You could now switch to making slow, useful moves. But bishop e5 certainly important. Don't forget at some point though about h5. Right now it doesn't work, but at some point don't allow h5, opening up the g file for white. So you have to be a little bit aware of that. Keep an eye on the h5 square. But bishop
Got
e5.
less than 5 minutes. He needs to make a choice.
Yeah, he has to make a choice because at some point when you have too little time, even if the position is easy to play, you need the time to execute the moves, and sometimes white can ask you some tricky question, and you'll need a few seconds to respond correctly. So Ding should accelerate a bit, but a lot of options here. He wishes he had a little bit more time to figure it all out accurately.
There's also tactics, bishop e5. If you defend with rook e2, there's bishop takes h2, and the black rook could basically infiltrate. But again, this can't be emphasized enough. Suddenly, Nepo's up 7 minutes. He doesn't have a lot of time. Ding has 4 minutes now to make 9 more moves. So if the position sharpens up, imagine it's move 36 and you have a minute without increment. This is an incredibly dangerous strategy by Ding, who has to ensure that the position basically remains calm, that he maintains the status quo. Every ticking second is making a situation more dire. He's trying to calculate it out. He thinks this moment is incredibly crucial. Will he go bishop e5? He can still make a neutral move like king g7, but Anish, your point is very well taken. White could use the h-pawn as a battering ram, and the last thing you want if you're Ding is for the g-file to open up. Now 3.5 minutes on the clock.
Jesus, this is incredibly little time, and there's so many moves to make. My God, there's 8 moves, and he only left himself with 2 minutes. That's no increment. That is, if you divide it by it in the 30-second increment time control, this is basically 0. So he's basically down to increment, and that is even harder because you have to space your time well, while with increment, the increment does it for you. So Ding, make a move. Bishop e5, whatever. Just make a move. Oh my God.
It's 3 minutes. You gotta choose something. Play something. You've got 8 more moves to go. He still hasn't played. 3 minutes and 4 seconds on the clock.
His time spending today is a little bit off. Also, remember rook a8, that moment, somehow he's a bit frozen. Maybe the pressure, the tension, and the responsibility of the match is getting to him. He's unable to make a move at this point. It's psychological. He's just frozen.
9 moves. He's got 9 moves in less than 2.5 minutes now. This is an average of like 10 seconds a move. He's going to have to basically blitz out the last 5 moves of the time control. Nepo is an expert. I haven't played him in Classical, but in Blitz, Nepo is so good at causing problems when you are in time pressure. Ding needs to move. He's frozen. He's got less than 2.5 minutes now on the clock.
I can't take it.
I'm about to jump out of my seat.
Guys,
this is crazy.
Oh my God.
2
yeah,
minutes
we're
and
not
20
even
seconds
anywhere
now.
close to Astana, but I can't handle the pressure as Anish has left the chat and the screen. He can't take it.
God.
Ding he's frozen. He's literally frozen right now.
Well, he's going to have to bullet out the moves.
Make a move,
He has to be careful so
move.
that he actually is able to even make the moves physically.
He's frozen, guys. It's a tension thing.
Less
He's
than
frozen.
2 minutes.
He's
Oh
stuck.
my gosh.
His body is frozen.
He's going to get flagged. He's got 9 moves to make. He's got a minute
frozen
50.
completely.
He's got to go. He's got to
frozen.
go. Oh my gosh. He's going to have to play like
Look,
a
he's
hyper
frozen.
bullet
It
game.
happens. I've seen it happen to people. They freeze. He's frozen. It
Yeah,
happens
just
sometimes.
play something.
A
Play
minute
one move.
40. He's not even close to moving. A minute 30.
Does he forget
9
that? No,
moves,
he
no
just something.
increment.
He broke. He malfunctioned. My God, Ding broke.
A
Ding
minute
does X,
30.
so
Less
stopped
than a
working.
minute 30. This is
If this is
insane.
an online game, this is where you think that somebody's disconnected.
Tanya,
This is unbelievable.
Anish, if he's got less than a minute, he might physically be unable to make 9 moves. Even if he has to moves in 2 seconds, he's got a minute 15 now.
Hey, Daniel, don't exaggerate.
Oh
You
my-
are a hyperbullet player. You know that in 15 seconds you can make 50 moves.
Not in a position like this, though.
That is true. That is true, and not a good move. Not the good
Oh
moves
my
though. And you
gosh.
need to be able to pre-move
is
and
he not
mouse and all that.
playing?
No, it's
Guys, what is
Less
going
than a
on
minute.
here?
He's under a
Play
minute.
something,
Why is he?
Ding.
What is he
He's
doing?
under a minute.
What
He's
is he
thinking.
doing?
There's
Collapsed.
no
He
increment.
just collapsed. No,
No
he just
Oh my
way.
collapsed.
gosh!
He just
He's got
collapsed. It's a
50
mental
seconds on the
collapse.
clock.
He's gonna.
And he's
he
finally gonna
played-
move.
Oh my! No, he didn't make it. He didn't. He reached out, Daniel, and finally we got
45
a move.
seconds.
He goes rook d2.
Oh God.
Oh my god.
And it's also a bad move.
45
but,
seconds, guys. 8 moves left to reach time control. 45 seconds, no increment.
Completely nuts. Completely nuts.
He's gonna make it. He's gonna make the moves, but if he maintains anything other than a completely lost position by move 40, this will be the biggest miracle of the match.
I'm not sure he's gonna make the moves. I think he just kind of broke, like literally, like something in him broke. And I've seen like people. I've had experiences when my opponents fell asleep sometimes literally. Sometimes they froze. I had Blitz game with Vichy when he just froze and just forgot to make a move. And Boris Gelfand once fell asleep against me. It just happens sometimes that you just sort of space out, collapse, and you're gone.
Anish, the stakes here are just so high for Ding, and it's a kind of position where he's the one who's trying to put pressure. He has to make this happen somehow, at least reach time control. Rook d2 is the move of choice. Is Jan Nepomniachtchi, will he start playing on Ding's clock now? Is that something that he's thinking about? Or does he still need to be careful about the move that he chooses? Not go too fast, not go too rash. Will it be critical for Jan to take it slow, or will he start playing against Ding's time now? Daniel.
Well, there's two things. First of all, you have to avoid a repetition or perpetual check. And don't try to flag Ding. Take your time. Take 15 seconds per move. Ding is going to play instantly
blundered
here, and Ding is blundering. Rook to d3 back.
Of course. Queen c5.
Allowing queen takes c5. Is that just over?
No, guys, this is like when sort of, because in chess is not a physical sport, so usually you don't see the collapses, but this is like what a collapse looks like. You just sort of just fall
Queen takes
down.
c5. That's a lost endgame.
It's like when you're
had to
running
go
and you
rook
just fall
d1
down.
check.
He just fell down. The fact that he was about to take the lead and he saw he felt the opportunity and the tension, all of that. I think the tension got to him and he just literally collapsed.
Yeah.
He
Yeah,
froze.
as you're pointing out, that this is what a collapse in the chess
Yeah,
world looks
it's
like.
irrational.
What we
It's
saw.
just, yeah, he and I know him. He's a normal player. Is a sensible, rational guy. Everything is fine. But he just in this game, everything got to him, and he just broke. And it's just crazy. He just couldn't make a move. Literally, he couldn't move. And then, well, now he's also collapsing because, of course, he has also no time, and he just blundered the c5 pawn, and for no compensation, and he will just lose the pawn in the game now. Because also after queen c5, the problem is also the queen trade is imminent.
Yep,
queen trade is imminent. That's the problem, and the weakness of white's king is
losing.
irrelevant. No, it's crazy actually. I mean, I've never expected to see something like this. That you just literally collapse at the chessboard.
Yeah, one expects the tension and the pressure to be at its highest in the World Championship match, and of course that is there. But the very best in the world, they bring out their best in these clutch moments, and we've seen Ding do that at event after event. But this just shows how unique the World Championship is. The emotions that the players feel during this match is nothing like what they experience in other tournaments. And Anish, is this a reflection of how important match experience is when you're playing the World Championship?
Yeah, I guess pressure gets to everyone, but probably if you want to become a world champion, you have to, you have to handle it, and it seems that it's just really difficult. And everything was going really well for Ding. He was at the peak of this match. Everything was as good as ever. This has never been better before. In fact, the score was equal. And here he just was about to potentially get an opportunity and take the lead, turn things around. And maybe the prospect of that, combined with the pressure of all these days, and just suddenly he had a total meltdown. And I'm a little bit puzzled by Jan. Why is Jan thinking, rook d1, queen d3, that's the thing. Rook d1, queen d3 is what I forgot about. Keeping the queens.
Yep.
And that is what Jan is thinking about, and why he doesn't exhibit the signs of someone who thinks his position is winning.
No, and he has to make sure he's not getting mated there. And he's being a professional. He's taking his time. He is forcing himself to calculate. Queen takes c5, rook d1, because the last thing you want to do is blunder a mate in one. And finally, Jan, he decides on it. Queen takes c5 is played. Ding goes all in, throws his chips into the center of the table, but this is not going to work. I think queen d3, if I'm not mistaken, can be simply met with rook f2, and white's rooks surround the king in a warm blanket. Ding is going to lose. This is insane. I mean, king g7, all he had to do was keep the tension for a couple more moves. He handled the most difficult part of the game so well, and then froze when the hard work was over. And Nepo, wow.
Yeah, and I think we see that happen. The collapses, they happen usually after the difficult moments, when everything is already done, and then your body can relax. But you can't just yet. And in these moments of tension, that's also how Jan collapsed in the game he lost. But yeah, This is really incredible. And now
Rook F2.
Rook F2, Rook
It's
F2
over.
just is defends and attacks at the same time, and it's all over. You know, the position was so, there were so many moves that were safe for black that he could make and keep the game going. He could just play king g7 after h. Also, he does not need to go h4. Just why did he even play h4? That was, I mean, why do you need to do this? You could just play king g7, a5, any move. It's really remarkable. It was just he just completely lost his mind and just totally froze.
Rook F2.
Wow.
There isn't a single check. There isn't a single idea
No, it's
for
all
black.
over.
He has to play bishop d8 and then rook d4, queen c8. Anything wins. That's it. Ding's not even going to make the moves. He's got
Bishop G7,
4 more moves.
yeah.
5 more moves to make. No, that's it. That's game.
Position's completely lost. You're down in exchange. You're down a pawn. There's no attack against White's king. And Ding looked
20
like he had
seconds.
handled the most difficult part. And then just immediately after, now he's down to 20 seconds. They're completely lost. He finally makes the move king g7, a move that you had mentioned a while ago, Anish.
Rooks.
But it's made
Rook
more of
F4.
a panic.
Yeah,
Rook
rook c4
C4
wins on the
left
spot,
over.
yeah. But I mean, it's wow, it's
A
so
meltdown of
painful.
epic proportions.
Total meltdown. Total meltdown.
Rook c4 resigns. He literally will resign. He won't even try to make move 40.
Yeah. And Jan Nepomniachtchi, Jan is so good at this, just keeping it super precise. He felt it. He felt that moment. He knew he was putting pressure on the clock. He knew that Ding wasn't coping with the pressure, and he made the most of it. The rooks have been doubled up. There's a problem on the f file, a big problem. The bishop's attack. The f7 pawn is falling.
That's it.
There's no way to fight it. This looks like game over.
6 seconds.
And
But
Ding
that's it.
makes a move. Picks up
resigns.
the pawn, resigns. Wow. That was a heartbreaking finish there. What just happened? We see the players analyzing. Jan Nepomniachtchi wins after putting pressure. Ding fighting it out, and just when it looked like it was turning around, in complete clutch situation, collapses, freezes, doesn't make a move, and Jan pounces on the opportunity with precision, taking the lead once again in the World Championship match, going into the halfway mark with a 1-point lead. Anish, what a game this was.
Yeah, I mean, it's not how you usually collapse in a normal game. Usually you collapse when you are under pressure, let's say, on the board. But sometimes the pressure can be off the board. And we see how the mental pressure broke Ding, not the position on the board at all. The position was safe, easy to play, and everything was completely fine and under control. But, you know, the anticipation, the pressure of the match, the fact that he was about to take the lead, that just broke Ding suddenly. The position, that's the thing, what my coach sometimes was saying, one of my coaches, he was saying that, you know, it's not about the position on the board when you collapse. If your brain stops working, you'll find a way to lose it. And the position was completely unlosable for a player of Ding's level, of course. But when your brain says, I'm out of here, I don't want to handle it, I cannot handle it, it's too much for me, then somehow you just collapse, and on the board you will find a way to lose. But it was, of course, lost mentally, this game. It was just crazy.
Yeah, I think this game really showed the psychological part of the World Championship match, is what it takes from the players to be here and then to perform in these very difficult moments. I've never seen the world's best players, the top 10 players. What we witnessed today was really watching in action what goes on internally. Ding literally froze in time in those seconds in a position where he was the one who was commanding the initiative. What a fight this was, start to finish. Daniel, you've got to take us through all the big moments in this one.
I'm still letting this sink in. This was an absolutely unbelievable 5 minutes. This World Championship match just gets crazier and crazier and crazier. And obviously, blunders at the top are not unprecedented, but I'll get into that later. Let's break down a couple of the important moments. Now, nothing betokens the insanity with which this game ended. Ding, he started with a surprise. It was a relatively mild surprise. It was a French, an opening that he had played before. Jan didn't expect it, reverted to a very safe continuation, called it Tarash. Ding, absolutely no problems out of the opening. He handles it well. His preparation is excellent. This move, knight c6. He follows the game of one of Garry Kasparov's early coaches and gets a great position into the early middle game. The trouble starts when he blitzes out knight f6. Ironically, the move he made the fastest was the one that caused him the most problems. Anish, we were surprised that he didn't play g6. And once Nepo got his pieces into the center, the attack really started in earnest.
Daniel, you know, I struggle to look at this game because I think it's it is not what we should be looking at. Like, it has nothing to do with the game or the position. Honestly, like, the trouble started. The trouble was over. I mean, he could lose any position at that point.
And look at what he found. Look at what he found.
Yeah, he was working. He was working, but at some point he stopped working, and I mean, as in, not saying he stopped to work, but he just broke. And he played a normal, good game of his level, a top level chess, and everything was okay. And
this is where it started.
And at this moment, he's just here. He broke, and for some reason, and the sort of the manifestation of the way he broke was h4, and then rook d2, and then rook d3, the blunder. But it didn't happen on the, like, I mean, I'm sure he cannot even say what he thought, what he missed. He will not be able to say it, because how can you put it in words? He basically mentally broke, and then, like, sometimes when your brain switches off, like, I think he will not even be able to understand what happened. It's like when I don't drink, but I've heard stories of people who do. They say, I don't know, I have a bump here on my head. I don't remember what happened yesterday night. Like, I don't know. I'm missing a tooth, and you can, of course, reconstruct the story, what happened. But basically, you just got drunk, and okay, then something's happened, yeah? But this is the same. I mean, we can look at the position on the board, but I don't think it's relevant. I think it's completely irrelevant what happened in the game. I think it was just that at some point he collapsed. And if you think now back to the last match of Jan, the way he was collapsing, the blunders he was making, and the fact that Magnus doesn't just said, I had enough, I don't want to play this tournament anymore. And there's probably a reason behind it. It's probably extremely difficult to be there simply when stakes are so high. And Magnus just said, I've had enough, I'm gone. You guys do it now. And we see how the guys are struggling with that as well, because it's just extremely tense. And somehow he found a way to lose this position, but there were really no questions. I mean, in this position where he played h4, he's completely in control. White has no next move. White has no threat. You can play king g7. You can play a5. You can actually play h4 and bishop e5, which you pointed out, which is also quite good. But it's just, you can do many things. But no, okay, he lost the pawn on the king side, lost the pawn on the queen side, and let White coordinate and win. But basically, yes, he just also the way he spent his time. He just, of course, he had to distribute his time. He had like initially 7 minutes before his collapse over like 9 moves, which was more than a minute which was slightly less than a minute per move, which is more than enough. So he could pace out his time. If you are a rational player, you realize, okay, it's like 40 seconds per move. So after 40 seconds, you make a move. Instead, he just spent like 6 minutes out of 7. That's completely ridiculous. And okay, just total meltdown. Incredible.
Yeah, we see Jan, he is ready for the press conference. This is such a difficult moment for Ding, and it all happened here. I'm still getting over it because, again, I've just never seen anything like this in the chess world. Of course, there are difficult moments and there are all these time pressure scrambles that we see. But here we literally saw Ding not being able to physically make a move. And he was always reaching out, trying to make a move, but then he'd just pull back. These hesitations, these doubts creeping in. And it just shows the psychological battle that chess is. He played h4 so quickly. And then after the pawn was grabbed, it was like he froze in time. And again, just never ever experienced anything like that. And it really shows we're talking about the world number 2 and the world number 3 fighting this match out. It's just unbelievable how difficult this stage is. And I'm not talking about the chess, I'm talking about exactly what it takes, the mental toll that it takes from the players.
Yeah, because when he was thinking and he was spending all this time, so the body language is also not a body language of a player. So how the body language is in such situation? So as the time drops down, you get more and more excited. You get closer to the board. You start to your body language. You get closer to the board physically. Then your hand starts to rise. This is how it happens. I've played a lot of players. I've played Blitz, Rapid. I played Classical and Time Scramble. This is what happens. What happened to Ding though was that he suddenly went back into this pose. And this never happens when you are going down on the clock. You never go back into, this is not the pose. This is like, he just, like, he's, you have a certain algorithm with which you play. You have like a process and you always follow that. And he just kind of broke. So his algorithm broke, his body language broke. And like, it was just very odd. He froze in a very weird way and just couldn't make a move. And I've seen it happen a lot, but of course not in a game like that, and not in this way. Sometimes players just freeze, and well, it's a big moment for Ding, and we'll see what he'll say after that.
Yeah, just incredible. I mean, he wasn't even close to making a move, and we were waiting and waiting. What is he going to find? He must make a move. There's no increment. And then he gets below 3 minutes, and then he gets below 2 minutes. And like you said, Anish, she's not even close to making a move. We're going to find out more in the press conference.
Well,
we're going straight to it.
Yes. Daniel, let's head to Astana and hear it from the players.
My first question goes to Ding. The most critical moment was on move 32. You had 8 moves still to make until the time control increment, and you made rook to d2 and then rook to d3 inaccurate moves. Can you give us an idea what happened at that moment?
Yeah, in the previous move, when he played rook c4, suddenly I realized maybe I was slightly worse after that. Then I cannot go rook d3, he can take on c5, and then he has rook c8 check. And if I just wait on king g7, he will just play rook f1. If he is stabilized, maybe he's going to be better. So I want to take immediate attention, so I play h4. With the idea take rook d2, but I totally missed rook e2, rook d1, king g2. So after gh, I started to think again, and I couldn't find any way to make the games to continue. But after the game, he told me that I can play bishop d4 after queen c5. Maybe it's a chance to draw.
Mm-hmm. You have spent a lot of time for this move, rook to d2. Is there a chance that you just somehow disconnected and you just lost the control on time?
Yeah, after g takes h4, it's very hard to play, actually. If I just wait here, then he'll play rook f1, then my position hopeless. So I just couldn't find the right continuation during the game.
Right, thank you. And also, Jan, this very same moment, can you please verbalize what have you felt at that moment when you saw this rook to d2, rook to d3 inaccurate moves played way before the time increment?
Well, I'd say the game, like the whole game, was extremely sharp, extremely tense, and I don't know, I felt like I should be doing quite fine. But after f4, suddenly bishop d6 is superb move, and I mean, I didn't really see what to do. So maybe like there were like a lot of sharp lines, but I couldn't like figure out what do I do. So I went to this position like it's slightly worse, surely. And I mean, this pawn for exchange, because okay, my rook's placed poorly. And also I was like very skeptical about my position in case if black would play bishop f6 instead of queen d6. Because after rook h7, queen d6 is like, it looks ugly. My rook is stuck on h7, it's never an attack, and my king is weak. So I was really concerned at this point, but after, let's say, queen d6, at least okay, I could play queen e3, rook c4, and just stabilize a little. So I shouldn't be losing by force or something, yeah. And after it was like suddenly h4, I guess black has all reasons to be ambitious here. But I would say it would be quite normal to make some solid moves, like, I don't know, king g7, just rook f5, repeat once or twice, and then, okay, pass the time trouble, because black has endless moves, basically. Yes, sir, but black could never be worse because of my king is so weak and d-file is controlled. But yeah, after h4, I felt like maybe it becomes like sharp and, you know, let's say 3 results instead of 2. And then after rook d2, rook e2, rook d3, okay, my first intention was to grab on c5 immediately, but then I saw bishop d4 check. You know, c takes d4 in case, rook d1 check, king g2, queen f4. and I wasn't sure if there is a win for me, because okay, my king is so exposed, and there is like queen f1 idea and so on. So perhaps, I mean, okay, I always have a draw, but maybe black is also doing fine. Yeah, I mean, black can hold the draw. So after bishop d4, I can at least try. After bishop d4, I can at least try like taking on d4 with the queen, and play 2 rooks against the queen with the c pawn, pass it. But yeah, it should be probably about equality, but yeah, would remain very complex. And after he, yeah, you know, suddenly played rook d3, queen c5, rook d1 check, yeah, I felt like he completely lost the trace, and here I think my king is super safe, because okay, rook on c4 it controls all sorts of checks from g4, e4, and yeah, basically white, I think, is winning at this point, and also like time trouble became really severe.
Right, thank you very much. Ding, we know that you French defense was one of your favorite openings in your childhood, let's say at the beginning of your chess career, but you have not played since 2013, according to the database. You played it here strictly because of the practical reasons, or there were some sort of sentimental reasons to that?
I think both reasons exist. Actually, during a walk with Richard back in Hangzhou, I told him I may play French defense, but it's half joke, half serious, but he take it seriously. So yesterday he insisted me I can try this French defense to surprise my opponent, and I take advice. I prepared a lot for this game. The opening phrase was, the opening was the one which I played in my childhood, but now the theory has developed a lot of, so it's not the old French, it can be called some new French idea variations. Yeah. So, but I played the game, I think, not so bad, but just in the end, I messed up things.
Right, and we saw on cameras that when Jan played the first move, you took some time to make your decision. Was that your decision that you made on board, or you were already prepared? You made this decision earlier. It's just you were going through some process.
Of course, I prepared a lot for this game with the French defense. I just want to recall a lot of things, then play this move.
Okay, thank you. Jan, probably this was not a complete surprise to you, and you demonstrated to be prepared in the opening. But before the match, how would you have rated possibility of having to face French defense in this match?
I'd say French defense is completely okay. Yes, so it's nothing wrong. Perhaps the only problem is that I mean, if white expects French defense, it could be tricky. Yes, so white could dig somewhere deeply and try to test black in some critical lines. And knight d2 is of course not a critical line, but knight d2, I always felt this is like some safe, very safe small edge for white. Very small, but very safe. Yeah. So I mean, you'll get crazy if you prepare each and every opening for every game. So I had an idea. So in case of the French, I'll play, let's say, my stuff, which I used to play a lot, I think, online, and we had I would say a few games against Sasha Grishuk in this line. Yeah, so with successes from both sides at some point. Yeah, so but I always thought that this bishop e7, knight c6 should be somewhat forced for black, and I was slightly surprised because I think black is trying to be more, let's say, more principled in this line, like after 95, some bishop c5 ideas, or even b6, bishop b7. At least I can recall Sasha played something like this against me. So, yeah, I guess but it was quite a smart choice. Like, I mean, probably every side got what he wanted.
All right, thank you. And Ding, there was the moment on move 8, knight to c6, if I may ask about that move. You ruined the pawn structure with that move on the queen side. Can you explain the advantages of this move, why you went to that decision?
If
knight
I'm
c6,
not
knight c6.
Forgot my preparation, I guess I remember it was part of my preparation, just end up take, castle, something like this.
Have you planned some potential kingside attack with that, with bishop b7?
No, my preparation basically ends there.
Oh, okay. All right. And also, like every day you come here with the surprises in the opening. Is that the part of your general strategy for the match to be unpredictable in the openings?
I can only say that this French defense is until now is only for this rounds. Yeah, I don't know what will happen next.
All right, thank you. And my last question to Jan, and then I'll give the floor to journalists. Jan gave us the impression of being a little bit tired today. Could you rest well yesterday on the rest day, or were you still affected by the things, how it went on game 6?
No, I wouldn't say I felt like extremely tired. I'd say after a rest day, normally you're not too tired. But since we have like sofa in the lounge, I felt like I got to make some use of this.
Yeah. All right. Thank you for the answers, and now it's time for the press. Please, Mike.
Thank you. Mike Klein with chess.com. My question is for Grandmaster Jan Nepomniachtchi. Going into this match, when you saw that the time control had no increment until move 60, this was the first day where I think it really mattered a lot. Did you think that was an advantage for you, this time control?
No idea. So it could be like a vice versa situation, yeah, like, but I'd say maybe I played slightly more games with this time control recently, but I don't think it makes some difference, yeah, so I guess today, like, I was sort of lucky to see this h4, and like suddenly Black has to make some strong moves to keep up the initiative. Otherwise, it's just like a free pawn for me, and which is also important. It opens some like nice files for rooks like gf and then h5, and yeah, my king would go to h3. Yeah, so in some lines. So I guess yeah, as it happened, of course, it gave me some favor. But I wouldn't rely on this too much.
Thanks.
Thank you. Do we have more questions from press? Please feel free to come forward. We have microphones on both sides. Mike, let's go. Second question.
Still for Jan Nepomniachtchi, now that we're halfway through the match, I know you said going into the match you wanted to play perhaps a little truer to your style in this match. Do you feel like now that we're halfway through, you can say that you've done so to this point?
Well, depends on what you're supposed to be closer to my style, yeah. So like no draws or something, yeah, or what? Okay, I just try to play chess, yeah. But I mean, whatever you do, like however you play, you got to play well. I mean, and the game is not like won't end in the opening, yeah, or right after the opening normally, yes. So it's still everything to be decided later. So well, I just try to play, yeah, like. I don't think I can even try to specify.
The results are so completely different than from 2021. Do you feel different given the fact that we have such a seesaw battle?
Well, I mean, okay, yeah, clearly I didn't expect anything like this. So like a lot of punches, yeah, to both sides, but yeah, I guess no one actually expected, yeah. So perhaps people for at least for some time wouldn't like state that okay, classical chess is dead or something, yeah. So it can still, I mean, okay, I'm not sure if it's fun, but it's exciting for sure.
Thanks.
Yeah, and as you just quoted this, are you following social media while you're playing match?
I'm trying to like see as little as possible, yeah. So if I occasionally see something, I immediately close everything, yeah. So close my browser and plug off from the electricity.
What about you? Think how often do you use social media to get some information?
Not so much.
All right, do we have more questions, please?
Yeah. Ulrich Stock from Die Zeit, Hamburg, Germany. A question for Ding Liren. You gave the impression that you decide very spontaneously what to play in every game, what opening. Is this impression correct? That you decided right before the game?
You give us the impression that you are making spontaneous decisions.
Spontaneous?
Yeah, just make up the decisions on the board. This is the impression we have. Is that right? Or
that you choose the opening right before the game, not very much in advance.
Okay, for this game, I just prepared yesterday for this game.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. We can get ready with the press for questions, and now I think it's time for Twitter segment. Please, Jesse, you can bring us the questions.
Hello, Jesse February here. My first question was for Ding. What were you going to play if Jan played knight g4 instead of rook a e1? I'm sorry if Jan had addressed this line already.
h5.
h5? Mm-hmm. Okay, did you consider rook takes d3? There was knight g4.
You take with a pawn.
And then was h5 somewhere in that line?
Yeah. Okay. The next question is for both of you from Hurry. What about your playing style separates you from other top players?
Jan, let's go first with you.
I have no idea. I think okay, there are like some players whom you, I mean, if you're given just the game without the names, yeah, you wouldn't recognize like this or that player. So I think from some point it applies to me equally. So it's like pretty much trying to find the strongest moves, and like as much as like my opponent lets me play, I try to play. So I don't know. Of course, like there are like people more attacking, less attacking, or something. Yeah, but I wouldn't say there is like a major difference nowadays.
Please just repeat the question for Ding.
All right. What about your playing style separates you from other top players?
I don't know which kind of playing style for me. I'm playing now because I'm playing different lines, different moves and different ideas. I don't know which playing style.
Okay, that's fine.
All right.
We can go to the next question.
Sure. All right, the next question is from Jack. Ding, did you and your team know about the 1987 game between Krupa Dokheim?
No.
Okay.
You answered so fast, Ding.
Yeah.
That's so suspicious. No. Okay, do we have more questions from Twitter?
Yeah, I have one
Please
more.
One.
Jan, what was going through your mind when Ding's time was running low near the end?
Okay, surely I didn't mind. Because, yeah, it's, I mean, you really won't see this too often. Yeah, like so literally like few seconds for a few moves. But I guess at this point, then when he was below a minute, he already sort of like got driven by the wrong ideas. So it was even more important for me than I still have like 5 minutes or something, yeah, to calculate lines if necessary. So of course it was like a major factor, but at this point I thought it's positionally it was already like more or less decided.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Jesse, and all the spectators who are asking the questions in Twitter. We have one more question from press. Please go ahead.
Yeah, Harry Schark, Chess Magazine, Karl, Germany. My question is to Nepomniachtchi. Today, that was the first time you had not a big time advantage at a certain time, at move 30, around 30. How did you cope with this time pressure? You had only 10 minutes or a bit more than 10 minutes for 10 moves. Was it a problem for you, or is it was a tense position? So
yeah, I guess it would be a problem. It would easily become a problem. But normally, if your position is poor, like extra 10 or 20 minutes won't help. And also today it was like loads of lines to calculate through all the game. Yeah, so like basically, the line which was mentioned, for example, knight g4, h5. Yeah, and here like some different moves also. So I was trying to calculate as much as possible, like using both my time and my opponent's time. Probably I didn't succeed, as at some point I got even worse, but I guess after I played like rook c4, and it was at least my next few moves are very, very simple, yeah, so it was, I wouldn't call this a very, very bad time trouble, but yeah, for sure, it could turn either way.
Thank you for answering the questions. Do we have more questions from press? This can be our last question if anyone is willing to ask. I would like to thank players to come here and answer our questions, because it's very difficult and we understand this, and we appreciate very much. I guess we have no more questions. Tomorrow is a rest day, another rest day, and I wish our players to have a good rest day. So thank you.
Moving into the second half of the match, we've already had 5 decisive games in the World Championship. This has never happened before. The match just gets crazier, and Jan Nepomniachtchi taking the lead in the match for the 3rd time with his win in Game 7. It wasn't as much about the result, but the way it happened. What we saw today is something that nobody has witnessed so clearly, so apparently, a breakdown by a player on the board. As happened with Ding today. We saw his emotions in the press conference. Daniel, this World Championship, it just keeps getting crazier.
It keeps getting crazier indeed, Tanya. I just cannot believe this scoreboard. Neither team can stop the other. White wins, and then white wins, and then white wins. And again, we thought there was no way. Ding, he's in the driver's seat. He does the hard work. He's pressing. Nepo's collapsing. He's tilted. And then the unthinkable happens, and Nepo wins again with the white pieces. And yet again, for the 3rd time, he holds a 1-point lead. Tanya, this moment that we just witnessed, it's going to be chewed up and it's going to be discussed this way in 7 Ways to Sunday by commentators and armchair generals. And I think our job as commentators is not to pile on. Obviously, Ding is fully aware of what just happened. There is no rational explanation for it. And this is the direct product of the unbelievable pressure that attends to the World Championship match, and that attends the feeling that you are on the cusp of scoring what would be a huge victory with the black pieces, and would have really put him, I think, in an incredible spot to potentially win the championship. And the only other thing that I wanted to say, Tanya and Anish, is that blunders, massive blunders in World Championship matches are not uncommon. There have been blunders really from the start of the World Championship matches to the end. Steinitz Chigorin, game 23, 1892, maiden 2, blundered. Carlsen Anand, as recently as 2014, there was that moment in game 6 where Magnus Carlsen basically blundered 2 pawns, and Anand blundered it as well. It was a blind spot. Topalov missed a maiden 2 against Kramnik in 2006 and lost that game. So it's not the blunders that are unprecedented, but a meltdown like this on the clock, Anish, I can't remember anything like that.
Yeah, the manifestations of meltdowns are always very different. Indeed, you mentioned countless examples of the World Championship matches. There are also some in other tournaments, but this was a very spectacular one, because usually you see a move that's a blunder, but here we didn't see any move. We just saw the player frozen, and his thinking process afterwards, it was completely irrational, as he of course will understand once he comes down as well. And as you mentioned, indeed, it happens, and it will only make Ding's comeback greater if he is to come back from this, because this is a hard one to swallow, and he has a rest day. I think it's a painful day ahead, but I think it's a needed one. I think it's good to recover, because they say time heals, and it is true. No better medicine than having a bit of time. You need to process what happened. And if you look purely at the scoreboard, without delving into the details, the situation is not so bad, because so far a lot of white wins. Is only down 1 point, and the next game Ding is playing with the white pieces, and okay, as insane as that might sound, another white win perhaps.
Well, Ding's done it twice already in the match, right? He has won and he strikes back and then he equalizes the score. We saw it in the press conference, and I feel like those are the dynamics that we've been seeing from the start of the day. A very vulnerable, emotional Ding. And today, watching it, we were all watching it in complete silence. You could see the pain, you could see the heartbreak. He, of course, is fully aware of what just happened. And Nish, before the press con, you mentioned it yourself. It had very little to do with the game. It had very little to do with the French. It had very little to do with the middle game pressure that Jan found with his ideas. But the meltdown that we saw. Now, Jan, on the other hand, looked confident and guarded, as he always is. Ding, visibly emotional. Going forward into the second half, how do you see this being played out? And Daniel, what does Ding need to do to come back psychologically?
Well, the pain cannot be sugarcoated. I think that's first and foremost. He's going to wake up tomorrow and he's going to toss and turn in his bed. And you know, the broken record of these last 15 minutes of the game is going to keep spinning around and spinning around in his mind. And I think his job and the job of those around him, Richard Report, his parents, whoever is with him at the tournament, is just to put him in a calm emotional state. He has to use tomorrow to do the objective things, like get some sleep, get some exercise, try to put as much distance, as Anisha's saying, between what just happened here and this match. After the tournament, you can work with your team on figuring out what happened and how to avoid it in future matches. Right now, there's no time for any of that. There's no time for deep investigation or an autopsy. You have to forget this ever happened. You have to move on, and you have to realize that you have surmounted this lead already twice. You need to roll out another good piece of preparation with the white pieces in the next game. And obviously, in situations where you're going lower on the clock, you just have to force yourself to move. Something tells me that this is not going to happen again this match. And something tells me that so far Ding has really surpassed everyone's expectations when it comes to handling his emotions. Something tells me that Jan is not going to have an easy ride just because he won this game.
Yes, Danny, I absolutely agree. And, you know, sort of the winds that have been changing, they're now blowing against Ding. And Jan, he's aware of that. But just like when you are facing an opponent who is down on the clock and defends very well, you know, this is a style of Alexander Grishuk, Vladislav Artemiev, you know, they are constantly having these games, and playing against them is always very hard. The same way here, I feel if Ding will resist now, this might come as a surprise for Jan, who expects that, you know, he feels that, okay, I punched him, he came back. I punched him, he came back. I punched him, you know? And he gave, maybe this was Jan's last punch as well. Maybe Jan put all his strength into this punch, and now he thinks, okay, that's it. Are you down? But maybe it's enough for Ding to get up. Just maybe it's enough for him to get up, and then it will turn out that Jan no longer has the strength to punch again. So we'll never know. We'll never know. Looking forward to see the rest of this match, Tanya.
Yeah, it is really nicely put. Well, and if there's one player in the world who's capable of coming back from this, what we just witnessed, it is Ding Liren. He has done it so far in the match after a tough start, after tough games, tough losses. He strikes right back. Jan Nepomniachtchi's job is far from over. He does lead the match. A very critical rest day coming up at a very crucial point for both these players. For Ding to get over, to distance himself from what just has happened, and for Jan as well to calm his nerves, to go into the second half of the event. We will be back with Game 8 action, which starts on Thursday. And I have to ask you, Anish, we've been talking about how important it is for Ding to get this rest for his emotional state. So what about Jan? What does it mean for him to once again take the lead in the match, have a rest day, break away from it, and then to go into the second half? That's a huge confidence boost for Jan.
Of course, on the surface, everything is looking very good for Jan, but especially recently, we've had so many matches due to all these new tournaments, the online tournaments that have match formats. I've observed a lot more matches than I've observed before, and I've noticed that the psychology of matches is far more nuanced than what I used to think before. We've seen so many different scenarios in these, in all the tour events, and there are so many unexpected, unpredictable psychological moments, and when someone looks like is everything's going right, suddenly you see the player is doubting himself. So on the surface, it does look very good for Jan. It does look very good for Jan. Of course, there is a rest day. As Shannon pointed out, nothing is better than to have a rest day after a win. But there is a lot of chess to be played, and if Ding manages to pull himself together once again, perhaps just one last time, well, and he'll show up and bounce back. The momentum will switch back. So this is until the next win. It's the one who made the last move seems to be in a commanding position. But if Ding is to come back from this, he will retake the initiative. So this is really hard to predict. But for today and for tomorrow, it is Jan's moment to celebrate. Jan will sleep much better than Ding this night in the next one. But we have got lots of chess still to be played here.
We most certainly will. Jan will sleep amazing. The food today will taste amazing. It'll be the best food that Jan has had thus far in Astana. No matter where he goes, which restaurant he goes to, it's going to be a 5-star dinner for him. But to echo Anisha's point, listen, the score is 4-3. It's a best of 14 match. You need to reach 7.5 points. So very important for Ding, not only to play objectively, but to realize that a draw in the next game is not the end of the match, right? If he wants to play a little bit more solidly, if Nepo holds with black, okay, it's 4.5, 3.5. The way that this match has gone, yes, white has won a lot of games, but Ding could have just as easily won a game here with the black. And given how much opening preparation he has up his sleeve and how many surprises we've seen from him, what's to say that he doesn't have another one of these nasty surprises with the black pieces, maybe a Caro-Kann? So most important thing for Ding is to play the position, not to tell himself, I have to win the next game or the match is over, because that's how you lose the second game in a row, and that's how you actually end up losing the match. We will see if Tanya, if he is up to the task. I can't wait.
Yeah, same, Daniel. And Ding Liren will start Game 8 with the white pieces. This match is anything but predictable. We've had 5 decisive games, and going into the second half, Jan Nepomniachtchi once again takes the lead with 1 point. What a day of chess we had. It's been absolutely fantastic commentating with you, Daniel and Anish. And before we wrap up, Anish, I'm going to throw the floor open to you one more time, just because of the emotions we experienced today, because of the chess we saw today. Your final thoughts on Game 7.
Thank you, Tanya. I'm too emotionally invested in this match. I feel I need to recover. I don't know how the players feel, but I just need to crash here. It's too much for me. I can't. I just can't. Fortunately, tomorrow is a rest day. I need to recover from this. This is just, this is heavy stuff.
Yeah, it was very emotional. And the fact that Anish Giri is speechless, that's not something that happens often. Daniel.
I'll tweet something, Tanya. I'll tweet something. It's fine.
Absolutely, Anish. But just finally throwing it to Daniel. Daniel, what did you think about the action that we witnessed today?
Well, first of all, a huge thank you to you, Tanya, and to you, Anish. It's been honestly such a blast commentating these games. Not a lot of things I would do at 5 a.m. My time, but these hours just go by so quickly. I feel like I've got courtside seats to the action, and I've got amazing players helping me understand what's going on. So it's really the honor of a lifetime. And I mean, it's the second half of the World Championship match. I feel like we've already had the action of a lifetime, and we still have an entire second half to go. So this match, I think it's safe to say, has overfulfilled everybody's expectations. There were ups and downs. Is this going to be interesting? Are we just going to have a draw fest like we've had the last couple of World Championship matches? No, 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 and no. These are two players who are putting everything on the line. This is a legitimate World Championship title. And yes, it's always going to be bad that Magnus Carlsen isn't playing. But I think it's safe to say that these players are making a name for themselves as the legitimate title contenders. And this second half is going to be one of the most epic in history.
Yeah, I can't wait to get back into the action. It's been a phenomenal day of chess, and just again, the kind of emotions that we felt from the players, never seen anything like it. And a big shout out to our chat who's been with us through the ride, feeling it all alongside us, that there is a lot more chess to be played. And as we head into the second half of the match, we will be back with Game 8. We're going to leave you with the biggest moments from Game 7. Here we go. Clocks have started. And Jan goes with 1e4.
Will we see a surprise from Ding? I don't think so.
And he goes with the French.
Unbelievable. Ding's predictability. This is the one thing that you think you can hang your hat on. Ding has been trying to push the envelope all match long. Jan is calling Ding's bluff, and we're about to find out what he has in store for us.
Looks like this is the start of a very fascinating middle game that we're about to see.
Jan doesn't want to waste our time. Yeah, 95.
Wow. Huge threat.
Ding Liren has to make 22 moves in 35 minutes on the clock. Your move, Anish, on the board, and we're seeing a sacrifice. Knight F4, the only move, as you said, to keep the game alive.
He's frozen, guys. It's a tension thing.
Less
He's
than
frozen.
2 minutes.
He's
Oh
stuck.
my gosh.
His body's frozen.
He's finally gonna move.
Oh my! No, he didn't make it. He didn't. He reached out, Daniel, and finally we got a
45
move.
seconds.
He goes rook d2.
All he had to do was keep the tension for a couple more moves. He handled the most difficult part of the game so well, and then froze when hard work was over. And Nepo, wow.
Looks like game over.
6 seconds.
And
But
Ding
that's it.
makes a move.
Resigns.
On resigns. That was a heartbreaking finish there. What just happened? We see the players analyzing. Jan Nepomniachtchi wins